The pressure mounts the more and more you play through relegations.
I think Liquid will definitely be a harder series than Envy.
I want to win, and we got to win now.
The pop and drop as he spills one out. Is the kill going to come through? Double shockwave kill coming in for Piglet.
I think they should be more scared in general.
This could wind up being the game, Mark. Goldcoin United have picked up 2 kills. They picked up 3. They picked up 4. This is going to be Goldcoin United taking down Team Envy.
If we lose, we're out, and then that's it for us. We have to win. We're going to put our all into it.
Welcome to our second day of the 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament. Some teams have already 1 foot into the next split, while others look to keep their hopes alive with today's game. Earlier today, though, Team Liquid making their way into the studio. A win yesterday puts them 1 series away from requalifying. Santorin here prepping in his team room just moments ago. E United taking their seats, all smiles today as they've got quite the road ahead of them. Apollo, serious as ever. Actually, that's a lie. That guy is smiley as ever. But in that situation, looking very serious. Ninja, the final one, sitting up on stage. Hello, everyone. I'm James Dash Patterson. And this must be a prank because today I've got both Sam, Kobe Hartman, Kinsler, and Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley. How did I land the 2-for-1 special here?
I don't know.
Maybe not. Maybe Kobe's broken and I only have one analyst today.
I've been playing too much Nunu.
All right, well, let's go ahead and pull up the bracket and take a look at what's at stake with today's matches. First up on NALCS 1, we have Goldcoin United versus Team Liquid, with the winner earning their place in the summer split. Meanwhile, over on NALCS 2, Team Envy and E United fight to keep their tournament hopes alive, with the loser of that match spending the next split in the Challenger Series. Whoever wins that match will have a chance for redemption on Sunday against the loser of GCU versus Team Liquid, with the winner of that match earning the final spot in the 2017 Summer Split. Now, yesterday we speculated that if the Challenger teams were going to topple the NALCS teams, it was going to be through teamwork in the mid to late game. And of course, while E United weren't able to outmatch Team Liquid for an entire series, Goldcoin United seemed to do just that against Envy.
Yeah, I mean, Santorin was talking about how all they needed to do against Envy was get to the late game, and he himself did step up. He played more aggressive than he normally would, and he was able to keep Lyra in check.
Yeah, and that's one of the key things whenever we're looking at Envy, because Lyra is their star player. You know, this is one of the best junglers in the entire league. Yeah. They are, 10th place team, but this is the guy that you have to look to carry. When the pressure is on, you look for your star players to make clutch plays and carry the game.
Right, he's the catalyst for the early leads that they had built all season long. We didn't even see them build that yesterday against Challenger teams. Now over for E United, Game 1 win yesterday. Came off the back of their jungler in Gilius, but once Reignover got a handle on him in Games 2, 3, and 4, it kind of went all downhill for them there.
Yeah, it felt like he had a lot of pressure on him to get something done in the lanes because, I mean, Doublelift smashing in the bot lane, Reignover was going off, and Gilius really couldn't keep pace with those two guys throughout the rest of the series.
Definitely looking at these two guys to repeat, and the strategy should be very similar for Team Liquid coming into this game.
Right, exactly. Focus around the bot lane. Doublelift was pretty much 1v2ing that yesterday. Reignover, as long as he can get the pressure onto the enemy jungler, should have an advantage.
And just look at the gold difference at 15. That is ginormous for Reignover, by the way, especially coming from the jungle. Just goes to show how much he was dominating that series.
To me, something key against Team Liquid, take away the Lulu. Don't give as much support there, for Doublelift. I think it's such an easy composition to play when you have a protect the AD carry with one of the best players at his role in the whole region.
Right. Yesterday we saw people attacking Lorlo. Maybe the strategy will change and we'll see attention towards the bot lane against Team Liquid. Now make sure to tweet at LOL Esports and share with us who you want to see pop off in the 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament and why. Make sure to use the hashtag NALCS and we'll share some of our favorite tweets during the day. Now let's send it over to the casters, though, to get the games underway.
Thank you very much, Dash, and hello, everyone. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, and joining me for my first Best of 5 cast after joining the NALCS team is none other than Aiden Zyrene Moon. What's going on, buddy?
I'm the official Captain Flowers babysitter here for his first Best of 5. Was there for your first TriCast. Kobe, though, he got your first cast. Still angry about that.
You're still first in my heart.
Thank you.
Always, Zyrene. But we're hitting the stage today with Team Liquid versus Goldcoin United, with the winner ensuring their spot in the 2017 summer split. There is a lot on the line, and today we've got a lot of history as well hitting the Rift, as former teammates Piglet and Phoenix will meet up here in the mid lane.
Oh yeah, a lot of history here, and I want to talk going back to Piglet when he had his debut as the mid laner for TL and had that role swap. He said, when I asked him, the mid laner he looks forward to the most, it was like playing against Phoenix. Not Bjergsen, not any of these other guys. It was Phoenix. He has so much respect for this guy who used to be his teammate. But I do want to talk about Piglet's mid lane performance yesterday. He was actually able to make big plays off of Reignover's pressure and the command that he had in the jungle. So if he can have that same type of performance here against Phoenix, that could be great. But Phoenix was an absolute monster against Envy yesterday.
If the matchup in mid lane wasn't enough for you, though, we've still got a lot of pedigree in the bot lane as well, as All-Stars, Doublelift, and Madlife are going to go against one another in the promotion tournament of all possible places.
From All-Stars to the promo tourney, I guess this is where it all comes back. But Doublelift, he's consistently outclassed his bottom lane opponents, especially yesterday in that matchup. That was a real big beating. And now Doublelift goes up against someone who he once said was the best support he had ever played with. And that's a huge compliment considering he's played with so many different players. But we'll see if the other people in the lane with Mash and Matt can keep up with their legendary counterparts.
It is a 2v2 after all. 1v1 is not the name of the game there in the bottom lane. And despite maybe coming in as the favorites, Doublelift isn't taking Goldcoin United lightly.
Yeah, I think GC is pretty good. Honestly, all their players have been LCS before, except for, I think, Solo wasn't. But yeah, I mean, Mash has a lot of LCS experience and he's been around for years. Madlife is obviously like a legend. And Santorin won the split in, I think, Season 4 or Season 5, I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, Phoenix is good too. So I think the whole like package of GC is really strong and they don't really have like a super weak link. And because of that, I think GC is really, really good.
You've always got to respect your opponents heading into the Rift, especially during a crucial game like these. Remember, these guys are fighting for a spot in the NALCS in summer of 2017. So let's go ahead and review the starting rosters. On the blue side today, it's Team Liquid with Lorelo in the top lane, Reignover in the jungle, Piglet mid, Doublelift bottom, Matt supporting, and Coach Kane.
And on the red side, it's going to be the challenger team looking to promote into the NALCS. It's Goldcoin United after their victory yesterday. In the top lane, it's going to be Solo, Santorin in the jungle with Phoenix mid, Mash AD carry, Madlife on support, and the former Liquid coach, Loco Doko.
Now, both these teams, we've already said, you win here, you're going to NALCS in summer 2017. You don't even have to bother playing tomorrow. You are out of the promotion tournament. But just because you lose here today, that doesn't mean that you're going home, you're watching summer 2017 from the couch. The loser here today will go on to play tomorrow versus the winner of the other match. So you've got two chances. But why take two when you can just take one?
Exactly. They want to win this one. And it'd be interesting because if TL loses this, there's the potential that they play against E United, who they already beat. And if GCU loses this one, then they have the potential to play against Envy, who they already beat. So these teams in the winner's match are the two that, they've already won a best of 5. So they're in a great position to promote, but also in the future, they may just have a rematch of the first round.
And if it goes like the first round, then they're going to promote anyway. So could work out for them. But right now, we've got ourselves a best of 5 to deal with here. First and foremost, we are into picks and bans for game number 1 with Renekton and Shen taken off the board by Team Liquid, really targeting Solo in that top lane, as Lulu and Graves, the bans from Goldcoin, taking away the ability of Matt to support Doublelift with all those Lulu abilities, as well as getting Graves out of the jungle for Reignover.
Yeah, GCU was able to get Shen in 2 of their games. In another game, it was left open and they didn't take it, but it's a huge power pick. And Solo, it's interesting because I followed his career through Challenger back on like Zenith, and he even went to Team Liquid Academy. The guy has played so many games in Challenger scene. But I do think that he plays a mean Renekton. He always has. He also has a really good Rumble, which is still on the table here. And so is Rengar. That's like a really interesting pick that has not been banned here. So Rengar still on the table as a premier jungler. Reignover might take that one. But I do like the Lulu ban from GCU so that Matt doesn't first pick that like he did every single game yesterday.
We've seen a lot of successful Lulu picks for Matt and Doublelift, but they're going to decide to go Camille before anything else on the side of Liquid.
I really like this because this means that the Rumble, which is one of those top priority champions, the Camille against that Rumble, Camille will typically win that matchup or survive the matchup and have a better split pushing pattern that separates Rumble from the team later on.
Goldcoin United's response, though, going to be Zyra locked in first and foremost. Pretty quick, actually, as Santorin picks himself up the Kha'Zix as his first choice jungler.
Yeah, with multiple supports banned away, the Lulu also having the Karma and the Malzahar banned away. Makes sense to take that Zyra in the first round. And it was interesting because Matt got his hands on Lulu first pick all 4 games yesterday because TL got to play blue all 4 of them. They got to pick Lulu, and there was some criticism of let Matt have the best champion in support right now, as the weakest player on the team might cover some of his flaws. And he did still give away first blood in multiple games yesterday off of kind of boneheaded mistakes.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to put him on this game without that Lulu being an option. Reignover has already locked in the Elise for himself on the side of Team Liquid, as Piglet's hovering over and locks in the Kench. It's unbenched today, Zyrene.
Yeah, Tahm Kench has been seeing a little bit more support play. I believe I was also watching the LJL, and he was played in top lane. So still flexible, and Camille could go somewhere else as well, but I do believe it's most likely a bottom lane Tahm Kench for Matt to support Doublelift.
Well, we are going to see uneven picks so far. Support and jungle picked up by both sides, but it's top lane versus AD carry. So expect to see the bans differing up a little bit here in the second ban phase. Goldcoin United targeting Ashe first. Looks like they're going to be going after Doublelift here.
Yeah, maybe a Lucian ban as well would be interesting. Caitlyn does have a pretty good matchup into Lucian, but Doublelift loves playing Lucian, and if he's going to carry on a champion, it's such a great pick right now. The Blade of the Ruined King helps his early lane phase even more, and the fact that Fervor has been getting better and better, and Warlords has been getting worse and worse throughout early game.
Well, Liquid will take Rumble off the table, that matchup that you were talking about earlier that Camille does pretty well into. They're just going to say, you know what, you let it pass this far, we're not going to let Solo get his hands on it anyway, taking that away, as Cassiopeia is the second ban by Goldcoin United, keeping Piglet away from that one, which we have seen him have some good games on so far.
Yeah, he's also played the Ahri as well. Interesting if they try to force him on something like Orianna. See what this last ban here is. Maybe a top laner, throw one at mid possibly. Vladimir's still on the table. LeBlanc. Yeah, Phoenix ended up playing LeBlanc the other day. Champion that you don't typically see, but he was able to pick it into a Vladimir and do well.
Goldcoin United wastes no time locking in that Ahri for Phoenix, their first pick of the second part of the draft phase. And a lot of times, Zyrene, when you see teams still have their mid laner left to pick after the second rounds of bans have gone through and they're on red side, they wait and save that for last. But Goldcoin United not doing that today.
With the Cassiopeia and the LeBlanc ban, they feel like they can go for, ooh, okay. All right, we'll talk about that in just a second. They felt like they could go for the Ahri and have the assassination potential still with the other AP assassin of LeBlanc off the table. Syndra still kind of around, but this is way more mobility, way more playmaking. And the Karthus, though, for Piglet, that's a huge throwback. I mean, the guy used to play mid in early season 3, season 2, but we'll see. This is going to be really spicy.
All right, Karthus locked in for Piglet. They're going to be grabbing the Varus for Doublelift. As Goldcoin United now thinking about Fizz as the final pick on their team. That would be a top lane bruiser Fizz. Switching over to the Gragas now and locking that in instead. They wanted to have some sort of tankiness.
Yeah, otherwise you're going for just a bruiser Fizz and you don't have that tank on your team. Whereas you look at the side of Team Liquid, they can have that bruiser top lane in the Camille because she'll build a little bit tanky, but also they have the Tahm Kench to keep somebody safe. And the Tahm Kench, it's really funny because we haven't really seen Karthus since Tahm Kench became a champion.
Right.
But you can eat Tahm Kench and his lay waste will stay on the whole time. So in the middle of a fight, you can just pick up the Karthus and run him around.
Gobble him up and then still have the Defile circling around you.
Yeah,
destroying everybody.
Sorry. The Defile, the huge AoE.
That's pretty solid. I was going to ask you that if you didn't explain it already, because I literally have never seen a game with both Karthus and Tahm Kench in it.
Yeah, Tahm Kench, it's interesting because they made it so he has interactions where spells that are kind of like toggled on or casts, not channels, will continue to go. Like Fiddlestick Ultimate will still go and have the AoE. Yeah, Lucian will continue to call from his belly. Rumble Q will still come out from his belly. It's great.
All sorts of weird interactions there with Tahm Kench, but we'll have to see how well Matt can do on this because we already talked a little bit about him being the kind of guy who a lot of people, a lot of fans and critics, both of Team Liquid, have blamed Matt for some of Liquid's subpar performances so far this split. He's the death leader in NALCS, gets killed more often than any other player, and a lot of times those weaknesses, like you were talking about, sometimes it just seems like boneheaded mistakes. Just getting himself into a spot that he shouldn't have been in, and hopefully on this Tahm Kench, he'll be able to keep his allies and himself out of trouble.
And I will say, this is not an easy matchup for Matt in the bottom lane. He's going up against a Zyra Caitlyn bottom lane. This is the bully lane, the premier bully lane that will try to shove you in. He's on a melee support at the same time. It's not going to be easy. And to throw in another aspect, Matt, his original name was Matt Life, named after Mad Life. He's going up against the person that he named himself after. So this is, honestly, he's going up against his hero.
Yeah. If there's ever a lane to be a little bit nervous in, maybe get the jitters a little bit, this is it. You're up against the guy that inspired you.
And
not an easy task.
It's such an interesting thing to like dive into too, because if you're going up against the person who inspired you, you have to kind of do your own thing. 'Cause if you do their thing, they're just still going to be better than you at it.
Right. You're just the imitation at that point, and they're the original. If you're just trying to be somebody else, the best thing you're ever going to be is number 2.
Yeah.
Because they're always going to do them better. Reignover and Lorlo moving their way into Santorin's jungle to drop down a ward there. Keep an eye on the Raptor Pit. Solo just waddles his way on over to make sure nothing too crazy is going to be happening here. But both of these teams, we saw yesterday, they've got the potential to make things happen. It's just going to come down to who executes it better, especially with some unique picks here in this game. Going to be keeping my eye on Piglet's Karthus, especially considering how rare of an occasion it is to even get to see this champion.
Yeah, and Karthus is interesting because he has a lot of wave clear. He has the potential to push people in, and a lot of people want to hug minions when they're against Karthus because he'll get the lay waste for full damage on a single person if they're away from the minion wave. But it's kind of counterintuitive because people will want to actually go for killing the minions and the person at the same time. That's why, like, when you're up against the Karma in bottom lane, sometimes it's better to stand far behind the caster minions, the melee minions, or just stand away from them if you're the support. Sure, you might eat a Q, but they aren't shoving the wave if you're shoving the wave.
Right, the Q's still going to explode on all the minions and on you. That can kind of be a problem sometimes if you don't have that positioning where it needs to be. Phoenix will be taking control early on here in this lane. I think it's going to need a little bit of time to get to the point where those lay wastes actually do a whole lot to spam those.
See, his scripting's on point today.
Well, hopefully he can manage to get those dialed in where he needs to get them. And, of course, going up against something like you've got an Ahri, you've got a Kha'Zix, you've got a lot of damage potential on this side of GoldCoin United. But what's the counter to champions that kill you quick? A champion that wants to die.
A champion that wants... Okay, I got you there.
Yeah. If their goal is to kill you and your goal is to die, everybody gets to win.
Yeah. Has ever had a game where there's a low mana or an out of mana Karthus and you're just like, don't kill him, just leave him.
Just leave him there. Let him walk away. He's a melee minion.
Let him attack you. It's fine.
Sometimes you forget that Karthus even has an auto attack animation. From level 1, he's only spamming Qs. Santorin into the enemy jungle, though, not going to be finding a whole lot of anything except those Krugs. No red buff, no Reignover, no anything, and he'll just pop over the wall, start to steal these away. Shouldn't really have too much difficulty with that. No way the enemy bottom lane's going to be doing anything about it. They are shoved in.
Repelled Blast Cone from Reignover. Going for the invade there. Some vision down, and he'll take it over. So it's kind of mirrored on the opposite side what each of them are doing. Taking away the Krugs. Will take some time to do that on both sides. The bottom lane is shoved in. Not really gankable here. Whereas this top lane, I actually think this is moderately gankable. It would be possible to get to Solo, but Solo does see Reignover with that ward.
Solo will be aware of what's going on here. Lorlo tries to jump in, but does not find his man. Solo keeping himself back and plenty safe from this attempt. So Reignover's forced to head to the river, grab the Scuttle Crab. You already saw Santorin do the same thing on the bottom side. Plus securing that just makes that bot lane feel that much safer. Pushing up, keeping Double Lift and Matt underneath the turret and abusing that range and that bully potential that you were talking about there for Mash and Mad Life.
Yeah, just keep them underneath that turret. Mash and Mad Life will have a pretty good game here in laning phase. And now there's not really much to do in the jungle for both these junglers. Reignover's going to run back to his Raptors because those will be up in just a second here. And then he'll pick those up. And there's actually a ping onto his Raptors from Santorin saying like, hey, that's around where he's going to be. So they're tracking each other pretty easily here.
And in a game like this one where both junglers are kind of just on the farm-heavy path, if you can keep track of the other guy, it's going to be big because the first one of these two to come out of the jungle and make a big play, they're going to be the one who helps set that early tempo. So if you're constantly keeping track of them, saying, hey, he's right here, make sure you're playing safe, you're doing great.
Yeah. Every time that I've heard Reignover in comms, it's always tracking the enemy jungler. He's about here right now. He's about here. Sometimes you're wrong, but he's always giving information to his team to kind of tell them how to play the lane at that moment. But you don't really get an option on how to play this bottom lane here because Mad Life and Mash get to push up the whole time, have better wards. You can see both the trinkets of Doublelift and Matt are still up because there's no reason to ward right now.
Yeah, what are you going to ward? You're stuck underneath your turret the whole time. There's not really too much concern about it as they finally claw their way out from under there, if only for a moment. But the Mad Life and Mash push is going to be continuing. The root finds its way onto both Liquid players, and Doublelift gets into a little bit of a scuffle with those plants. So oppressive, man. Between the Caitlyn range and the Zyra spam, this is a hard hand to have to play out, but that's what Doublelift and Matt have been dealt. Solo and Lorlo in that top side, though. Lorlo's starting to build himself up a CS advantage, utilizing the trading power of that Camille. And who will win? Well, apparently 57% of you guys think that it's actually the challengers, Gold Coin United, that'll be walking away with the victory here over Liquid.
Solo getting a little aggressive. Level 6 came out. He cannot escape. You have to knock him out.
Hextech Ultimatum tries to disengage everything. Lorlo going to be brought low. Solo going to make the play.
Oh.
But the first blood goes the way of Reignover, barely keeping his top laner alive.
Just barely. They ended up picking him up before he got Lorlo there. The flash away. Solo was waiting for just another round of cooldowns. Now it's 4 in the bot side. Piglet with the ulti.
4-man dive. Piglet looking to help him out a little bit. If he can. Mad Life going to be taken down. Piglet grabbing the kill credit for that one. The turret helps him out with that ulti. 2 for 0 Liquid.
Really well played there. The snatch up by Matt. The exhaust comes down in the flash to make sure that they keeps him safe. And Doublelift caught by Phoenix.
Doublelift in some trouble. Phoenix going to go ahead and get his team on the board for the first time this game. 6 minutes, 30 seconds in. He'll grab that one onto the enemy AD carry. Good pickup for Goldcoin.
Yeah, now we're seeing summoner spells be blown in the bottom side of the map. And Phoenix picks himself up a kill. So it's 1-1 in the mid lane in terms of those kills. Back and forth, and that's where my eyes are because I want to see who ends up on top here. There's a good collapse from GCU, but what Matt does here is actually quite good. So Gray health flashes away, and then that ends up getting the kill. That's great. Doesn't even have to snatch anybody up there. Just had to make sure that he absorbed enough damage and got the Gray health off. And then he plays back. He's actually playing this right because he's playing back. Doublelift is kind of going for the CS. So yeah, if they, at that point, that's kind of like Matt and Doublelift either both have to back off, or Matt needs to stay near Doublelift to eat him after he gets charmed.
Just a little bit of miscommunication there between the two on what the game plan was going to be. It ends up costing Doublelift his life, but Gold Coin United's really going to have to be playing around the Karthus like that. You're not used to having to play around this massive amount of damage coming towards your entire team when you make the 4-man rotation, but similar to playing around a Shen.
It was actually really great that he used that preemptively. A lot of Karthuses will wait until the person's low, and then you get time to react. You get time to throw out the heal if you need to. So he does it as they're diving to either dissuade the dive and just make sure they got the kill on the top side of the map with Reignover onto Solo, or they go for the dive and they lost somebody. So really well played there from TL across the board.
Control Ward going to be seeing what Santorin's doing as he grabs his second red buff here in the match. He'll jump right on top of it and say, hey, I'm going to clear this one out myself.
Yeah, basically saying, hey, they know where I am right now. So starts back and then stops it. Pretty low, though, in the jungle.
Definitely not in any sort of a condition to be fighting anyone as Piglet goes to secure his blue, but the red buff tick has other plans. Yeah, that's a little bit of a tilter.
So I feel like every time that you're just holding it for the mid laner, it's kind of like, you ever hold a door for somebody and they're just too far away,
just a little bit out of range. It's kind of awkward because they got to start like power walking to get to it in time, or they just don't respond and you're stuck standing there.
Yeah, at that point you're kind of like,
shouldn't have done this.
Shouldn't have done this, but then you're like, all right, fuck it,
just let it go.
And just let the door go.
Well, that's what they did now. The door is closed on Piglet for that blue buff, so he's going to have to spam as much as he can without it. Still got the Sorcerer's Shoe, still got the Catalyst. So he's getting there, but he's got to deal with Phoenix, who's got a blue buff. So that'll be a little bit trickier.
Yeah, like you said, the Karthus really wants that blue buff early on.
Oh boy. Spider versus Mantis, whatever Kha'Zix is. He's playing Mantis, right?
It's like a Scyther.
That's not a real thing, Cyrene. You can't just call the Pokemon. I'm looking for stuff that actually exists.
It's a real man, I tell you.
It's not a real thing. We're looking for actual animals, and I'm pretty sure he's a praying mantis. He's got claws. Praying mantises have claws. That's got to be what he has. Either way, they're both vicious predator things, and I thought for sure they were going to get into a fight there, but instead they walk away. Santorin level 6, Reignover level 8. Pretty big difference between the two. The ward over the wall spots Santorin.
Get the blue buff.
Not going in there. And Rainover's just walking himself away.
Yeah. Getting that blue buff will definitely help you out in the experience department. Also, his pace in the jungle has just been a little bit faster. He's been smiting camps at a different frequency. I've been noticing that he smited the big raptor level 1. Then when he came back to it again, the second raptor, he smited the big raptor again, made it really fast, so that he's not taking as much damage, then he stays out for longer. Because you saw Santorin even have to do his red and back, so part of the red timer is ticking on him. So he's just kind of behind in terms of just all these seconds add up.
Yeah, and the gold lead that you're seeing on the side of Team Liquid, 900 gold advantage for Rainover over Santorin right now. That's a lot of money as a difference between these two junglers. There's a reason that even though this game is only 1 kill apart with no objectives on the board, it's almost a 1,500 gold lead, and the name of that reason is Rainover.
Oh yeah, Rainover has been doing work. The guy has honestly been a little bit invisible this split, but I feel like the reason behind that is there's just been so many swaps. The bottom lane has been swapped back and forth, the mid lane, and he hasn't really found his style on who to play to. So right now, Rainover's kind of playing for himself, playing for his camps, keeping his team safe. But I did like the move that he made topside to get a kill onto Solo. I will say as well that Solo used to be a player for Team Liquid Academy. You go back to last split when he was trying to qualify for the LCS, was in Game 5 against Echo Fox. The guy used to be kind of Lorlo's apprentice in a sense, but they would know that he tilts a little bit.
So why not tilt him? Why not focus on him a little bit? If you know that you can punish some sort of mental aspect of your opponent's game like that, then do it.
Yeah, and when I think of Solo as a player, I feel like he's a player who doesn't really like to get carried. He kind of wants to be the one to carry. So then that's been developing over time where he's becoming a little bit more and more okay with it. But you're definitely going to see a more damage-oriented style here. You're going to see a little bit more coming out from him in terms of trades than you normally would for somebody who's playing a bit safer and reserved on top side, thinking the rest of their map is going to win.
Good utilization there of the passive by Lorlo, getting himself that magic shield up in time to block a good half of Solo's trade. Stops him from being able to do a whole lot against this Camille. Tiamat completed on her, so she's got extra wave control. Likely going to be going for that Trinity Force next. Rainover makes his way up here into the top side, drops a little bit of damage onto Solo, but does not want to go all the way underneath the turret against the full HP Gragas.
Yep, and so now you'll see off to the other side here. Mash going to take some damage, but he's really focused on just that turret. They're trying to get first turret here before the top one goes down, so they're making sure the minion stays alive with the teleport. It's going to be a race. Who gets it?
Corruption was used by Doublelift to try to hold this off, but he does not do so successfully. Goldcoin United will beat Liquid to the first turret punch just barely.
Yeah, just a matter of seconds there. I would say about 5 seconds between those two going down. And Phoenix getting a whole bunch of turret damage. Piglet was doing this yesterday to Fox, where he might be down in CS, but every time we saw mid lane, Piglet was taking the enemy turret, and it was already about 2/3 HP, half HP. And this time, Phoenix, with pretty much no help in mid lane as Ahri, has just gotten those auto attacks on the turret, and he's been taking it down slowly but surely.
Goldcoin United now moving themselves over to the Cloud Drake as well. The first Elemental Drake spawning this game. They'll grab that one, no contest. These guys are starting to find success all across the map right now, as they lose their red buff.
Yeah, Rainover going to take that red buff away. Solo, don't think he'll chase that. He's got a bit of a minion wave top to clear. And now Piglet, let's see.
All right, one more time. There we go. All right, he got it that time.
Rainover has lost blue buff handoff privileges. It's now Lorlo who has to do it for Lord Piglet. He must be appeased.
Well, Piglet currently down in CS. His turret's almost gone. Lorlo now issuing the Hextech ultimatum at the top side. Not going to be knocked out of it. The damage comes through, and they grab that kill as Phoenix makes his way into the fight with the TP. Now having to back himself out. No real way to continue this one. Both targets below half HP, but he just does not have what he needs to make this one happen alone.
And Phoenix still hanging around a bit. Looked like he was looking for something a little tricky there. And now Santorin's going to go on to Matt.
Matt has to pop the thick skin and the flash to get himself away.
And exhaust, too.
Really not happy about that trade.
Yeah, 4 ward there. It was actually quite a good approach from Santorin to use the Void Assault before leaving the bush, so it didn't give Matt as much time to react.
Still a 1,500 gold lead for Team Liquid, though. Maintaining that through the kills, through the farm. Goldcoin United looking to continue this push now with the Caitlyn. That's the power of this pick, right? You manage to take your own turret, you rotate to the other lane, start sieging up there, and just snowball that early gold lead through those objectives.
Yeah, and GCU, they have the luxury of playing around 2 teleports. Ah, nice.
All right, charm. Ooh, Karthus ulti coming in to help out with this one too. Lorlo wants to make it happen. A little bit more damage would have done it, but the flash away from Phoenix will keep him safe.
Yeah, Piglet there also has the Deathfire touch, so you can't really think you're completely safe and know exactly the Karthus damage, because there was a little bit more behind that. And also that may, like, as surprising as it might sound, that may have been enough damage there to kill Phoenix with the true damage second Q, because there's already a Sheen, already a Spellblade proc for Lorlo, and he's got rank 5 of his Q. So it may have been enough there to actually finish off Phoenix, so it is a good flash.
Sometimes you just got to err on the side of caution. It's Team Liquid trying to push up bottom lane. Not really finding the opportunity to take down that tier 1 just yet. Goldcoin moving through their own jungle, trying to pass the second blue buff now off of Phoenix. Solo hanging around down here, deciding he's probably going to have to head back up towards top pretty soon now. TP not available for him, so he's got to mind his positioning in terms of the overall map really closely here for the next minute or so. Lorlo with his TP up and available. Can go looking for those plays anytime they might show up, but right now there's not really a whole lot to fight for.
Yeah, Dragon off the table, Rift Herald still up. Mid lane turret and kind of tending to your side lanes is going to be the name of the game here for both these teams. But that middle turret is really low for TL, so if GCU push up, they might be able to take it. Taking a big beating over time from Phoenix.
I remember yesterday, too, Liquid's first game, they had a rough match against E-United, and then they just took over the next 3 in a row, right? So maybe what we're seeing this game is Team Liquid testing the waters a little bit.
This is Double Lift versus bringing TSM over, going, we lose first game? All right, we got it.
All right.
In the next few.
Next few, here we go. Piglet gonna be jumped on. Goldcoin United trying to make the moves. Matt shows up just in case. Piglet would need to be eaten to safety, but not even required. Goldcoin's attempt on the enemy mid laner's life will not be successful, but now they're able to set up shop. Now we got some cupcakes. What even, are there still cupcakes on this skin? I have no idea. Is that a rice ball? I don't know. It's a rice ball in a metal thing. All right, they're
all gone. Jordals love them. That's all we need to know.
Setting up some rice balls underneath the enemy turret to try to bait these guys in, see if they can get them to step on one of those, trying to defend the tier 1, but they can't do it. They're just going to end up causing GCU to walk away from this one. Goldcoin United not finding any opportunity to continue themselves any further forward off the momentum of taking that bottom lane tier 1, putting the Caitlyn elsewhere. Liquid doing a good job of stopping that for now. Solo and Lorlo, TP's both up, hanging out in that top side as Team Liquid brings more bodies into the mid lane. Now it's their turn to go for the T1. Goldcoin United with the bottom lane still here to defend. Runaan's Hurricane up on the Caitlyn means he's able to work easily with Mad Life to take all those minions out very rapidly. Keep the turret nice and safe.
Keeping that turret safe, making sure that that one doesn't go down before the enemy mid does. So GCU still looking for that middle turret from TL. As soon as they get that one, they can move to the top side and feel okay about it. Mountain Drake up in a minute, though, so it'll be a process before that really does happen for them. So GCU once again bring Phoenix to mid, off this wave. And make sure they don't get almost any shots onto that turret. Just so few.
They don't need a lot of damage onto it, but they need a little bit more than that. Reignover grabbing his own red buff. Drake in 45 seconds. Remember that the first one went over to Goldcoin United. No contest. Have to see if Liquid feels comfortable fighting for the second one. Remember, they do have the kill lead. They do have the gold lead. I don't really expect to see them giving away anything for free soon.
Yeah, Piglet wants to clear this wave, get handed off the blue buff so he can continue to make sure that that wave never hits the turret. Because Karthus can effectively do that. He's got such a long range on that lay waste, and then he has the Defile as well, just in case. Look at that, just making sure, not even 100%. Close.
Had to make sure that Spiderlings didn't get it.
Piglet's like, my wolf camp too. This is payback. Oh my god, just take it all.
Tax the jungle. All right, Piglet back in mid lane, clearing out those minions just like you said, making sure that MASH does not even get one auto attack of firing time onto that mid lane turret. Keeping it safe as the Mountain Drake spawns. You can see more Goldcoin United players hanging around there right now than Team Liquid. Both top laners ready to make their way into this fight if they have to. Some wards placed down in the pit from Goldcoin as well as behind it in the Team Liquid jungle so they can see Liquid coming.
Yep, MASH still going to tend to mid lane because if somebody leaves mid lane, they could give up Mountain Drake for TL taking GCU's mid turret. So they have to keep somebody here. And you can see they're even just going to have Santorin solo the rest of this because they need to have wave clear mid and they need to have position there. Phoenix can go back down to the bottom side here and make sure that they have 2 pushing waves as they pick up the Mountain Drake.
Good job from Goldcoin United. They grab that one for free just like they did the first one. They don't end up actually losing anything there in the mid lane. Keeping MASH around does more than enough to keep Liquid away. As Phoenix now on the bottom side, pushing this one up. Double lift is going to be the answer, trying to clear this out as effectively as possible. Blade of the Ruined King completed on him. Working on his next item with the Zeal.
And I will say this is actually going to be a really interesting series because everybody is actually farming relatively well. Even Double Lift in a disadvantageous lane against a Caitlyn Zyra did a really good job of farming. And then top lane, 2 deaths for Solo, but he's still basically within a wave's reach of Lourlo. Like, this is quite impressive here, and this series might actually be really close.
I mean, compare it to what you were seeing with the stats there on your screen just a moment ago in their series versus E United yesterday. Liquid was up 4,285 gold.
Yeah.
Compared to E United, Gold Coin's keeping this a lot closer.
Yeah, and Mash could have taken the turret there, but didn't have full vision of exactly where Reignover was or exactly where Piglet was or how close they were. So was a little bit afraid to walk up and take it there, because if he does, then he dies, turret on his side goes as well.
I've seen enough Fiestas in my days, Irene. I can respect somebody making that call, making the safer play, instead of running the risk of getting themselves killed.
Had enough Fiestas that I can identify when somebody is actively avoiding one. Fiesta connoisseur.
A man of taste and class,
and this is not one.
Mid lane tier 1 will finally fall. Goldcoin realizes they've got more than enough manpower here to make sure that one goes into the dust as they nearly tie this game up. Only 500 gold separating them now from their Team Liquid counterparts. Santorin in the enemy jungle, spotted out by a ward there as he goes to steal away the Gromp, and Goldcoin is about to make this a 3-turret game.
Yep, and on the other side, it's going to be a turret that's going to be taken by TL as Double Lift takes the bottom turret.
3 turrets to 2. Goldcoin United still very, very small gold gap between them and their opponents, just trying to get themselves to a point where they feel comfortable with these fights. Rod of Ages and Void Staff both completed now for Piglet, though, so you really got to be careful about this Karthus. We know what he can scale into.
Starts doing some major damage just with the ultimate, too. And we're looking at 80 carries that aren't really going to buy magic resistance here. Caitlyn, I don't think you do at all unless you're getting a QSS. And against this team, you would only really get it for the Elise Cocoon.
You get it for the Varus ulti too, I guess.
I don't think it's worth it at that point. I feel like getting another attack speed item, Bloodthirster, would just be better. Bloodthirster might be what you get for just the overshield and the lifesteal to try and get yourself back up to healthy when it's coming through.
I mean, you think about the late game for Team Liquid, you think about the goals of where Piglet wants to be with this damage. If he ends up with 700, 800 AP and he drops that ulti, who's actually going to be tanky against it? I mean, you got Solo, but
you got a Locket from Mad Life coming in as his first item after the Sightstone. Phoenix
over with a lot of damage onto Phoenix, having to flash himself away. Exhaust going to be used. There's your ulti, and there is your kill. Double Lift grabbing that one.
Yep, I was going to say, this is actually interesting for both teams because GCU, they have double teleport, so they can play with Phoenix in one lane, Solo in the other, and then keep that mid turret alive by having their bottom lane and jungler there. And look at, they're going to try to get a counter kill on Piglet. Still has flash.
Piglet getting himself away, has to utilize the exhaust to make sure that he does walk out, but he'll gladly take the trade as now his teammates are pushing in the tier 2 on top side. Double Lift and Reignover doing as much damage to that one as they can. Matt slowing down Mad Life, flashing himself over the wall to make sure that he doesn't end up in too precarious of a spot, and Team Liquid bails out.
Yep. And like I was saying, the split push from GCU could be good with the teleports, but you have to keep in mind that Matt can be in the middle and always go to top or bottom side and bring somebody else with him. So those one-on-ones on the side lanes that a 1-3-1 really wants can quickly become a 3-on-1. And then you have the Karthus wave clear mid against the other remaining members of the large force. So 1-3-1 is kind of countered.
You got the Karthus ulti too, so it's 3.5 versus 1.
Great point.
Because you've got this magical death beam from the sky.
Orbital ion cannons.
Orbital ion cannon, zero that one in. Such a cool looking effect. That's what we need. We need a space Karthus.
Hell yeah.
That zeroes, hell yeah. That zeroes in on somebody with an ion cannon. I'd pay for that. 1820 skin, easy peasy.
Get that money. All right. You're right.
All right, but Goldcoin United, though, they're still down less than 1,000 gold. They've still got 2 Drakes compared to 0 as well. Like, we can't just brush that off the table. They've secured both of those so far. Another Mountain's going to be coming up here in a minute, so if they can grab that, they're going to have some serious objective advantage.
And when you have the 1-3-1 going, you definitely want that, but I don't know how much Solo will get to these turrets, because Lourlo, the field, is just a superior split pusher. He's also going Ravenous Hydra as opposed to Titanic. I think you 75% of the time see Titanic Hydra. Maybe even 80% of the time see Titanic. It's tankier, it's a bit more
fight better.
It's a bit more burst, and you team fight well. This is just, you keep soloing. No matter what, you have sustain. You can get to those turrets and deal more physical damage. Your true damage burst is a little bit higher. But you're definitely less tanky. But in sustained fights where you're not getting blown up, it's definitely a better item.
100% the split push still. There's no way that some sort of an all-tank champion, somebody building 5 tank items in a boot, is going to do any measurable damage to you. We just heal it right back off with the Ravenous Hydra. And that's kind of the barrel that he's staring down right now. You can see the sheen on Solo indicating that he does plan on going for an Iceborne Gauntlet, so he'll have a little bit more damage than he otherwise might.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because he's going for also a Spirit Visage. So he went for the Sunfire Cape first, wants the Spirit Visage, but it's a full Spirit Visage here. It's not just sitting on Spectre's Tell, because he's building against a lot of the damage that's on TL. This isn't going to help him in lane in the matchup up against Warlow.
Right. The Spirit Visage helps a lot in a team fight. It's going to block plenty of the damage from Reignover, who's 1-0 and 2. Reignover's doing a great job so far. It's going to block a lot of what Piglet's doing.
Percent P from Doublelift as well?
Yeah. If you're the person who's going to be in that 1v1, you're really going to have to make sure that you can endure the Camille. Otherwise, Lorlo is just going to run completely rampant over these side lanes. And you can see him very comfortably just hanging out there all the time as Solo is forced to answer. Both those top laners level 15, mid laners singing the same story. So very soon, Zyrene, we're going to see them ticking that level 16 point, finding that important level 3 ulti. And when you've got champions in the game like Karthus and like Ahri, that can make a big difference between team fights.
Oh yeah, it just becomes a big cluster. And I feel like GCU don't really want to cluster up against TL. The Runeance Hurricane, Blade of the Ruined King, Varus does a lot of damage to multiple targets. The Karthus, same story. I feel like you just don't want to be in this big kerfuffle with them. You want to kind of have split skirmishes and picks.
QSS also up for Doublelift, so that along with a Tahm Kench to keep himself safe, he is making sure that he is not randomly removed from one of these fights by some freak CC accident. Flash from Reignover to grab the Cocoon onto Mash, who's going to be bursted very low, but Reignover is the one who's actually taken down first. Piglet going to be targeted next. Matt running away, trying to keep the Piglet back. He's going to be cast back. A double kill for Phoenix.
Piglet got one.
All right, 1 for 1. 1 for 2, I should say so far. Lorlo going to be caught out off there to the side, jumping in. Hextech ultimatum issued on Santorin. It's going to be 1 kill for him, trying to walk himself away. Matt again with the save. This hungry Kench is keeping everybody safe today.
Yeah. Piglet didn't even ulti there. I believe what he tried to go for was just a whole bunch of Qs. Maybe the ultimate would have helped a whole bunch in that fight, but he's saving it for a possible dragon after he respawns. His team's going to get it, though, because they ended up winning the rest of that team fight. And Lorlo, a lot of lifesteal. They get him back to about half.
Liquid happy to grab themselves that Drake. A replay of the fight, though, and the Cocoon that started it all.
Yeah, he doesn't see what's going on over here with Phoenix and Mad Life. They're both on this right side. Flash Cocoon hits Mash. Then Phoenix goes over the wall and gets the charm to pick him up afterwards. This right here from Solo is great. After the root, Matt gets knocked back. Piglet gets delivered. Has ultimate, doesn't pop ultimate here. Instead, tries to fish for some Qs. Maybe should have gone for that instead. But then Matt, I feel like he was right on point there with the 2 Ws in that fight. Sadly, got rooted and then got knocked back for Piglet's death. But it could have been a hero move, but he does save Lorlo.
That Cocoon prediction was just juicy.
So good. It was so good.
Like, oh my goodness, that was fantastic. When you could flash forward and aim the Cocoon like that with that level of confidence, that is Reignover plays.
That's where you're like, he's going to freak out. He's going to 90 caliber net and flash right into it.
He's immediately getting himself away right into where I'm putting this. That's the kind of planning that you need. That's the kind of confidence you need from your jungler in games that matter as much as this one does. Phoenix now clearing out some of the Krugs, trying to farm up. He's got the Luden's Echo. He's got a QSS as well. Both Phoenix and Mash have gone for those, so paying a lot of heed towards those Cocoons, towards the potential of the Chain of Corruption.
Yeah, didn't think that Mash would get one because of the possibility that it's only really for 1 or 2 forms of CC, but he's going to go for it here. Just because it's also magic resistance against that Karthus ultimate, so that does make sense, and I'm glad that he went for it. And the Mercurial Scimitar is honestly just like an endgame item for pretty much every AD carry. Even if you get exhausted, you just want to get rid of that summoner spell. Just remove that movement speed slow.
And of course, the problem is, though, for somebody like Phoenix, it's not really an in-game item because auto-attack Ahri isn't really a thing.
Well, I saw one yesterday. No. The auto-attack Ahri with the Lich Bane will come out at some point.
Yeah, there you go.
Piglet was doing that, trying to get those turrets. So right here, Baron buff is what's everybody's kind of sitting around.
I mean, we're 30 minutes into the game. That's kind of the name of it at this point in time. Goldcoin United clearing out some vision, laying down some of their own. Lorlo issues the Hextech ultimatum onto Solo, who places a nice cast to barely get Lorlo out of the range, cancel the ultimatum itself, and get himself back away to safety.
Looking at some skill orders here. Solo went for the Q first, maxed that. Then he started going towards maxing the W for sustain. This is typically what you'll see in the lane with a tank Gragas. But I also want to talk about Mash. Mash went 3 points into his Q, maxed traps for mid-game, and now he has 4 points in his E. And
no, Matt, gonna be in some trouble. Thick Skin barely keeping him alive. The redemption makes sure. Chains of Corruption onto Phoenix, gonna be scaring Goldcoin United back. They almost find the Team Liquid support, but not quite.
Yeah, almost got him there. Yeah, final thing I was talking about with Mash was it was interesting because he went 3 points in Q to make sure he had wave clear, got Runaan's Hurricane, put points into W because you want the trap max when you group, but now he's actually maxing E second so that he has the escape and has more access to that headshot and that 90 caliber net, so he's not caught. Which I actually think is a clever adaptation for Caitlyn because a lot of people just continue to max that Q where that E cooldown goes down pretty drastically.
Charm onto Reignover, who's gonna be caught out, picked off, shut down. Trying to get himself away. That's a very good binding onto Matt, who's barely going to be able to eat Reignover up, but instead they both die. Matt tries to be the hero, but instead just ends up going down with his teammate, and that is 2 big picks for Goldcoin, who have rotated their top lane over towards Baron, and that's going to be the call.
Yeah, the 1-3-1 wasn't really working out because they didn't have pressure against Lorlo on the Camille, and so they start grouping and denying vision, and this is exactly what you want to do with this pick composition. I was talking about they don't want to have those 5v5 for bubbles. They want to have picks. They want to be able to just have a swift fight. Lorlo's going to try to go for Phoenix.
All right, here we go. Hextech ultimatum. Lorlo trying to make it happen, instead having to flash away, cancel the ultimatum itself. Ace in the hole, barely going to be stopped from finding the kill thanks to the heal from Doublelift. Phoenix getting himself away. QSS going to be used, stopping the exhaust. Baron going to be down to 1/3 HP. Piglet still trying to find the damage. Chain of Corruption there onto Mash, who's trying to get himself away. Solo going to be in some trouble. Here comes the Karthus ulti. Oh my goodness! A double kill for Piglet. The shutdown onto the enemy mid laner. Lorlo over the wall. A killing spree as Baron goes the way of Goldcoin United, and then they just start to drop. Team Liquid now in pursuit.
Only 2 members, Solo and Santorin, get to keep it, but this mid lane's gonna go down. Doublelift is gonna be able to push this one in. That Karthus ultimate, that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for that one to come through. They got the Baron just in time though, so it was a little bit late from Piglet, but it's still right on time to get 2 kills and help get a 3rd.
Right on the money, Cyrene. Team Liquid managed to get themselves that, but you've still got to keep in mind Goldcoin does have 2 members up and alive with the Baron buff, so these minions are going to be extra obnoxious to try to kill. Explosive cast used to try to just clear the wave away, but Team Liquid is able to get that tier 3 turret. They won't go for inhib itself, instead deciding to back away. Piglet is not nearby for this fight. They don't want to risk putting themselves in a spot where they end up throwing this. Instead, just back off and reset it.
Yeah, and so they get to back off. They got that middle inhibitor turret. They have a wave pushing top that needs to be cleared. Let's look at this one more time. This seems like almost an impossible defense from TL, where they're trying to stop this. Or a possible offense, I guess. Lorlo gets pulled back. Piglet tries to get separated with the cast, and then Lorlo almost dies. The fact that he stays alive gives him time to back and teleport back in. And so right here, Piglet gets a few over the wall as well. Backs out of range from where Solo could maybe body slam flash him. Ultis, gets Phoenix and Mad Life. Mash is going down, ticking right there, and the redemption almost kills him, but then the follow-up with the hook shot from Lorlo for the final kill, and Piglet almost gets Solo there on the side too. That's just beautifully played on the execution of the ultimate there. I mean, he hit a button, right, but he backed off.
He hit a button
right.
in damn style, Irene.
Yeah.
That was exactly what you want to see out of your Karthus.
And the thing that I want to say about Karthus here is when he hits that button with style, the next time he hits it is even better, which is super scary because if Karthus gets going and he's 4-1 and 2, got 8 Dark Seal stacks, every time he hits that button, it's going to be even worse than the last time.
I mean, look,
it does not get better.
Look at the build. The Andrews Torment and Void Staff. Santorin going to be in some trouble now. Hextech ultimatum issued onto him. Lorlo looking to make the damage, looking to make the move. Barely getting away, but not for long. Mash going to be shot down too. A double kill for Doublelift. Solo is going to be number 3. Triple kill for Doublelift. Solo shut down off the side. Can they find the remaining member? Cocoon says yes. Phoenix says maybe. Here comes your damage from the Karthus. Rainover just skittering after him, trying to find that damage. Cocoon pretty low himself. Cocoon doesn't find it. Rainover biting off a little bit more than he can chew. Matt coming after, but decides to back away. A 4 for 1.
But they're going to go straight for the base here. They have a minion wave. They're going to go for that inhibitor. Matt's going to stop that back, and they're just going to
go for the
game. End it.
They've got very, very solid HP pools right now, Zyrene. This could be the end of game number 1. Phoenix isn't able to come here. Piglet's looking to make the play, and there's no way he can stop it. And 35 minutes in, Team Liquid is going to take down Goldcoin United and find themselves a Game 1 win.
Off that Baron call, GCU trying to go for broke. TL calls them on it, 3v5. They win that fight, and then they get the structures down in mid lane to push them all the way for victory at 35 minutes. Even game for most of it. But that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and you got to think about that call.
It was a great counterattack from Liquid. It looked like it was going to work out pretty well for Goldcoin United, and I mean, they did get the Baron, but Team Liquid ultimately walking away with the win. And look at the score lines these guys put up in the process of doing it, Zyrene. 4-0 and 2 on your Camille, 4-1 and 6 for the Karthus, 5-1 and 4 for Doublelift, and Matt on 0, 1, and 8, doing a great job supporting, keeping multiple people alive in different fights by eating them up.
Yeah, the fact that Matt, missed a few opportunities, but he still played it well, and that was a brutal lane to be in. Zyra Caitlyn is not an easy lane to lane against at all as a Tahm Kench alongside a Varus. You're going to be playing underneath your turret for most of that game. You got to hit your tongue lashes when you do go for them so you can get your Bond of Stone off, or I guess your Stoneborn Pact now since it's been reworked, and make sure that you're getting some healing off of it. But I loved that last fight. That last fight where Doublelift picked up a triple, it was Santorin getting caught, Hextech ultimatum. Then as soon as he flashed away, it was right into where Doublelift had been firing and threw down a hail of arrows that hit him, and then the stacks of Blighted Quiver get popped after the ultimate. And so Doublelift did a lot of work on the back end of that fight, and that was kind of like a pincer move from TL where Lorlo was causing a lot of pressure, but then this threat of Doublelift was on the other side too.
And speaking of big moves and big fights, let's go ahead and take a look at the play at 31 minutes yet again. Goldcoin United go for the Baron, and the Liquid 3-0 that comes afterwards.
Yeah, Mist Charm there gives Lorlo the go-ahead to go onto Phoenix. Phoenix has to Spirit Rush back, and they all collapse onto Lorlo, who then has to flash away, and the cask wasn't really on point there from Solo. He would love to hit Piglet either completely away or into the team so they could focus him. But then right here, it's just low mana bars, low HP bars, the poke from Doublelift coming out, doing so much damage. And then right there, boom! Orbital Ion Cannons were definitely...
They found their mark.
And they found another Orbital Ion Cannon there too.
Terminatus. It's over. But there. Part of the reason that Team Liquid was able to get to this point was the awesome performance early on in the game from Rainover, who was more than doing his fair share of the work this game yet again here for his team.
Yeah, and I think Rainover ganking top, setting Lorlo ahead, so he always had split push pressure on Solo, who ends the game 0-3 and 1, was a big point. But then you also have to look at what happened across the map when he made these plays, because he didn't do what Gilius did the other day, and he was actually able to match Santorin and actually outpace him in the jungle. He was up in gold. You can see right there at 10 minutes, almost 1,000 gold with 1 kill going to himself. But the bottom lane also got dove, and the rest of the team played around that. When the Karthus ultimate came through from Piglet, they stopped to dive and got a counter kill, which is exactly what you want to see as a jungler. You're making a play on one side of the map, you have the other side covered with some type of global, or nothing happens and they back off. So I felt like TL just played it across the board really well, and that Karthus pick is really cheeky because we haven't seen that yet from Piglet.
It's unusual, but it's sometimes those unusual picks that catch you off guard, whether it's the 4-man ultimate coming in during the turret dive at the tier 1
or the
that ends up grabbing the kill, or whether it's at the Baron, or whether it's when he dies in the mid lane when Matt tries to save him and gets knocked back and then he grabs the kill into Mash. It was always catching people by surprise. It was always good.
It was super good. I don't know if it's going to get banned or picked or what's going to happen next, but that's definitely a pick that TL looked very comfortable playing around with Piglet. He didn't look like he was getting shoved in at all. He did lose his turret a little bit there, so I'll say that that wasn't great for him, but it didn't look like GCU knew how to play the fights around it just quite yet.
I'll trade my first turret for a Nexus any day of the week, Zyrene, and I'm pretty sure that Team Liquid's feeling about the same way right now, but we got to step away for a quick break. But when we return, we're going to see if Goldcoin United can tie the series or if Team Liquid is going to jump out to a 2-game lead. Don't go anywhere.
We have 2 All-Stars, they have 1 All-Star. We cannot lose.
Wait, you have 3 All-Star, dude. I was All-Star too, dude.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, you killed me, dude.
I'll do them. I'm gonna flash on them, I'm gonna flash on them.
I can eat. I'm gonna hit them. I'm gonna eat.
Amy?
Well, actually, no, you're fine.
Okay.
You're
Okay,
I'm gonna up behind you guys. Someone take me.
I'll take it. I have CC.
I
guys. I gotta go.
Well, I don't really want to play the really nerve-wracking Sunday match where, you know, if you lose, you're out of the LCS, and if you win, you're in. I'd prefer to just be on my way and just be done with it all on Saturday. So, yeah, this match is definitely really important. The pressure mounts the more and more you play through relegations. I have a really weird situation where I'm not actually like long-term attached to Team Liquid, so I feel a lot less pressure than my teammates do. And also, I played in relegations before, as have a lot of the players on Team Liquid, but I was also down 0-2 on one of the legendary teams, CLG, so I'm pretty used to this high-pressure situation. It doesn't really affect me, and hopefully I can play well.
Doublelift hoping to end their relegation promotion quest today, win this game, win this best of 5, and get the hell out of Dodge without having to play tomorrow. Welcome back, everybody. You're joining us for the second match now in this series, this best of 5 between Goldcoin United and Team Liquid. But before we jump into game number 2, let's talk a little bit more about game number 1.
Yeah, game number 1 was pretty slow at the start, but I definitely think that it showed that GCU can keep up with TL in the laning phase. But then from there were just some fast decisions that were made by both teams. GCU got some early turrets, got some early turret leads, had a little bit more pressure, and then they tried to do a Baron, which didn't work out for them, and then the game kind of rubber banded back. But I think Phoenix showed that he's definitely a top performer still. He had the highest damage in the game on Ahri, even though there's a Karthus doing AoE and using the ultimate to get some extra burst and pad those numbers. So he did 34.2% of his team's damage, which is an insane amount. That's like an amount that you usually see from like an AP Kog'Maw or a Poke champion, but the Ahri was doing that. So he was going for picks, but they weren't really amounting to as many kills as you would want.
But one of the problems for Goldcoin United was the fact that, yes, you had this mid laner going off, you had Phoenix doing a whole lot of work, finding kills, finding damage, but then when you look at the other solo lane, when you look at Solo himself, 0-3-1 on the Gragas, always on his back foot against Lorlo's Camille, just really didn't have a huge impact game.
Yeah, the Gragas pretty much was just in survival mode. He tried to go for some barrels back, didn't really get exactly what he wanted in the team fights, but he was able to stop Lorlo from killing him a few times. And it's going to be interesting going to this next game because GCU has selected red side for game 2, so they won't have access to the Camille unless they ban it instead of like the Karma or something. So that's what you have to really look at here is the fact that the Camille is on the table. If you ban that, probably gets Rumble locked in for Lorlo. So being red side seems kind of awkward in this situation.
Speaking of pick ban strategy, riddle me this, Irene. What do you do against something like a Karthus pick where it's super unorthodox, it's super weird. A lot of the times it introduces elements that you're not used to playing against because of the global pressure and things like that, and then it just freaking works.
Yeah.
Do you ban it? Do you try to specifically draft around it? How are you going to approach this?
So you have two options here because the Karthus was actually picked in the second round after Phoenix had already locked in Ahri for himself because he wanted to take that away from Piglet. So this time, if you think he's going to pick Ahri or Karthus, you just either ban it or you make sure that you just take away nothing there and you make him pick. If he takes the Karthus, then you take something that you might have that works better in the Karthus than the Ahri. If you can't play against the Karthus, then you ban it away or you pick it yourself. So I feel like he only picked it because he saw he was playing into Ahri.
Let's see how they adapt here in game number 2. We're into the picks and bans. Team Liquid going to go ahead, remove Renekton again. Similar to what we saw there in game number 1 from them, the Renekton and the Shen being targeted. Goldcoin also going to repeat one of their bans from game number 1, keeping Reignover off of Graves.
Yeah, Renekton, Shen, Malzahar will probably stay the bans for Team Liquid. Graves, Lulu, I think, stay for Goldcoin United. The Karma is the questionable one that may fall off in favor of something else. But if you ban the Camille, they take Rumble. If you ban Rumble, they take Camille. If you leave both up, they take Camille. And then you don't really want to be playing Rumble into that.
Well, you called it. The bans are going to stay identical for Team Liquid. Recognizing that this strategy worked well for them in game number 1, they might as well opt into it a second time. But Goldcoin United is going to change up that Karma ban, this time getting rid of Elise. So more focus onto Reignover. They saw what he was able to do in the early game, saw what he could do with those flash cocoons, do not want him doing it again, and Liquid seizes the opportunity to immediately grab that Camille for round 2.
Yeah, you had to imagine that the thickness was going to come through on this one. Lorlo's down with the thickness, going to take the top lane. And you have to see this coming. So Goldcoin United have something prepared for this, whether they pick the Rumble earlier in their rounds this time, and they don't take like the Zyra Kha'Zix. But there's so many support bans again. Maybe they take the Karma themselves instead of the Zyra.
Maybe.
Gotta see what that switch up is.
They do like the Kha'Zix. Last time we saw them pick it up in the first rotation. This time they're picking it up in the first rotation. So Gold Coin placing plenty of priority on the purple bug today. Purple praying mantis. It's a Scyther, I swear. It's not a Scyther. Still, Zyra is also locked in, so it's going to be the same 2 picks. They're just slightly swapped. They knew they wanted the purple Scyther, but they didn't quite know about the Zyra as confident as the first time, but they still end up going with it.
Yep, Lady Bulbasaur comes through, and they make sure that they have the
We
Zyra.
can't do this with every champion. Not with every single one of them.
I'm just kidding. All right. Speaking of... All right, never mind. I'm not going to make any more references. Ivern would be interesting, but the Rengar went completely overlooked last time, and they had locked in the Elise instead. With the Elise ban, the Rengar comes through now for Reignover, and this is a champion that he's played for a very long time, but he almost never built it damage. Did start switching lately to the more damage-oriented build, because Rengar is just such a snowbally champion.
And you know, we've seen so many Rengars this split in NALCS's Irene, and some of them have had, we've seen some really bad Rengar games, and we have seen some hard carry Rengar games.
We've seen some NA Rengar, and we've seen some NA Rengar.
Yeah, we've seen, it just depends on the inflection that you're saying NA Rengar with. If you're saying it with a little bit of with an intense undertone, then you're talking about that 11-0 Rengar.
Yeah.
If you're saying NA Rengar with a lull after it, then you know it's the one that goes 0-6-1, and you're like, well, I don't know about that one.
Yeah.
But Liquid does decide to go for the Tahm Kench again.
Yeah, and then the interesting pickup here from Gold Coin United is they don't go for the Caitlyn. They go for the Ashe instead. They ban the Lucian so that Doublelift doesn't have this. And the interesting part here is the Ashe arrow, how's it ever going to work against the Tahm Kench? He's going to eat the guy. He might buy QSS or Merc Treads for himself so that he can get out of the Ashe arrow. And Tahm Kench was always kind of considered one of the Ashe counters. Sure, you push him in lane, but he'll always have a way to get that person away from the arrow.
There was a time when you would see Ashe picked all the time and Tahm Kench picked all the time as a response to it, just to gobble up the person who would get targeted. So very strange to see Gold Coin United opting into that pick after already seeing the Kench on the enemy team, but let's see how that works out for him, as they have banned away Varus and Lucian this time. Again, the Doublelift pocket pick, as well as the champion he played there in game number 1. Rumble banned by Liquid, LeBlanc banned by Liquid.
Yeah. LeBlanc is TL has actually kept the same 5 bans, and all their picks have remained the same, except Elise got banned, so they picked Rengar. So it's exactly the same so far from TL. And Gold Coin United actually the same themselves, except a mix-up here where they ban 80 carries instead of mid laners to force Doublelift onto something else. And then the Ahri comes through, and the Karthus, we're having deja vu.
This is so much of the pick and ban phase from game number 1 being repeated here in game number 2.
And this is the teams kind of saying, okay, there were some small things that need to change, but it was the Baron throw and the decision-making. It wasn't the composition, it was the Baron throw and the decision-making around that for Gold Coin United. And TL felt confident in their ability to scale and play the split push.
TL is going to go ahead, put Doublelift on a more mobile champion this time around. Still has some long-range potential, still has some poke potential. They got him on that Ezreal, and the pick for solo is going to be Poppy this time instead of the Gragas.
Instead of the Gragas, so this gives him actually an opportunity to beat the Camille and stop her from engaging a little bit easier than the Gragas does. Also, the Keeper's Verdict, I would say, is incredibly reliable, and you can get people pretty much out of Baron pits, out of exactly where you want them to be. You think about having that instead of the Gragas cask in the last game, could be very different Baron fight.
You can also knock Lorlo all the way out of his Hextech ultimatum.
Yep.
Make it so that you don't have to deal with that as much.
Yeah, body slam him out first, heroic charge, see if that works. Doesn't, get him out of there.
Just spin it around and smack him out. But Gold Coin United really wants to find the win here. Tie this one up, pretty much essentially turn this into a best of 3 going on from here, because if Liquid does win this match, then you are tasked with having to complete the reverse sweep dream just to walk away from this. And that's not what you want to be doing. Of course, you could walk away from it with a loss, but that's not what I mean.
You don't want to walk away with a loss. TL,
no, that's not walking, that's limping.
Yeah, you think about TL and how they've made so many changes. Coaching staff, bringing in Kane, who was on stage with the team, hearing that he's incredibly just lighthearted and saying, all right, you guys got this, just run the same composition, it's fine. Being very positive, which is exactly what TL needs. I think a player like Matt, who's been struggling, needs that especially.
Absolutely. I talked at the end of last game about how Matt had some good saves on some of his teammates. You mentioned how there were also some opportunities that it seemed like he missed where he could have had some better ones. Hopefully game number 2 for him will be an upward slope as he continues to find more of those saves, more of those clutch plays.
Yeah, you don't want me as your coach being like,
Yeah, and you did a great job. You saved all those guys. But
there's a bunch of guys that you could have saved that you didn't.
Oh, Matt. I'm Coach Reddit.
You are not. Yeah, you're Coach Reddit. You've got Kane over here as Coach Mr. Rogers, just enabling everybody, making them feel good about themselves, and you're typing all this stuff that I need to downvote.
Yeah, he was so nice. He came over from Cloud9, like, hello, neighbor. Hello, neighbor. Hello, TL. Helping him out. But no, he wanted a chance to shine and a chance to expand from being just a bot lane coach. And now he's working with Team Liquid. We'll see what that develops into in the future. But right now, TL in a great spot, just 2 wins away from being back in the LCS.
Being safe. Being able to just, it's what you heard Doublelift say right before we came back to us talking again, where he's like, I don't want to be in the high-intensity, high-pressure Sunday match. He was like, as this goes on, it gets more and more intense. It gets more and more stressful. If you can end your day on Saturday, that's where you want to be.
Yeah, and he's saying, like, he's been in this situation before where they're down 0-2. It's super stressful, but he doesn't feel as much pressure because he's kind of beholden to TSM.
Look at that, Zyrene. 50-50.
I will say, though,
on the dot.
I will say that Goldcoin United had a slight advantage before.
Yeah.
And TL won game 1. And that's not actually as much of a slingshot in the other direction as I would think it would be. Because it's an LCS team with an established brand versus this challenger team that does have some well-known names on it, I will say.
I think it's the name. Yeah.
But I mean,
the team itself might not be well-known. You've got a lot of names in it.
Yeah, but you feel like Doublelift, Piglet, Rainover would be enough names for you to go the other way.
To override it anyway.
Yeah, and LCS experience on top of it in the previous season. And the fact that they won the first game, you'd have to think that it would go a little bit the other way, but it just seems like Goldcoin United have bit of a following, bit of a fan base.
It was only a 7% difference. It was 57 in game number 1 for Goldcoin, and now it's 50-50 between the 2 teams. So
production's like, great social media breakdown. Yeah. I analyze everything. I look at the reason behind it. Why would they do that?
Well, there's a lot of fans for both sides, clearly.
Double T power spike.
Zyra, still pretty oppressive, but
yeah,
Doublelift and Matt probably be a little better off.
I really like how Matt keeps getting up in their faces and trying to use the Stoneborn pack. Get those Qs off, get those tongue lashes. Definitely feels like he's a little bit more on fire in this early game than he was previously.
That's what they need. Because remember, we talked about going into this series that you've got Doublelift versus Madlife. You've got kind of this contest of legends in the bot lane. And then you've got Mash and Matt that are going to be working with them, trying to make their legend be the one that reigns supreme, because it is a 2v2 situation. So to see either one of these guys step up could be really big.
Anybody stepping up and kind of being that extra in those legendary lanes and those legendary laners could be what makes or breaks it. We saw Mash get caught in the last game, which gave a little bit of wiggle room to TL. And then Matt, he's been under a lot of pressure. The guy was also, after his first year, right, he had a really good debut, and then it kind of became invisible in summer. And then this year, it was visible, but for the wrong reasons.
Speaking of, you just saying that being the extra presence in the lane, all I can think of is a movie about the game and the credits roll, and it's like starring Doublelift, Madlife, guy number 1, and guy number 2 in the pop. That's not what they want. They don't want to be the extras. They want to get their own title shot.
Hey, if you're an extra, still get paid a bit. You need speaking lines. That's it.
Yeah,
you need those lines.
I'm pretty sure those speaking lines just makes you guy number 1 or guy number 2. You need like a paragraph or something.
Yeah, if you're extras, you just get lumped in a category.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even get special ranked, man.
Yeah, you just don't even get your name in the credits.
No credit, no title.
Mash and Matt are not looking for that life. They want to make sure that they're right up there, top billing.
Oh, you made him miss the CS. Oh, that'll tilt anyone. No.
All right, Doublelift, though, 24 CS compared to the 27 of Mash. So he's keeping up pretty well for now.
Yeah, but I mean, it is a testament to how well Doublelift does in these lanes that you're kind of supposed to be getting destroyed in. So being behind is kind of expected. Being even is surprising, and being ahead is unacceptable for the other team.
Yeah, for the other team, if you fall behind in a lane like this, you're like, wait a second, they have Tahm Kench. What?
Yeah, what happened here?
What did we end up doing that we shouldn't have done? Top lane's a nice advantage for Lorlo's Camille again. You saw last game that he had a slight farm edge pretty much the entire laning phase, but, you know, Camille versus the hard tank, that's kind of what you're expecting. Jumping around, finding a little bit of damage there, but running very low on mana.
Yeah, Lorlo is putting multiple points into his W, so he's going for the sustain, the heal. And after this started coming about, I had played a lot of this, and last game he had maxed Q. It's way more damage,
but the W allows you to sustain through the lane, allows you to actually trade with tanks pretty heavily. But then at some point you go, oh god, if I miss my W, which is this big 12-second cooldown, I have no damage.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the whittle them down War of Attrition skill order for Camille, as opposed to the all-ins, the chase downs, the fights.
I believe you never actually max the W, do you? You only level it up 3 times to level 5, and you start putting points in the queue.
Yeah, you put 3 points into it, which will get you there, level 5. Then you put points into queue. Sometimes you'll put 4. I've seen Someday do that as well. But typically, you start putting points into the queue at level 7. You can have it maxed right quick, and then put points into your E. Because that's the thing is, Camille is so strong when she has a maxed Q and a maxed E. If your support, it's pretty much just maxed E. But if max Q and E, then it's great. The W is kind of that helps you survive. So you can put more points into it than you need. Your damage is actually pretty far behind, and it's the difference between, like, I'll actually use this as an example. When you get later in the game, it takes longer to get to level 18 from 17, from 16 to 17, etc. So the more points you put in, the longer you delay having maxed Q and E. And so you're sitting there at level 16 with 2 points less in E than you should have. And you're like, this means the big difference between if I can 80 carry jump twice with the hook shot and get to him and stop him from getting away, than if I can't. So it's a big difference there for Camille if you keep putting points into that. W kind of becomes a trash ability after that.
Reignover coming here into mid lane, looking to make the play onto Phoenix, who pops his ulti and walks away, but now having that ulti down means Reignover might be able to make a return visit here momentarily once he gets that ultimate up and running for himself. Very close to level 6 right now.
Needs about another camp, even just like the small ones on a camp would do it for him, or a Scuttle Crab. But there isn't much up. He's going to go for his Wolves now before his red comes back up.
Close game between the two teams at 0-0. Very, very small gold lead taken off for Team Liquid right now, but you can attribute that mostly to farm. As you can see, they are ahead in the top lane and in the jungle. Mid lane and bottom lane falling a little bit behind.
And as Lourlo clears out top side, he's actually going to walk into the red buff here because he knows it's coming up. Rengar is also coming up here, so Reignover, instead of going to his red, gets level 6, runs up to this top side where the enemy red is. And this is actually great. I love that they did this because this is saying we hit level 6 first, we saw Santorum level 5, Rengar will come up here after doing his Wolves, and we'll use the pressure that Camille had top. Camille will lose like 3 CS to the turret, but we deny a red buff.
Definitely a worthwhile trade. She does lose a cannon minion, so it makes it a little more feels bad, but you still got your jungler a nice advantage. Didn't lose a whole lot for yourself. Solo building up that Bomby Cinder into the Sunfire Cape to better deal with Lourlo, who's already got his Sheen up and running too.
Yeah. 4 points into the W here for Lourlo. So we'll see if he stops at 4, because you don't usually see 5. You usually see 3 or 4, depending on how much sustain you actually need. Because the mana cost on that ability is actually the highest one in her kit. Everything else is like 25 for the Q. The hookshot's actually 70, but the tactical sweep sits at about 65, and I believe it actually costs more every time you rank it up. So it's pretty expensive to keep spamming that ability. And you don't usually spam hookshot in lane, so you're spamming this constantly. And if you run up into that small cone, the tinier one, it's kind of like Darius Axe. It does way less damage, doesn't do percent HP, and it doesn't actually heal her either. So Camille uses W, you have to run at her face, and then she Qs you. So
but when the Q has no levels in it, it's
yeah,
like,
exactly.
okay.
That's when it's good. But otherwise, it seems like a false choice where in order to counter it, you have to run at her, and then she just hits you with a Q and gets movement speed and chases you down.
Not exactly the best decisions that you're left making at that point in time, but
have to make the best one
Santorin,
in the moment.
is this actually something that's intended 2 points in the leap this early, or is that a misplay?
Unsure.
Because I feel like I've seen the 2 in Q, 2 in W strategy to clear away the small raptors sooner, but I've never seen 2 in leap.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. He maybe went for it when he was actually it was super early when he did it. Okay, he got 2 points in leap at level 4.
Yep, not really sure about that one. I am not a Kha'Zix expert, so I'm not even going to pretend. I only play the other purple bug.
Yeah, he actually did Wolves, put 2 points in leap. It's really strange. Back at level 4. So no idea why.
True Shot Barrage coming out from Double Lift, finding its way onto a bunch of minions and onto Mad Life, who's now backing out with Mash, just ever so slightly, ever so temporarily, until they put the foot right back on the gas pedal, get that wave shoving up yet again. Solo hanging out, kind of watching Lourlo farm this up.
I've come up with an excuse for Santorin.
What's that?
He was clearing his jungle and there was no action, so he had never hit his E button before and forgot that he had leveled it. So after he hit level 4, he thought he hit level 3.
Where
or
he had just...
he had put 2 points in W by habit or something. So accidentally put an extra rank into his E. You definitely don't want that.
We are going with assuming it was an accident, okay. Solo, there you go. There's what we were talking about, the disengage. Getting rid of the Hextech ultimatum, but now Lorlo
has no
jumping
mana.
back in. Yeah, but he's completely
Yeah,
he actually succeed in doing a whole lot of
he stepped on it!
Nicely done. Even though Lorlo might not have had the damage, Piglet does. And that's what you got to plan around on the side of Gold Coin United. Charm coming out.
And see, even we're sitting here going like, he doesn't have any mana, why is he going back in? And that's because they're communicating and playing around the Karthus, which seems to be awkward for GCU. Doesn't seem like they play against a lot of Karthus, don't blame them. But who does? They definitely know how to play around this Karthus. They picked it twice into the Ahri, and they've gotten early kills with it because of the side lanes applying pressure and having like a winning matchup in that top side.
And you know what's scarier than a Karthus, Irene? A Karthus with an Infernal Drake behind him. That's definitely the kind of Drake you want to get going with a team comp like Camille, Rengar, Karthus. I mean, the only person on the team that's really not going to be benefiting too much from that is Matt, but I think he'll be okay being the one who's left out while the rest of the team does all that damage. Reignover left mid lane to try to defend this as well as he can against Phoenix. Just roars him to death and walks himself out of there. Doublelift, by the way, has passed up MASH in farm now, bottom side.
Wow. So, MASH, yeah, it'll go back and forth. It's pretty much even at this point. It's like a plus or minus of like 5 is pretty much a minion wave, and if it crashes or not, depending on backs. So, MASH will get a little bit back here. MASH up about 3. It'll just go back and forth. But yeah, in terms of, like you were saying, what you would expect, Doublelift is ahead of where he would normally be.
Because he was down significantly earlier. He was down about 10 to 15 earlier, but now he's taken the opportunity, catching that up a little bit, keeping himself right where he needs to be relevant on this Ezreal. Nanomoon now completed, so the stacking for that's going to be...
Deliver the Rengar.
Going all the way as MASH is in some trouble, having to get himself away. Stranglethorn's going to be used.
Over the wall.
Matt gobbles up Reignover, who does not want to go over the wall after MASH. Instead just falls back and decides to call it a day, blowing both the summoner spells from the enemy AD carry.
Yep. Has to blow his exhaust, though, in exchange, but that's it. Phoenix also, I believe, teleported back to the mid lane earlier. So that summoner spell is down here. And that turret, look at that turret. Again, without fail, Piglet's turret really, really low.
It does get incredibly low as he tries to wave clear against this Ahri. Minions end up colliding, the Charm ends up connecting. Some nice damage from Phoenix there. Charm into both hits of the orb, instantly procs the Thunderlords. And Piglet, he knows how well he scales. He knows how well last game went. He's just got to get to that point again. Doesn't want to be losing that turret first blood.
So Lorlo went 5 points into the W here, just checking back in on that. And so this means that he really has to hit his E, because he's probably only going to get 1 in a fight, or off of a teleport. And he needs to hit his W, or else his damage is much lower until he's hitting about level 13. It just feels pretty awkward at that point, but it's just to survive.
Well, it's doing him pretty well so far. Slight CS lead, building towards that Trinity Force.
It's always actually a little bit concerning for the enemy when the Camille hits him with a W. It gets like 200 HP back after a trade.
Yeah, that's really disheartening. That's a tilter.
Had a lot of people like say afterwards, like, are you maxing W? Like, what are you doing? It's like, yes. It's like, that feels really bad to play against. It's very impressive. You'll run out of mana, but it's impressive. Phoenix
trying to make the moves onto Piglet. He does not land the Charm, though.
But if he gets him back, there's no teleport here. Somebody has to come cover mid, or they have to make a play on the opposite side of the map, because this turret is probably going to go down soon.
Reignover has popped his ulti, looking to make some kind of a move here. MASH, Madlife, and Santorin all walking away as a unit, not allowing Reignover to get that ability to pounce onto them when they're vulnerable. He's going to be swept away. Reignover coming out now. Here comes the Karthus ulti. Madlife going to be in danger. Why are you going to flash it, man? You've already got the thing over your head, and that's going to be 2 going the way of Liquid.
Madlife did not have to walk that close to that swept ward. So they both die, lose summoner spells for it, and then on the opposite side of the map in mid, turret actually goes down. Phoenix was getting an advantage for himself. You just had to play safe, guys.
Just had to do it safe. GCU at least grabs himself turret's first blood in the mid lane, so there's a little bit of revenge there, I guess, but considering the game's now 3-0, and they're down 3,000 gold, it did not bandage up as much as they'd like.
And another bad thing is that goes over a kill and assist to Piglet, who's now sitting on 5 Dark Seal stacks. And Mad Life, he doesn't have to walk that close. He doesn't have to check. You don't have to check it. Mash is Ash. He's got Hawk Shot. He's got an arrow. Like, you don't have to do that. But he did, and it didn't go too well for him. And you can look at that ward and say like,
oh no! Solo's ulti actually went off before they became vulnerable. That feels bad, man. Matt grabbing the kill.
Yeah, he flashed, nommed him for that one, but made sure that he picked it up.
Taking a look at the stats that popped up there on your screen just now, Phoenix normally has a +10 advantage in terms of farm at 15. In this game, he's 34 up.
Yeah, he's
10 minutes.
Doing a great job. He got that turret by himself. He almost got that turret by himself in game 1. It's just the rest of the team. Mash, Mad Life, that was just a huge misplay bottom, and Solo is being picked on. The guy was 0-3-1 in the last game, and like I said, he doesn't like to be carried, so he'll actually play further up. He's not gonna play like Piglet is playing mid. And I think that this is great to look at for Piglet, because Piglet is not saying, hey, gank my lane all the time. I've got to carry. My turret's on. Yeah. Help me, help me, help me. No, Reignover gets to go top, play towards a lane that the guy has made his career playing around. He used to play with Smeb. He used to play with Huni. This right here. Almost a split second, and at that point, you could even actually just ulti Lorlo away, and you would have been fine, because then the Hextech ultimatum drops, and then you have flash available, and you can flash away.
That's not what happened, though, and that's why Team Liquid's currently got a 4-0 advantage. Infernal Drake #2 going to be spawning at about the 17-minute mark. It's one of those kinds of days, Irene. We're getting good Drake RNG. This is the kind of stuff that they'll kill each other for, and that's exactly what we want to see here as we move further into the mid-game.
Spoken like a play-by-play.
Absolutely.
I don't want animals.
I don't want these boring Cloud Drakes that everybody leaves there for 17 minutes and is like, I'll get it maybe if I'm bored. I want the Infernal Drakes. I want the ones that everybody kills for.
See, the great thing about these Drakes, though, is like, as an analyst, when there's an Ocean Drake or a Mountain Drake or even a Cloud Drake, sometimes we can see it and be like, that's because they had that Drake. That's exactly why. But when they have an Infernal, you're just like, play-by-play gets the yell louder.
He killed the other guy faster, and Phoenix is going to be killed pretty darn fast unless he can get some fancy feet away from this one. Bush tries to throw out the orb. Reignover makes the jump onto Mad Life, but they can't quite find their kill, and
Karthus
Phoenix
ulti
does get away from it until now. Piglet grabbing the killing spree.
See, that's the one where you type in chat, you're like, Karthus, ulti?
Karthus, press R.
Go, press R, get those free kills. 7 stacks for his Dark Seal.
7 stacks, 3-0-1. Team's grabbing the Infernal Drake. Can't ask for much more than that. Team Liquid sitting in a great spot right now, 4,000 gold up. Reignover and Matt just got to give this one the tongue a little bit more from the kitch, and there we go. Reignover with the smite to keep it secured. Santorin will grab his own buff, but a red buff is poor compensation for an Infernal Drake.
Absolutely, and the Infernal Drake, the brutal savage animals will go after each other even more, and we won't be able to really tell how much it was doing, but we'll say it was helping him kill him fast.
Yeah, we're going to say that it's doing a lot, especially now that you've got a Karthus with 2 of them.
Yeah, he's going to be doing a lot. Let's check his AP really quickly. 239 before he backs. What's in that book? What you going to buy? 1,800 gold?
In that book? Ooh, looks like we got the Void Staff yet again. So the AP going to be doing that much more work when the magic resistance is nullified. Plus the Rod of Ages still has a few more stacks to pile on. Only going to get worse as the Karthus gets stronger.
Yep. And like I said, every time he gets those kills, the next one's just going to hit even harder. And Goldcoin United really can't catch a break here. None of their lanes have been doing well except for that mid lane. And it's been kind of pushed back now. The kills have fallen over to Piglet. So it's kind of moot that Phoenix got that early advantage, got the solo turret gold. And when I look at the gold difference, Piglet is up about 400 himself.
And you know, Piglet's been somebody who, after moving to mid lane, we've said that he's had some good games, we've said that he's had some bad games. Consistency's been an issue for him. He's playing a whole lot of different champions, sometimes not into the best matchups, sometimes not for the best results, but on this Karthus, he is just turned on.
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's playing more defensive. He's saying, all right, I'm scaling. It's not like when he was playing Vladimir, where he was kind of that half and half, where he'd get himself killed for being over-aggressive, because he's like, I got all this damage I can do. But you should play safe and wait to scale. This is where he's like, I have a Dark Seal. My minions will do all the dirty work for me. Just have the rest of TL run around the map and start fights on the outside, away from mid. keep it away from the guy who might be a little bit outclassed. And sure, he'll lose turret, but you'll get those kills. You'll get those side turrets, and then the guys will group up and help you. And he's doing a great job so far. Also, speaking of like other people's performances, Reignover a level up. And we hit 20 minutes just now, and he's up 1,400 gold in the jungle. He's the largest gold difference here. Even bot lane, it's just 1,000 up for Doublelift over Mash. But it's that jungle. 1,400 there. He is destroying Santorin in terms of his pressure, in terms of his farming, and he's present for the turret takes as well.
Goldcoin United still yet to find themselves on the board 21 minutes into this game. Need to staunch this bleeding somehow. Stop Team Liquid from just running around doing whatever they feel like doing. Liquid setting up shop in the Goldcoin United topside jungle. Still have one outer turret left to take there in the mid lane, but with the top lane tier 1 down, they feel a bit safer invading like this, setting down some wards.
Lorlo's just on split push duty again, though. He's very comfortable. I mean, when you hit Camille at this point with the Trinity Force, and he's starting to go towards what looks like the makings of a Tiamat, you'll just destroy most tanks. And this is why they're first picking the Camille. The Lulu's getting banned away, and they aren't really having to make a choice, right? The choice is between Rengar first pick and Camille first pick, and they're going, all right, it's a no-brainer. Solo's trying to rush this in. Kind of a split fight here. They still need to wait for Mash and Madlife to get in a good position. Piglet caught!
Oh, Piglet in some trouble. He's going to be bursted down, but the thing is, he's still Karthus.
Santorin!
Here comes the ultimate. Santorin going to be taken very low. The heal can't do it. It's a 2-for-1.
He got him from about half HP there. Insane. The guy has a phase already, so he has some extra bonus stats in terms of HP, but that's just too fed of a Karthus, and he just got even more fed off of picking up another kill.
That's what I was talking about, Zyrene, when I said you've got to play a little bit different against this champion. When it makes you go into play patterns that you wouldn't normally consider. Against any other champion, that would have been great. You caught the mid laner, you killed him, everything's Gucci. But now, it's not.
Yeah, like you said, how do you play against somebody who just wants to die? Like, you kill him, and then, oh boy, he gets to ulti. Piglet caught here. Watch how much damage he does while he's alive.
Zippo.
Zip. He does almost nothing. And Santorin gets hit by 2 Qs, hit by the ultimate, and that almost kills Phoenix on the top side of the map too.
Look at Madlife's health. That's from a Karthus ult. This is really, really intimidating.
It's super broken when people get ahead. It's insane. And the fact that he's not going aggressive in lane and trying to get these kills, Piglet is saying, I will carry the later parts of this game. I don't need to beat Phoenix in lane. Phoenix can beat me, but I'll win the game. And this is actually a great suit for this guy who we've known to be as an AD carry who just loves to just go in, loves to be aggressive.
Be the hyper carry.
Gets a little tilted when he doesn't get to do those things. And so this is a different suit for him, which I actually think is suiting Piglet quite well here. And if he's able to stay calm, they might be able to get to match point here. And I would say LCS point to get back in.
Definitely the dream for Team Liquid and for Piglet. Be a strong statement on his role swap overall if he was the one who would end up carrying Team Liquid to a 3-0 victory today, getting them right back into the LCS. But Lorlo's definitely no slouch this series either. Still in that bottom lane, still by himself. 30 CS advantage. Solo's going to be showing up, but what's he going to do? Lorlo hops himself away to safety and just says, all right, welcome back to my domain. See that turret? That's your house. Have fun in your house. That's all the place you're going to be.
And this is so interesting as well, just to like think of the players' careers and their play styles. Lorlo has kind of been relegated to tanks a whole bunch during the split, and people, when you start getting carry performances, like, oh, the guy can do both right now. And then during the middle of the split, it was kind of like everybody's dropping the ball on Liquid. Lorlo doesn't even get a chance to have a good game. It was almost never the reason that they lost. Nice flash to keep Solo in.
Keeps Solo in, keeps Lorlo around. Now Matt and Doublelift have shown up. Over the wall they go. Solo's going to be chased down. No way out. Doublelift grabbing the kill. 2-0-1 now on the Ezreal.
Yeah, this is just getting brutal now. 6,000 gold advantage. Mountain Drake on the table would be the third one for TL. And they'd be able to pick up another one by the time that it rolls around to that 30-minute mark. So see what that third one is, maybe. Or that fourth one is.
It could be the Infernal. All right, we're going to keep an eye on the symbol on the wall. Ouch. Boo.
Orders restored.
All right. All right. Goldcoin United, though, they did have to give up the Drake, but at least they got control over the Baron area for just a moment to clear out some wards, throw down a couple of their own. 25 minutes into the game, keep an eye on Baron, going to be very important. Reignover healing himself back up. Turret falls, the T2 there in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah. Camille decimates turrets so quickly. The fact that she gets 2 spell blades off of auto attack resets on her Q, the precision protocol, means that she just takes these down right quick, and now she has a mountain break behind her too.
Team Liquid with a lead at 25, a 10-7 record.
Not good.
2017 LCS Spring Split. That's not fantastic, honestly.
That's not that great at all.
That's almost even. That's barely positive.
Yeah. You're sitting at pretty close to like 66, 70%. It's like not fantastic. A little bit lower.
But then again, that's just leads. That's not defining how big of a lead that is. And right now with a 6,000 gold lead, that's very measurable.
Yeah, but TL have gone through ups and downs with the roster, so that's with pretty much every roster or every kind of player that they've swapped in and out.
So many changes over the course of a split, it's hard to be able to compare one to the other. Apples to orange is pretty much what we're looking at.
And especially with time, too. You give somebody like Piglet time to play some more mid lane champions, time to get more comfortable. It's going to look like a little bit of a different team once they settle down. And like I said, Piglet's doing great this game. Highest KP on his team is Karthus. Not hard to accomplish, but
press R.
Yeah, GCU not really playing around that too much. And rip solo queue.
I was going to say, I hope you guys like Karthus because you're going to be seeing him a lot.
April Fools, please don't. Spare me.
Problem is, people in solo queue don't know how to play around it any better. So they're going to be walking into the same stuff. They're going to be like, wait, guys, I got him. We spent 9 summoner spells, but we got Karthus, and we're dead.
Yeah. I think the most brutal solo queue Karthus build that I've seen was a Rylai's Crucible Scepter Rush. And you get hit by 1 Q, he just chases you down and laughs the whole time.
When I was bronze in Season 1, I had a friend who only played Karthus.
We're going way back.
And only built death caps. And his theory was he just wanted to do more damage with his ult.
He built...
Well, not death... Zhonya's Ring.
Zhonya's
Fine.
Ring.
I'm trying to accommodate our modern-day viewers who don't know what Zhonya's Ring was.
Nah, man, you got to be hipster.
All right, fine. Back in the day, back in the day, viewers, back in my day, Zhonya's Hourglass and Rabadons were 1 item, and you got both passives.
And I had to walk uphill both ways.
Yeah, I had to walk uphill to mid lane both ways. In the snow, on the snowy map.
Oh, Arrow trying to actually kill them off. But look at that, Lorlo in the back line. Here goes Rengar.
Here's the ultimatum. Here goes the health bars disappearing off the map. Mash and Santorin going to be getting themselves back. Phoenix trying to escape as well.
Lorlo against the wall.
Lorlo caught up, pinned down, smacked around. Piglet looking for an opportunity to maybe channel this. Pop the ultimate, not going to find its mark. That means it's time to channel. See you later.
He's burning.
Phoenix in some trouble. He's dead already. Mash will not burn down. Man, that was close. Look at how low all those health bars are, Zyrene. Double lift, grabbing the killing spree, and Liquid just decimates Goldcoin United.
Feels bad, man, to have to play against the Karthus that can ulti you from almost half HP, and there's nothing you can do about it, and the rest of his team is so damn strong that you really have to worry about everybody else. You're like, oh my god, we killed the Fed Camille. She's been getting camped for all game, and then over your head,
it's like, wait a second, what's this blue thing? Yep. Ion Cannon.
Yep, can't do anything about that.
Lorlo 1-1-4 now, 281 CS.
Woo, it's actually,
look at how close all their farm is. Like, this is a team that's synchronized.
So, looking back, Mash actually survived because he had a Hex Drinker.
Oh, I wondered how that didn't kill. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you wonder how he didn't die from
Yeah,
because
I saw the things coming down, and I was ready to say double kill, then I didn't get to say it. And I was like, what the hell happened? Okay, there's the shield.
Yeah,
I see it now.
He was at 640 HP and went down to 60 afterwards, after everything was all said and done. And he never even saw the Hex Drinker pop up, which is a 230. So that's hitting about 800 plus damage with the rank 3 ultimate from Piglet onto a target that has some MR. He just has 2 penetration items with the boots, the Leandries, and then he also has the Void Staff for the 3rd.
Oh.
And that was I would tell you, that was a Hex Drinker. But you never saw it.
You just didn't get to see it for very long.
Wow, maybe Karthus is good.
Thinking.
Oh, we need a Karthus thinking emoji. Is this going to kill him?
Hey, all right, guy on Reddit who made all the thinking emojis out of champions the other day, Karthus needs to be the next one. You heard it here. 11-2 for Team Liquid over Goldcoin United. Almost a 10,000 gold lead, 29 minutes into the game. Baron on the table. Liquid hanging around the area, seeing if that could be their next objective. Double it, Maiko for the Ezreal versus Ahri assassination. We've seen him do it before.
Wasn't really feeling himself.
Nope, not today.
Just this
not
time.
feeling it. Not feeling it. You got to be in the mood.
Yeah, Phoenix kind of knew he was there, gave it away with the ultimate. The ultimate passed through some minions too, so it didn't do as much damage as it normally would.
Lorlo hits his W, tries to jump back in. Nah, Steadfast Presence is going to be denying that one, but Team Liquid taking the opportunity now to start up the Baron. Already got it down to about 1/3, but they decide to back away. They do not want to risk throwing this game with some sort of a goofy smite steal. I mean, so many games have been lost this way, Zyrene.
That's true.
So many games.
It would get GCU back in the game a bit, but there's just so much pressure. The composition is just, frankly, a bit better from TL. They already have 2 Infernals and a Mountain.
They're still hanging around, though. They still want to do it.
Yeah, make sure you just clear out all the vision. Can't really clear that out.
Yeah, that's one of the things that you're never really going to be able to completely deal with. Santorin wants to get in there if he can. Baron going to be brought down to about 4K, just like last time. They're going back in for it. They're not fully stopping this time.
They can't see Santorin just yet, because that ward that came over, that one's going to see him, though. And now they're actually disengaging.
Lorlo with the flank. Pull the trigger. Lorlo's into the fight. Hextech ultimatum going to be issued, but the Zhonya stops it. Very nice timing, but is it going to be enough?
Piglet's in the
Reignover
back.
has to retreat. Piglet going to be brought down there in the middle almost. Instead, keeps himself alive a little bit longer. 2 dead on the side of Goldcoin United. Piglet might pull the trigger here, deciding not to do it again. Okay, I feel like that probably wasn't what they're... That was a guaranteed kill under Mad Life. It had to be.
Yeah, checking it again. He did have ultimate off of cooldown, so it was available. I was about to phone in that strike. This is where we definitely need the Karthus thinking emoji.
Yes. Why not? Why not? Press R. It's okay, though. Goldcoin United. They want to try to make some kind of a miracle here. Instead, they're only going to be making their own tombs. As Solo gets himself in there, but he is not going to get himself out. Matt grabs the kill, double lift, keeping Phoenix zoned away, and Team Liquid with a 14-3 lead, 12,000 gold up. Man, this is their game.
It's a very different game than Game 1. Game 1 was GCU staying even, having a bit more in terms of tempo in turrets, but then it just got cracked wide open after the Baron call, and that's one that might carry you into the next game. You go back to, all right, same compositions. Karthus wasn't a problem. It is a problem in this game.
Yeah. After the first time, you can say it's a fluke. The second time, it's a legitimate issue, and we've got to find some way to deal with it. And right now, it seems like the only answer from Goldcoin United is ban it away.
Exactly. First step is admitting there is a problem. Yeah. You can't be in denial about this Karthus pick actually being quite good. And they picked the Ahri again.
12-step program.
Yeah. Make sure you get back in the LCS. Phoenix, they picked the Ahri again, and then last picked the Poppy when they knew that what they were going up against. You could pick the Poppy there, hold off on your pick. If Piglet picks Ahri, there's things you can play into that.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to play against Karthus,
picking the Ahri
then
fourth.
It's wrong to do it this way.
It just didn't seem like the right choice. We even mentioned a lot of times on the red side, you'll see them leave mid lane as the last one that they pick if they hadn't picked it in the first 3.
Yeah, and the fact that GCU did pick red side, you would expect that they had something to change up here, but this is very little in terms of change up. And I was commenting on how this is a good suit for Piglet, but I also think it's a really good suit for Reignover, because the guy made his career playing for Smeb in the top lane, back on IM, and then for Huni on Fnatic and Immortals. The guy loves having a top laner that has a winning matchup, can shove in. He's made his career and has all this knowledge about how to gank top lane, when to gank top lane, the communication of when to take the red buff like we saw where he stole it away when Lorlo invaded. Those small things that add up are huge. And Reignover has just been dominating this game by going top, picking on Solo, who's 1-6.
2 inhibitor turrets have now been broken. Team Liquid pushing into Goldcoin United territory with force. 1 inhibitor down, 1 inhibitor at half HP. Redemption going to be used just to keep Team Liquid topped off. Second inhibitor falls. And Team Liquid decides to go ahead and call it a day. They've got 1 lane left to push Zyrene. And it's going to be very hard for Goldcoin to defend.
Yep. Step 11. One last lane. 12 is the Nexus.
Last lane. 12 is the Nexus. Okay.
And then
we only got 2 steps left.
And you repeat it one more time.
I feel like we went through 10 really quick, considering we introduced this 30 seconds ago, and now we're through 10 of the steps. This is an effective program.
It is very effective. You have to pay for the full thing, of course. 1-800 Zyrene help.
Yeah, checks payable to 8.
Not everyone will make it in the LCS. I cannot guarantee. But
your results may vary.
Yeah, of course. Based on the people. Still, we're seeing here GCU picking up whatever they can. 13,000 gold behind.
Whoa, that's
brutal right now.
13,000 is not one of those things where you're like, this is a difficult one, but they can still come back.
Yeah.
At this point, you are essentially just a passenger in the car, and you're hoping that the driver, like, steers into a lane that you can win from. Because that's what you need. You need...
That's what I look for on the freeway, my winning lanes.
Yeah, I look for the winning lane. I'm like, I hope this guy driving 50 in front of me gets out of the way so I can go into a winning lane.
And then you get in a winning lane and it actually ends up being a losing lane. And
yeah,
like,
and then
why did this one stop? It's not in it every time.
The eternal struggle. Gold Coin United feeling that right about now as they've got to find some way through this traffic to the enemy Nexus, but I don't see it happening.
Yeah.
Because Team Liquid, they control literally everything in the map except this last little corner that belongs to the Gold Coin Nexus.
Yeah, Lorlo's off on the side, though. He's got that carpool going for himself with those minions, helping him out, giving him a little bit early access to the backline.
Roar from Reignover signals that Gold Coin's got to be careful.
Yeah.
Two-shot barrage fired off. Solo's almost getting himself soloed. Lorlo keeping him away. Reignover jumping into the fight. Battle Roar going to be used. Cleansing some of the CC. Matt's there.
Phoenix down.
Phoenix going to be killed next. Lorlo now looking for even more. Santorin and Mad Life going to be forced back. Hard the Soul channeled. Almost doesn't do it. Instead, he's going to be knocked away. 3 inhibitors down, though. Team Liquid continuing their push. Nexus turret number 1. You're the target. What's it going to be? Solo bound up, knocked down. Guardian Angel knocked off. Nash now jumped on next. More damage coming through. Double lift on a rampage. Gold Coin United can't even find their way out of the fountain. Solo grabbing a kill there onto Piglet as Matt chases them down. Flash into the tongue, gonna be chasing him down, but what does it matter, Zyrene? Game number 2 gonna be going the same way as number 1. Team Liquid takes the match point.
About the same time, too. 36 minutes on this one instead of 35. And that was really clean from TL.
That was insanely good from Team Liquid. Look at that, 16,000 gold, 16 kills, 4 Drakes to 0, 11 turrets to 3, and not a single person on the team without an impressive KDA at the end of that one. Everybody pulled their weight, everybody did their job, and Liquid is just looking like a team that is going to end this weekend today.
Yeah. Then, yeah. I mean, if you end your weekend early, what's the rest of your weekend? It's like, I guess it's vacation. I guess it's celebration time. It's party time at that.
Sunday just becomes party day.
And so I want to talk about like the Karthus pick here because this is just the big pick in my mind. He's 6'3" and 6. He's got the highest KP on his team. 3 deaths, but those are all fine.
Yeah.
There's only 4 kills on the enemy team. Piglet died 3 times, once flanking, still got kills for his team. Another time he got picked off. It's just like he's still picking up kills while dead. And this just seems like a great champion for somebody who, I'm going to put this lightly, is on a little bit of a crutch here to hold himself up against Phoenix. He's losing his mid lane turret slowly but surely, but they're picking the Ahri early on the other side. He knows who he's playing the Karthus into, and I definitely feel like this is a pick that we shouldn't be seeing for the rest of the series.
Absolutely not. Not if Gold Coin United wants to prevent the 3-0 sweep from Team Liquid. But we're going to go ahead and send things over to the analyst desk right now for a breakdown of what happened in game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Team Liquid out to a 2-0 lead here in this series. Zyrene calling the Karthus pick a crutch there. I'm not sure I want to call it a crutch. It's working, right? I mean, it's just it's a strategy.
Can work.
It's a strategy that they have found that specifically works for their situation, right? I mean, you're looking at the bot lane. We know that that's where they're going to dominate. Piglet isn't necessarily expected, being a month-old mid laner, to come in and smash kids 1v1. Okay, let me farm up and affect other lanes with my ult.
And I think one of the things that is good about it is that it's so straightforward, right? It almost feels like an AP Gangplank to me, like the way that you can play lane. You just
Why can't he just be his own champion? It's Karthus. You have to relate everything to Gangplank and top lane, like
because it's something that you can understand as far as like in
I understand
Karthus.
Karthus came first.
A lot of people don't though, Kobe. A lot of people haven't seen him professional play.
In competitive, right? We could draw more. We could draw more parallels.
The kids these days don't know what Karthus does. He has to be a Gangplank.
This is falling apart so quickly. I need to get control of this desk again. All right.
Yeah, I mean,
continue along the line of the Gangplank reasoning for me.
You farm out lane. You farm out lane. You press ultimate to help your other lanes, right? It's super straightforward. It works very well, I think, like in its own right. Obviously, its own champion, Kobe. Take a deep breath. But the fact of the matter is, it works for a lot of the same reasons I think that Gangplank does.
Yeah, I actually think they came at the same time, if I'm remembering correctly. They were both original champions.
Now we're just...
regardless, though, it does work. You can see, like, the first 3 kills that he's a part of are from his ultimate. Yeah, exactly self-explanatory as far as that champion goes. The important thing, though, lets the side lanes do exactly what they want to. Reignover gets to take over once again. So
that's the big thing, right? Reignover in the jungle, getting into those lanes, making sure that he's affecting the map. Liquid on your screens now. Very happy out to a 2-0 lead here. Only have to pick up one more game here in the series of the next 3 in order to re-qualify for the North American LCS Summer Split. But basically, looking at these goal differentials, XP differentials, this is a big thing we want to talk about, right, Kobe?
Yeah, exactly. We're just looking at the game as no kills are going on. Reignover is 2 levels above Santorin. Purely on farm, purely on jungle route, purely just controlling it. And this is the type of stuff we always talk about with Reignover. The pathing, the way he's playing with these lanes, he's able to adapt to the pressure or the lack thereof depending on the game state.
And it's funny, now it feels like a no-win situation, because yesterday we were saying, well, Gilius is trying too hard to gank in the face of Reignover doing a lot of farming and farming well. Today, Santorin not putting pressure into lanes, and we're like, well, that's a problem too, because he's not farming as well as Reignover. How do you beat Reignover in the jungle here?
Well, I mean, the big thing is it's champion dependent and it's situation dependent.
Okay.
Right? Like, if you're going to sit on a Kha'Zix and try to outfarm a Rengar, it's not going to happen. Rengar has AoE, like, he farms a lot faster than the Kha'Zix does. So if you're just letting him free scale like that, I think it's putting you at a big disadvantage. If you're playing something like the Graves, then maybe you can farm it out a little bit more against the Rengar, but it's champion by champion and it's situation by situation.
Also, something that Reignover does really well and cannot be understated is that jungling is a team game. Yeah. He communicates very well with when for people to use early trinket wards, where he's going to go, when, pushing up lanes, pressure, this type of stuff where jungling is not just all about, I'm planning out my own route, isolating, I'm playing against this one other jungler. He does a really good job involving everyone.
I mean, as a whole, Team Liquid is looking a lot better, over the last 2 days than even they did near the end of the split, granted that they were able to take down TSM. On the side of Goldcoin United, though, when it comes off, when you're coming off of a 3-1 victory like you did yesterday, and then you come and get smacked 2 games in a row here, from a mentality standpoint, how do you approach being the challenger team, knowing that you're less experienced, coming in and knowing you got to win 3 straight here to qualify?
I mean, I think you have to rely on comfort, but something I would like to see Phoenix doing is play more of a team fighter. Sure, he's great at the Ahri and he is winning lane very hard, but I want to see him play something that he can really take over the game on in team fights, because it's not actually mattering how hard he's winning in mid lane, because Piglet's still having effectiveness. If you put him on Cassio or Vlad or something like that where he gets a big lead and he can just 1v9, like, that's a way in.
Right. The core of the champion is, you have a passive based around when you die, and you have a global ultimate. Yeah. Don't attack the weaknesses of Team Liquid. Try and attack the strengths, I would say. Maybe throw some more stuff at Doublelift, at Matt. Yep. Try and pit them against each other.
I like the idea that Vladimir pick, given a lot of team fight power, and we could probably still see him abuse Piglet in lane with that pick. After a quick break, we'll see if Team Liquid can close out the match and secure their spot in the Summer Split. Their Game 3 against Goldcoin United when we return.
Please double check your DPI.
I don't check my DPI.
I don't have DPI.
Yeah. Because we're YOLO, Brandon. You should learn something.
Yeah. Hello.
Target, what's it gonna be? Solo bound up, knocked down. Guardian Angel knocked off. Nash now jumped on next. More damage coming through. Doublelift on a rampage. Goldcoin United can't even find their way out of the fountain. Solo grabbing a kill there onto Piglet. As Matt chases him down, got a flash into the tongue, gonna be chasing him down, but what does it matter, Zyrene? Game number 2, gonna be going the same way as number 1.
Welcome back to Game 3 of Team Liquid versus Gold Coin United here in the NALCS Spring 2017 Promotion Tournament. Summer 2017. Oh, yeah, because we're promoting them for summer. It's not spring.
It always messed me up, too.
I call it for the one that it was coming after, but it's actually supposed to do with the one that's coming before it, so I goofed. Whatever. It's the summer one. They're playing for the right to play in summer, and at the end of today, one of these two teams will secure that right without even having to play tomorrow, and Team Liquid are looking like strong contenders for it.
Yeah, exactly. And when I was talking about Piglet on a crutch, I understand that Dash wouldn't really understand crutches. The guy's a strong dude, even though his legs hurt. Still refuses, so he won't use them, but I will explain a crutch. A crutch is where you are using something to hold you up, where normally you would be falling down. So I believe, like Piglet, normal skill level against Phoenix, he would be falling down in that lane. But he's using Karthus as a crutch to prop him up and actually have an advantage in that lane. And we're seeing it pay off. Guy has high KP. The guy has enormous damage percentage, about 34% of his team's damage. Highest damage in the game as well.
That Karthus is a bionic leg, not a crutch. He is stopping
you got me there.
Everybody
you got me there.
With this pick. That Karthus pick has just been the backbone of this team 2 games in a row now. He's put in so much work on this champion. Everything he's doing, the kill participation, the damage share, all of it is just going off. And last game, we talked about how, despite the fact that Gold Coin lost, Phoenix was doing all these amazing things, but his top laner was dropping the ball.
Yeah.
When you turn it over and when you look at Liquid and how their mid laner's doing amazing things, their top laner is doing the same.
Yeah, Lorlo is actually having a fantastic series so far, but I believe a lot of this is coming off the back of Team Liquid are first picking Camille both games. Reignover is actually camping top, not paying attention to mid almost at all here, and then the kill gets to come through from the Karthus ultimate. So here you have to find a way to get yourself an okay matchup top. Don't get completely abused because Reignover knows how to exploit top laners that are weak. And then you also have to make sure that Karthus doesn't come through because that thing is just a global nuisance.
Yeah. There's something that has to change in pick and ban from Gold Coin United in game number 3.
Yeah, but side is not going to change this time. Team Liquid also selected for game 3 that they would be blue side. So the way it works is the LCS team selects for 1, 3, and 5, and then the Challenger team selects for games 2 and 4. We are on game 3. Team Liquid selected blue. Last game, Gold Coin United had selected red, and that's why I thought they were going to counterpick. It's different. And look at this TL.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Shen going to be banned away again.
But the order.
Team Liquid knows the power of globals.
Yeah.
Team Liquid is not allowing their opponents to have a global.
Yeah. And it's interesting. So they still ban the Renekton, maybe the Malzahar. Camille comes through, like the adaptation here. The Elise or the Karma won't come through. The Lulu, I think, also does from Gold Coin United.
Have to see what they decide to do for the 3rd phase, but Lorlo is going to have to play something a little bit different this time. I want to at least make him change up the split push game if that's what he's going to continue doing, or maybe just get him back on more of a tank. Malzahar banned away. Same ban as we've been seeing previously.
Yep, I think Lulu comes through here for Gold Coin United. And then first, okay.
All right. So that means Team Liquid can first pick Lulu.
Okay, so I was saying, like, if you ban the Camille, they take Rumble. But if you ban Rumble, they take Camille. If you ban both, they can't take either, but they'll take Lulu gladly.
Oh, yeah.
Which means you get Rengar?
Any day of the week, they'll take that Lulu. That's such a strong pick right now, especially when you've got somebody like Doublelift who can be that massive hyper carry with the Lulu, giving him the wild growth, giving him the help picks, polymorphing anybody who dives on him. All the tools you need are right there in the box to make everything work out perfectly. As Reignover's thinking about the Nidalee here in game number 3. His opponents have already grabbed Nautilus and Rengar on the side of Gold Coin United.
Yeah, Reignover, Elise, Kha'Zix still up. I don't think he goes for Nidalee. He hovers the Nidalee kind of because I know Nidalee has actually given him like wrist problems in the past because of how much he has to spam buttons while clearing camps to have your efficiency be high, whereas at least it's kind of like, kind of hit my W, kind of hit my Q.
Throw a spider at them, throw some spit at them.
Yeah.
Eat them.
There's a lot more motion involved in your mouse hand and also in your left hand in terms of timing for hitting the keys when you're playing Nidalee, so hovers that.
All right.
Don't want to pick it.
Team Liquid, they decide to go for Kha'Zix. Now remember, this has been played in both previous games by Santorin, both times losses, so Reignover going to see if he can show Gold Coin how Kha'Zix is supposed to be done.
Motion!
As they lock in the Ezreal for Doublelift, and Gold Coin decides to respond with a Lucian for Mash.
Yeah, get the Lucian in there. We'll see, because this is an interesting matchup. You can do a lot of damage on this Lucian, be incredibly mobile. It's Mash, though, and I like this. Finally! The Karthus ban.
The Karthus is banned away. No, you are not allowed to play it a 3rd time in a row, Piglet. That's going to be shut down. Very important there from Gold Coin United in this second part of the bans. Nami will be the ban from Team Liquid. They can target that support role. Goldcoin really can't because the support's already been picked on the side of Liquid. This is the third time, Zyrene, that we're seeing lopsided first drafting phases, I should say.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that they're going for some other things and throwing others off. So now they have the Nodless top, no Camille, no Rengar, or sorry, no Camille, no Rumble, no Shen, no Renekton to play into it, and it's definitely the superior tank in the top lane. Taking the Gragas away, which can be a good matchup for the Nautilus, is good as well, but they're leaving so much up here for Piglet, so I assume you counterpick here. Team Liquid, they can't ban Zyra and Karma both. You'll get one of them. You pick one of them here for GCU, and then you ban, or then you wait for the other picks to come through, and then you counterpick mid and give Phoenix a matchup that he can decimate in.
And that's what he needs to do. You need to put Piglet where he can't really have any sort of an influence in this game. Put him in one of those games that we've seen him in saying, you know, this is the result of Piglet doing the recent role swap. This is him in a spot that he needs more time to adapt to. That's what Goldcoin United needs. Thinking about the Ahri there for a second.
I was like, hell no.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Don't tap the brakes, slam those.
It's like, don't do that 3 times in a row, because right now, Cassiopeia is on the table. Even Ryze, which some people have been playing, Cassiopeia, Vladimir, Victor, Ryze, Orianna, there's just so much mid. If you pick something early like that Ahri, just stop. Just stop. It's time to stop.
All right, they pick up the Karma instead, like you predicted. Either the Zyra or the Karma would be picked up, and they will go for the more supporty of the supports as opposed to the damage dealer. As Fizz is locked in for Liquid, you don't get Camille. Instead, you're going to be getting Fizz.
Yeah, and so this means that for Goldcoin United's side, it's most likely an AP mid laner, maybe not an AD here. Whereas here for Team Liquid, they definitely need an AP mid. And the Ahri has been that suit, and it's why they've been taking it away from Piglet, is because it's such a comfort champion for him.
It really is.
But right here, Vladimir, Orianna, Victor, Cassiopeia.
Was it you I was talking to that was describing to me how sometimes Team Liquid will have comms and Piglet will be like, is this a good game for Ahri? Can I play Ahri here? Can I do Ahri? And they're like, no, this isn't an Ahri game. He really likes playing the Ahri.
Every time. Ahri?
Ahri?
No.
This time Ahri?
Ahri?
No. Ahri? You sure? Ahri? Nope. Okay.
Karthus.
But this time around, he is on Ahri. Phoenix is going to be on Vlad, though, and we have seen Vlad tear up some games recently in North American LCS.
Vladimir also having the Karma alongside him is a great combination to speed him up. He doesn't have to take the Ghost anymore because it takes 2 seconds to ramp up that movement speed. So Vladimir's have been going for the Ignites now and trying to go for a little more kill pressure. Deathfire, Touch, sometimes Storm Raider Surge for the movement speed. But we'll see what ends up happening here, because this is definitely a matchup that Phoenix can crush. Well, we'll see how Piglet does, because this is still comfort for him, and his champion pool really didn't get pinched this game.
And you know, I talked last game, Zyrene, about how much I like Infernal Drakes. I also like Ignites. I'm really glad that we nerfed Exhaust, because now everybody takes Ignites instead, and they just kill each other that much more often. You've got an Ignite on the Lulu, you've got an Ignite on both mid laners, and by the way, Lorlo topside, Ignite TP.
Yep, the Fizz with Ignite Teleport. We'll go Trendy Force first. He'll have the Bruiser damage on the W, making sure that he gets triple every few seconds.
3 Ignites against Vladimir makes life pretty tough for Phoenix.
Feels bad, man, but we'll see here, because Team Liquid, they want to feel good being in the LCS and not have to play tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Just being able to take that day off. You can go out, you can go to bed tonight relaxed, confident, relieved that you don't have to play in the match tomorrow. Because, I mean, nerves can definitely be a thing in these types of games, right? It can happen to anybody. You're on stage, and it's literally the difference of, hey, do you want to play an LCS next split? If so, win this.
And this is what these two teams have been playing for the last few weeks, to get to this moment for Team Liquid and to potentially avoid this moment for GCU. But if they were in this moment, they're going to need the reverse sweep. They've been practicing for this. This is what it all amounts to right here, the chance for the LCS.
Well, you know, I would argue that Team Liquid was also actually playing to avoid this moment, as in being in this tournament altogether the past couple of weeks.
I will say, they started making some adjustments in terms of moving people around, getting new coaches. And you're right, they were trying to avoid relegation, but
now that you're here, you got to play the hand you're dealt.
Eventually just said, okay, now that we're locked in, we got to win.
All right, Santorin and Mad Life, bottom side there. Just bringing Santorin down to see if there's any sort of a weird level 1 fight in this game number 3. There's not going to be, though.
Yeah, but that gets wards on his red and his Raptor start. So he will be spotted.
You know, this Fizz skin is really freaky to me, Zyrene, because that rabbit shark thing comes up out of the ground, and it's
oh my god!
It's like some Nightmare Before Christmas, like Tim Burton shark fish with these really wonky teeth. The first time I ever saw it, I was like, what in the world?
No, dude, it Watership Down.
Watership
Ever
Down?
see that movie? The cartoon?
I had no idea this was even a thing.
Oh, no. Wait, it has rabid bunnies.
What the heck?
There's like Watership Down is a very tragic story as well, but it's about hero building and all of that. But it's a cartoon that gave me nightmares, and that's what it reminds me of. Is that rabbit is the big one from Watership Down.
Fan vote at the bottom part of your screen there for the third time today. Finally in the favor of Liquid. It changed 7% between games 1 and 2. It's going to change 3 more percent here between games 2 and 3 as 53% of the fans think that Liquid will walk away with this one. Lorlo finds Solo there. The shields will block up some of the damage as Matt takes a lot of hurt here at level 1.
And you saw that as well. Some people don't know this about Fizz because they haven't seen it. He'll hit you, and then the carrot on top of him with the skin fills up. And when it's filled, that's when you'll do triple damage on your activate of your Q, or of your W. So you have to hit them and then wait a few seconds.
And then you activate
then
it.
You triple damage, trident spear them, and
give
the
them
chest.
the big carrot.
Yeah. But yeah,
Gotta be really careful about
Lord.
Lorlo, too, if you're solo. Always remembering that he's got that ignite potential, because that could be the difference between something that you would otherwise walk away from or not. So
Yeah.
always got to be in the back of your head.
It's that carry top lane potential that he has. Santorin, though, clearing this out. He was spotted. There's a ward right in his Krug pit, so they know that he cleared it. It actually just died, I believe.
Santorin getting back. You can see Pink there on the bottom side as Doublelift makes his way up the river just to drop a ward off real quick.
Yep, making sure that the blast cone is dead. That's a thing that a lot of people don't do. You ward, and depending on how far you think the jungler has come, that's where you ward. So he felt like maybe Santorin could be there, which is strange because I thought they saw him on the Krugs. So it's not a deep ward. Instead, goes for placing the ward around the blue and then killing the blast cone. Kill the plants in the enemy jungle.
Always kill those whenever you can.
Yeah.
The Scryer's Bloom is right there.
It just spawned afterwards, so.
Right.
Oh,
Phoenix!
Phoenix!
All right, he's not going to die from that, but that was very aggressive from Piglet.
Very aggressive. The Ignite comes out as well. A Phoenix still CSing better. I like that. He taps the E to make sure that all of the caster minions are 1 turret shot plus 1 Vladimir auto attack away from being killed.
All about that CSing up under the turret to keep those numbers as high as they can possibly be. 24-15 right now, so feeling pretty good. Health already coming back up. That's the nice part about Vladimir. You can just pop a couple of those biscuits, get yourself healed up with your transfusions as well, and all of a sudden it's like Piglet never even ignited you.
Yep, and now he has that Summoner spell on cooldown, so Piglet can't really go for that all-in for a bit here. Mad Life, interesting position.
Mash and Mad Life both going to have to back away after that one. Taking a lot of damage as Lorlo continues to shove up topside too.
And there's so much value in this blue side pick for Team Liquid because they're just forcing certain bans. Santorin, though, ooh, nice place of the ward there from Lorlo, so he's not at all visible by the Rengar. And now Rainover's going to go.
Rainover says hello, but so does the Blast Cone. Santorin getting himself away to safety on that one. Good reaction, making sure that he got himself out before anything worse happened.
Sticking around, though, places another ward. And yeah, Grasp of the Undying for the top lane Bruiser Fizz, because you're in combat for a long time. It's a long combat pattern. It's not the same as like an AP Fizz where you shark somebody and then they actually die just to shark.
to give them.
Yeah. This is more of you got to poke them a few times, soften them up.
Get them with the stick. Or the carrot, or whatever it is.
Yeah. Goes in, level 5.
Tries to jump in, immediately jumps right back out. Solo's very low on mana, but Lorlo doesn't exactly have a ton of HP to work with right now either. Rainover will show himself mid lane as he just walks on through. Not really a chance to do anything against Phoenix here. No level 6 on Piglet means that the chances of killing a Vlad are pretty low.
Yeah, and we're seeing these skill differences here in these matchups where Mash and Mad Life don't have that same bully lane where they just shove you in with a Caitlyn and a Zyra, and he's down 10 CS right now. Whereas mid lane, we don't have that Karthus coming through where you can play on the back foot, and Piglet down about 10 CS. So we're seeing the actual skill discrepancies here between these different laners on these champions. Because before, it did feel like also I would say GCU had a bit of a crutch for themselves by having the Zyra. Because Doublelift was staying even in CS in a lane that you shouldn't be winning because he had Tahm Kench.
Yeah, that was the fact that the Tahm Kench didn't give them any more in the lane than it did was really impressive from the Team Liquid bottom lane. This time around, though, no kills, no anything on the board, but already an 600 gold lead for Team Liquid.
the farm they're putting up just across the board, Sans mid lane, is fantastic. That mid lane, the only point of falling behind. But like you talked about in Champion Select, that's really what Goldcoin needed to see this game, taking away the Karthus from Piglet, putting him into a matchup where Phoenix is going to win. Ooh. Solo couldn't get the auto attack for the root off there, and now he's going to have to blow some potions and actually be very wary because he doesn't know exactly where Reignover is. So he's playing super safe. And right now, it's going to be Lourlo going and just warding the red. This is, once again, Lourlo Reignover synergy. Reignover synergizing with his top laner. And this is most likely something that got kind of taught to Lourlo, I would assume, on carry champions is, hey, when this is happening and you see the gray, go ahead and ward it. I'll have a little bit of advantage. If you have a pushing lane and they have a tank or something, go ahead and show up here and place that ward down, because now they have absolute agency on this top half of the map. Lourlo keeps trading with Solo, so he keeps him underneath turret. Reignover's going to kill the Blast Cone for less entrances, has this completely warded, and so now he'll pick up this red buff in just a moment, but Santorin might pop the ultimate. Let's see it.
Double lift, shifting himself out of trouble right as the root would have connected. It does connect, actually, still, but he's rooted by the time that he's already to safety.
Yeah.
Doesn't impact a whole lot of anything. One thing I'm also going to point out, Reignover did put all 3 points into Claws. So no mistake with the leap from him this game.
Looking for Lourlo.
Getting jumped on. Solo looking to keep the fight going. Reignover is here. Jumps back onto Solo, looking to make it at least a trade.
Oh, not!
But he's not going to get it just yet. Flashes forward to make sure it happens. Running away from Santorin
here comes
now.
The mids.
Help is coming. Piglet is here. Fires off the charm, but now Phoenix has made his way into the fight. Going to be brought low. Piglet having to find his way around. Phoenix got it very, very low. Chemo Plague looking to trigger. Tries to eat the fruit, but Piglet's going to be brought down. A 3-for-1.
Couldn't get him in his belly.
United.
Couldn't get him in his belly fast enough there. And Goldcoin United, that roam, perfect. But Santorin, that was exactly where he needed to be. And Solo even got away. Almost, but got the flash. See, that's the big thing, is right? It looked like he was going to go down, but Reignover has to spend the flash to get him, which is exactly what you want. Stay doesn't have it to get out, and he's just another kill.
Mm-hmm. 2 of those kills also going on to Santorin's Rengar. And when you've got a game of carry jungler versus carry jungler, oh, he's going to be frightening.
Yes. Making sure that he has extra stacks on that Bone Tooth, already at the 2. And this right here, the flash into the Q, into the W there to make sure he doesn't have to aim the Q afterwards. You could miss it. But then Reignover has to spend the flash there. And this right here where Piglet throws out the charm, that's kind of what seals the deal here. Now he doesn't have the charm, doesn't even have mana. He's got the Spirit Rush. And then Phoenix almost dies, but
almost isn't going to cut it.
Yeah, Piglet doesn't have the mana there. So that roam was a little bit ill-advised.
Definitely not what Liquid wanted.
I would say it was a great setup from Liquid to get the red buff. But then ultimately, the follow-up afterwards, where Santorin had ultied to top lane, they went a little bit too hard to try and turn that around.
Well, it was a great turnaround for Goldcoin United, because now these guys are sitting in a 1,000 gold lead after being down almost 700 or 800. Piglet now going to be brought low by
red
Phoenix,
buff.
who's utilizing the red buff ticks on the auto attacks to trade very aggressively. Phoenix is just crushing this mid lane.
Yeah, I'm loving that he's constantly getting those autos in there too. Now 20 CS up, and he's gone for something different than what we were seeing the other day. He's gone for the normal build of the Proto Belt as opposed to the Luden's Echo, which we've been seeing a little bit from some people. We saw it from Fox, and it wasn't quite as effective, because this is going to make you a very tanky Vladimir that's hard to blow up, and it's also going to make it so that you hit really hard.
Health, AP, cooldown reduction, and a burst active. I honestly can't think of anything better as a whole to give to a champion like Vladimir.
Absolutely.
Really just enables them.
The CDR, everything is just so good on that. And it's pretty much a core item, I would say. It's like something that if you don't have it, I'm like, what are you doing with your Vladimir life?
What are you doing with your life, man? Get that in there.
Yeah.
Solo now feeling more comfortable in his own shoes, top lane as well. Farm very even to Lourlo, considering he's been pushed in this whole time. Working on that Spectre's Cowl.
Yeah, and this is what I was expecting in Game 2 from GCU in terms of pick ban. They picked the Ahri and allowed the Karthus to be picked into it again in Game 2. They didn't ban it away. They didn't adjust for the Camille. And this game, they said, okay, you can take Lulu, but we'll get Rengar, and then we'll counter-pick finally at the last point. And I feel like what's going to happen is if GCU wins this, they will once again select red side for Game 4.
And then play this strategy.
And try to go for the same thing, which I thought they should have adjusted to in Game 2.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
At least they're still in the series by the time they adapt. Would have been a shame if those realizations happened after game number 3.
Very true.
But The carrot is primed onto Solo. Lourla will not be able to proc that one, though. Santorin hanging around up here again to make sure they can clear that ward away plenty safely as both these two now head into the enemy jungle. Liquid's got to be careful.
Look at that. Phoenix, right there, because you're always keeping an invisible range indicator in your head of how long is that Q range from Vladimir. And he throws you off because he's got the Crimson Rush, and then
see you later, Piglet. Phoenix just gets him with style and walks away, doesn't even bother looking back.
Yeah, and that's it right there. You keep that imaginary range indicator in your head. Flash will throw it off, but the Proto Belt will too. So you Proto Belted forward, got a large chunk with the Crimson Rush the first time, and then waited for the reset on that and made sure that he could just Chemoplague, Ignite, walk away.
Very smooth from Phoenix. Two-shot barrage fired off bottom side. Matt Doublelift looking to make the play.
Going all in on
Ignite onto Mash. All the way down. They're going. Wild Growth. Matt onto himself. Mad Life going to be forced to flash away as well. No kills down here, but 3 out of 4 summoner spells blown on the side of Gold Coin United. Both of Matt's summoner spells used on the side of Team Liquid, so they'll come out 1 ahead in that trade.
Yeah, Matt, I think, missed a bit of an opportunity there and realized it a second too late because he flashed Wild Growth himself, and he only hit Mad Life. He wanted to hit Mash. If he had done it a second earlier, then it would have been fine and he would have gotten both of them. But it was kind of an all-in call that wasn't all in that exact same moment.
The slight lack of synergy can sometimes be the difference between getting what you need and getting a whole lot of nothing. Unfortunately for them, it was apparent. Fortunately for Gold Coin United, though, walking both those bottom laners away is going to be exactly what they need to make sure they maintain this lead that's up to almost 2K now. But Doublelift, in true Doublelift style, being the one person on the team that even if everybody else is falling behind, he's ahead.
Yeah, Doublelift in a lane that isn't unfavorable for him like before. He's now ahead, and that's just like the skill difference that he has between himself and Mash. Supports, though, I will say, getting chunked out a whole bunch.
Like top lane and jungle, those aren't significantly far behind. I mean, the farm is even. They're both 0-1 top side. Phoenix looking to make another play mid. Not going to find it just yet. Still might, as soon as that Empowered Transfusion is up, he might be able to do it, though.
He does need to be a little bit careful because there's still Flash and Ignite on Ahri. So Santorin's around in this area. Look at this.
Uh-oh, Rainover really needs to finish this Drake off. Okay, there we go. Gets it in time. But yeah, top lane and jungle might be a little bit behind on the side of Team Liquid, but it's really all about the mid lane. That's where the gold coin advantage is. Just like we expected it to be. Just like we figured if they're going to find a win this game, it's going to be off the back of this, and it's punishing Piglet.
Yeah, making sure that Piglet doesn't have those easy press R, gain, kill pattern on the card. Look at that once again. Phoenix doing it.
Phoenix can't quite get in there all the way.
And that's why it's such a good item. Like, just once again, because I was baffled when Fox wasn't building this the other day, because he was looking for just movement speed. And so movement speed is fine, but people adjust in their head mentally for the distance between the two champions and how fast you're going to close that distance for the Q. This is, you always have to think about Proto Belt, which means that you always have to respect that extra 150-ish range that you get from pressing the Proto Belt, as opposed to just the smooth movement speed. So a burst is much more hard to calculate for in those moments. So
burst is always better. Boop. Burst is always better. The less reaction time your opponent has, the better off you're going to be.
Exactly. Like, for example, somebody will chase you down. They have Cloud Drake, my favorite, right?
Yup.
Not actually, but still, they'll chase you down, and you're like, oh my god, he's closing in on me. Oh no. And you kind of see impending doom, but you have more time to think about your life, contemplate, and maybe flash away. Or maybe have something else happen, right?
As opposed to somebody just flashing at you or dashing at you or making it happen instantaneously. Gold Coin United, with that 2,000 gold threshold having been breached now, feeling good in game number 3. Only one Drake taken so far. It was the Ocean Drake that you saw Rainover sneak away ever so subtly, helping keep his team relevant as Gold Coin United maintains their lead for now. Phoenix just 40 CS up, Proto Belt, Ionian cooldown boots, building more and more as he goes on, his opponent without even a single item completed.
Yeah, and look at what else he's doing here. Is he's going for Luden's Echo, looks like maybe next. We'll see what that ends up changing into. But he has extra movement speed here, which is great. I like that. But he has the Proto Bells. Exactly what you need. But he also has help from his team. There are control wards on both sides of mid. So Phoenix gets to push mid without giving a damn about anybody else on the map. So his team is helping him out here. That's exactly what you need.
Items are great, but teamwork makes the dream work, Zyrene.
I will say, if you're a jungler and you just want to get some extra LP,
control ward mid all the time.
Constantly drop him there. Off to the side, just keep an eye on it for your mid laner. Give him as much help as you can. Shark gonna be applied top side. Gonna maybe make the dive onto Lorlo. Lorlo's gotta be careful. He needs to drop that aggro. What in the world are these guys doing? There's another! Rainover barely walking away. What a botched dive attempt from Team Liquid. Solo doing a great job outplaying these guys.
Exactly. It's a little bit too late for those early cheeky dives that we were seeing before. And Solo's on a tank versus somebody who's not as damage heavy. The Bruiser Fizz will do a decent amount, but it's that long sustained one, so you have to stay under the turret for a good while. Whereas before, it's like the Camille who gets in and out and has a way to keep you locked down.
Now, bottom lane, the power spike comparison between these two champions, you've got a Sheen and a Mana Moon versus a completed Blade of the Ruined King. So MASH is pretty scary if they actually get into a full-on fight against these two.
Oh, that was sick. That right there. Great from the observers to show that as well, because MASH threw down a blue trinket inside of the bush that's between tier 1 and 2 turrets, and he saw Rainover. So now they get to back off, they get to bait, or they get to counter gank with a Rengar that has 2 kills.
Santorin jumping right out there. Rainover looking to continue the fight, though. He's not just going to take that Lion down. Two-shot barrage. Continuing to try to scare these guys away, but Phoenix has made his way into the scuffle.
Yeah, Santorin actually missed his route there. I think that was a little bit slow on the inputs to actually do like a smooth Rengar combo, and he didn't go for the extra damage of the Empowered Q, which is just super devastating.
Piglet can't even remotely follow Phoenix either.
No.
Phoenix goes off, Piglet's like, okay, hey team, Vlad's coming towards you, I'm gonna farm.
And another reason is he doesn't have vision control.
Right.
Phoenix can just dip into that bush that's right there on the side, and then Piglet has to clear the wave.
Good charm from Piglet, making Phoenix take a little bit of extra damage there, but Empowered Transfusion is almost up, so his health bar is not gonna be down for long.
He's zoning for the turret, making sure that they just focus on the wave. And then
Matt and Doublelift keeping themselves plenty good shape. You always got to be careful diving on to somebody who's got a Lulu next to him. And that risk is not going to be acceptable to Goldcoin United. A good choice.
And that's why when Lulu and Rengar are both open, most teams will take Lulu because Lulu can counter the Rengar. Leap in, polymorph him, whimsy him. Even just using your ultimate on somebody, the Wild Growth, to knock up the Rengar if you're fast enough, just keep that person alive.
First turret goes down. Goldcoin United going to be extending that lead to 3K. Piglet's dead again.
Oh, he's dead.
Phoenix just goes ahead, throws the Proto Belt out there just to make a statement. Punctuate the sentence. Rainover bottom side. MASH going to be jumped on next. The damage coming through, the flash away. Rainover going to be creep blocked up here a little bit. Wants to come out. Oh! MASH and Madlife doing a good job staying alive.
And now they need to get out of there. That's that one turret down. They pushed a little bit further than they should have, but Phoenix gets a kill here, and look at that, he's just taking over the jungle too. He's killing the Raptors, he's got wards inside of the jungle, and Piglet can't even go towards the wave. That's the charm down, but Phoenix flashes it, and just pops everything in there, and gives him a Proto Belt for the road.
Just making sure. 5-1, Goldcoin United, 4,000 gold up, 19.5 minutes in. This is a different team, Zyrene.
Yeah, and this is why I was sitting there going, okay, why are you letting Piglet counterpick mid when you're red side? You have a superior mid laner, just let him have
in the lane.
Exactly, and this is just a great performance from Phoenix. Like, he is decimating 10 CS
60
per minute.
CS now.
Doing great right now, 60 up, and he's getting played around by his team. What was happening in the previous game was TL was saying, all right, Piglet, just hold tight. We're playing towards top. Rainover's ganking top constantly. But now, all these wards, these control wards, have been alive for so long. There are 3 now around mid, with the top one also being in that pixel brush on the top side of the river.
And GCU, a 12-2 record there in the 2017 North American Challenger Series Spring Split. Now, of course, this is playing up against teams of lesser caliber than Liquid, so you can't fully expect them to have a 12-2 win % chance here. However, that's still a very convincing record that they're able to take those leads and translate them so well.
Very convincing. And now Mountain Drake on the table as well for them to take as they're looking at these turrets and starting to rotate their bottom lane around. If they can know how to snowball leads, which is exactly what you expect from a team that's 12-2 when they have leads. And I mean, how many games do you even play in Challenger? That's 14 games right there.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's pretty much the majority of their games sans playoffs.
Well, they've secured themselves the Mountain Drake. That'll be the second Elemental Drake this game. Ties that count up 1-1. Baron alive now, 21 minutes into the match. Goldcoin might be looking to consider that potential sometime soon, but Liquid are the ones
who are actually doing a sneaky attempt onto it. Ping's coming out.
Yeah, I think they have some idea, so Vladimir's going to run in here and check.
Goldcoin United knows they're going to be shutting this down right now.
Yeah, and that you can see the desperation is starting to creep up. It's a 4,000 gold advantage for GCU, but they have priority mid. They have all these wards around it that have slowly been taken over and cleared out, but they'll eventually get this turret if they keep pushing, and they can bring Mash up.
Phoenix is just such a huge presence for this team right now. If you look at everything else, top laners are very similar. Junglers are in a similar spot. AD carries are in a similar spot. Supports are in a similar spot. But man, the mid lane is just the difference this game.
Yeah.
It's like you're not even watching the same two players at all.
And when you think about teams that are on the elite level, it's so hard to think about a team that's on the elite level that didn't have a great mid laner.
Yeah,
right?
It's so critical.
Most you can get is something like Rock's Tigers back in the day with Kuro. Not exactly an elite mid laner, but they were
Not
able
compared
to
to the rest of the team, at least.
Was able to kind of hold his own. Sometimes, you know, he would be a liability, but you think about all the other teams, people definitely played around mid lane. Because if you lose mid just naturally by your guy having, you know, less skill in the matchups, less knowledge, then the whole game collapses. And that's why people usually look at the mid as the superstar role.
Piglet not having a superstar performance so far this game. Morello Namicon done now, though. Means if they can get that Vladimir a little bit lower, they'll have some more healing control over him. But with a Luden's Echo and a Proto Belt and a Spectre's Cowl done on Phoenix, I've said no comparison a couple of times, but there's really just no words to describe it any better. The Vladimir, so frightening. Hemo Plague, Ignite, everything's ready to go. You got 10 Summoner Spells ready to fire on the side of Goldcoin United. 10 Summoner Spells ready to go on the side of Team Liquid as well. Well, 9. Matt's still got his flash charging up a little bit further here.
One of the great things about Vladimir is people who play Vladimir a lot will know his damage. Other people won't always know how much damage he's doing at all points in the game, and he will take you by surprise because he's tanky and you assume, oh, he wouldn't be doing that much damage, but he bursts you. It's one of the reasons that like Storm Raiders Kog'Maw is actually a good pick because he'll burst you, and then once you realize, oh shoot, he's bursted me, he's got extra movement speed to chase you down.
Yeah, and then you just die. Yep, you're not really getting away from it at that point. Solo keeps trying to find these engage opportunities on the double lift, but just can't quite get them. Santorin trying to steal away this blue buff, or at least force Reignover to smite it so Piglet doesn't get it. Yep. He at least gets goal number 2. The siege continues, though, as Goldcoin United will not alleviate pressure upon this Tier 1. They want to make sure that they're constantly threatening something. They know that they've got an advantage in this game. You don't just want to sit back and allow your opponents to catch up, take this to a 45-minute, 50-minute coin flip kind of a game. Instead, push that lead, do everything with it you can. Both top laners now setting up here on the bottom side of the map. TP's ready to go.
Yeah, Bruiser Fizz only tickling right now. And you can see Lorlo's not going for like that full Bruiser build where you get like a Frozen Heart. You also go for a Blade of the Rune King for extra attack speed. And I mean, Blade of the Rune King did get buffed or changed, I guess. To
a lot of people consider it a buff.
Really like it. He's going for a bit.
Solo goes right back in, though. Not super concerned about it.
He's not winning these anymore. There's a good mix of armor and magic resistance now for Solo.
Well, Solo is... If this is the world that he can live in, where he can just set up here against Lorlo, defend easily, not have his health bar constantly threatened, not have his turret constantly threatened, this is fine. Because then once they get into a team fight, once he TPs into the fight, he's going to be this huge disruptor, this big front line. And Lorlo is just going to have to try to find his way into the back line.
And it's not going to be the easiest thing, too, because they have a Karma. Karma can just root him, and that will go through the Playful Trickster, unless he does it right at the last point. But usually to get in, you'll have to use the Playful Trickster, too.
Goldcoin bringing that lead up to 5K. They got a Drake spawning here in about 80 seconds. 2 turrets to 0. Liquid still yet to get themselves on the objectives board with anything except for that Ocean Drake that they got very early on from Reignover's sneak. Reignover also getting himself just a little bit tankier.
Phoenix, he's just going to zone now from around the turret. This guy...
Piglet can't even get close.
Yeah, he's got rank 3 ultimate. He's 2 levels up over Piglet. He has Ignite. He's got Proto Belt. He's got everything.
Like, Piglet just isn't allowed to play League of Legends if Phoenix is also playing League of Legends nearby. It's really rough. Like, that's a really rough situation to be in. And Phoenix knows it. Like, he's totally in control of this situation. 26 minutes into the game, though, keep in mind that every minute we tick on, Baron becomes that much more of a reasonable objective. And eventually these guys are going to decide to pull the trigger on it, one side or the other. You already saw Liquid attempt it earlier, but they just didn't have the damage, not at 21 minutes. Reignover taken down about 138. Mash going to be forced back. Double lifted Matt, can't chase it any further. True Shot Barrage comes out, but the shield's going to keep him alive. TL taking his chance to push themselves up a little bit further. Double lift continuing to fire those Mystic shots into Santorin. He's very far up. Phoenix coming in from the side, but Vlad has no hard CC in the kit, so I don't really see him finding an opportunity on the double lift here.
Yeah, just going to provide a whole lot of damage. And then the Mountain Drake comes up in 5 seconds. Mash had to back, Santorin had to back. This gives position slightly to TL, but I feel like because they're so far behind, you just get to walk in as GCU and push them off that position.
Yeah, when you've got a 5K gold lead, they need to at least kill somebody to go for something like that.
And right now, Double Lift is kind of the saving grace for TL. He's up in CS. He has Executioner's Calling. He has 2 items, so I believe he's actually a little bit ahead of where Mash is, or was before. Has the Manamune done.
And you know, I really like the early Executioner's Calling like this. Even if you don't bother to compare it into Mortal Reminder for a while, that Vladimir, considering how I've already said 2 different times, you know, the Vlad is the game. Like, that's what Goldcoin is playing around. If you can shut down that healing, because the Executioner's Calling is not conditional. You just tag him with physical damage and it automatically applies. You don't have to wait for him to be below a certain health threshold like the Morellonomicon. You just automatically get that.
Yeah, it lasts 3 seconds, and when you get the Mortal Reminder, it actually lasts longer than that. But during that 3, if that's your main target, like you said, and there aren't too many others, it's a good plan, but hold on, look at this.
This is not a good plan, though. Liquid tries to trade the Baron for their tier 1, but Goldcoin just takes the tier 1 and says, okay, you can't have Baron, though, sorry. Not going to be working out that way. Phoenix and Double Lift with a quick trade back and forth.
And you can see how much less HP Phoenix got there because of the fact that the Grievous Wounds was on him, reducing it by 40%.
But that's just more gold in the pockets of Goldcoin United. That's just a bigger lead that they have, and all they need is to take things slowly, play them carefully, play them correctly. And if they're playing that methodical game, they can continue building this lead to the point where Phoenix is going to be 6 items and Piglet is going to be 3. And it's going to be really hard.
We're getting there, yeah.
To make up that difference.
I just looked at the gold. It's 2,400, and Phoenix just spent a bit of it. So now we're looking at...
All right, maybe not 6 items to 3, 6 items to 4.
It's 3,000 gold up, so he's a full item up.
All right, Reignover and Santorin, both in this Dragon Pit. Reignover trying to get the Drake low enough to make it a 50-50, but Santorin says, get the hell out of here. This is Goldcoin United territory.
Yeah, beat it.
Yeah,
get him
beat it. An old school 80s movie, a turf war.
Oh, man, just made me think of West Side Story.
That's their turf, though.
Yeah. What if they dance fight?
A dance fight between Rengar and Kha'Zix over that Earth Drake?
Oh, no, there'd be blood in that one.
Oh. I was going to say, this is in the lore, Zyrene. It's not a dance. All right. Back to the rest of the teams, though. Double Lift. 0, 0, and 0, 29 minutes into the game, but the one that these guys are depending on, working on his Blade of the Ruined King next. It's a nice part about Vladimir as well. Stacks so much health, but not a lot of armor. I mean, he's got the Zhonya's, but that's all he's going to have. So the Blade of the Ruined King is going to make a serious impact on him.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King is definitely going to help when Double Lift completes that. But like you said, he does have some armor. Very high up in levels right now. He's almost level 18. Ooh, Nash just taking big chunks there, but also getting a bit of the HP out of Double Lift and Matt. But yeah, Phoenix now has a lot of HP. He's got a lot of magic resistance, and he's got a decent amount of armor. So he's cresting that point where he's deceptively tanky and will constantly heal during these fights, especially with something like a Hemoplague.
Lorlo just barely got himself back there as Solo rounded the corner and tried to stop his recall, but being able to get himself back, heal up, chop up, come back to lane that much more effective could be very important for him as this solo contest continues between these two. Guardian Angel up and running on Solo himself. The next time he gets into one of these big team fights, it is just going to be nigh impossible to do anything to this guy, especially with Double Lift still not having Blade of the Ruined King completed.
Yeah, and it feels like GCU, they have an advantage, but they're struggling to figure out how to push that advantage right now. They were not the ones who were positioned around Baron until about now. They've been getting those Drakes, which is great, but they have 2 Mountain Drakes. Like, they should feel comfortable setting up a Baron, whether it's a bait, baiting out blue trinkets, and just spending the next 2 minutes or so doing something like that, because they have side wave pressure because of Vladimir, and they should have it as well because they're Nautilus.
And that's something that you actually see as a pretty big point of contrast between a lot of lower-level LCS teams / challenger teams and higher-level LCS teams, is teams that know how to take a smaller and smaller lead and make bigger and bigger things out of it. Like, the best teams will take a 1,000 gold lead and just run away with the game, while some other teams have a bit more difficulty translating that. You can have a 5,000 gold lead and not actually turn it into anything super meaningful.
Yeah, you get those 2 kills on Rengar, get 2 stacks of Bone Tooth Necklace. Some guys start snowballing off of that. Right here, though, this is a great setup. GCU gonna have to fight.
Into the fight they go. Piglet gonna be bursting down. Wild Growth keeping him alive for the time being. Phoenix into the back line, gonna be bringing Matt very low. Hemo Plague onto multiple targets. Double lift over the wall, staying alive. But what is he gonna do alone? Lorlo gonna be a hop, skip, and a jump away from the fight, but Santorin's still after him. 2 dead on the side of Team Liquid. GCU looking clean.
Yep, just baiting it out, making sure that they have a fight. It wasn't really the cleanest of Baron baits. It was kind of one where, hey, we haven't cleared everything out, but let's just go for it. Let's just try. And they do. They get 2 kills, still 3 up. Phoenix
really wanted to go after Rain over here, eliminate that steal potential. Doublelift trying to poke as much as he can. Phoenix gonna be going into the pool. Mad Life keeping Lorlo locked down. Blue team's able to steal. Baron Nashor! Doublelift grabbing the kill onto Santorin, so it's a 2-for-1, but the steal away. Rain over the hero.
Yeah, and that's going to be Lorlo actually taking it, walking away with it. Matt spawns a little bit too late, so they have 1 Baron buff, and they got the gold for Baron, but they lost 4 in the process.
That steal from Rainover may have just saved the game.
Yeah, may have saved TL, because now they don't have to be pushed in on all lanes. Maybe they get some of these turrets back. We've been talking about the turret count, 3-1 right now. There's gold on the map for the taking. TL could pick that up after this. Phoenix zones away, uses the E. Doublelift just kind of throwing pop shots in there. And then they focus Phoenix, trying to get him down. And that's just a flash in from Rainover to go for the kill onto the Baron as Doublelift goes in and tries to get Santorin.
That's the hero play, and you've got to make those when you're behind like that. It pays off just absolutely huge for Team Liquid. Lowering the gold gap very slightly. Lorlo, the one guy that they've still got the Baron buff up and running on. So as he's in this split push situation against Solo, it's going to be that much harder for Nautilus to deal with those minions from Lorlo, effectively smack those down as the Nautilus. But I was honestly not even watching Baron's health because I saw Rainover fighting against Phoenix, and I was like, oh, he's zoned away, everything's fine. And then Flash in the steal caught me by surprise.
Yeah, Santorin didn't even get a chance to smite. Rainover caught.
Rainover wants to run away from this one. They're trying to start the fight off on him, though. I don't think he's going to be tanky enough to survive this one. Unstoppable for Phoenix. Goldcoin United looking to take it even deeper. Matt going to be going down next. Make it Piglet 2. A double kill for Phoenix. Only 2 left standing on the side of Team Liquid. Goldcoin United adamant about taking this to game 4.
And Goldcoin United have 2 Mountain Drakes. And now they're going to be able to push this up. That Baron buff is still on Lorlo, so he'll be able to actually buff these up. Make it a little bit harder to push in.
I mean, a little bit harder, but you're still in a 2 versus 5 for 20 seconds. Goldcoin wants to end this game. Doublelift Arcane shifting himself out of the consequences of the dredge line. He still gets pulled in a little bit, but won't be locked down. Goldcoin pushing towards that Nexus. They're saying, hey, let's end the game. Let's go. Doublelift again going to be getting away from the lockdown. And Mash and the rest of Goldcoin United hanging around, bringing down Nexus turret number 1. Doublelift getting off as many auto attacks as he can. Shark going to be dodged away with a good Sanguine pull from Phoenix. Lorlo trying to chase down more, trying to punish these guys. They've essentially got to at this point. They can't allow Goldcoin United to just walk away from this one, but where is the chase potential actually at? Slow's connecting. Lorlo's still trying to go in. Wild Growth going to be cast onto him. Emo Plague down, the counterattack begins. Goldcoin United looking to win the game right now. The Phoenix going to be brought down first. Devil is still alive in the back part of the fight. Goldcoin United in full retreat. True shot barrage! A double kill for Lorlo. Solo's going to be going down next. Mad Life trying to get away, but Lorlo grabs the triplet, says, no, you don't. Solo can't fight all 3, and goodness gracious, Team Liquid gets 4.
And they rout them completely. Mash has to back up. They're going to start looking at this turret in mid lane. Huge turnaround. They stole the Baron, gave them enough time to keep their base intact because Lorlo kept that buff up, and then they respawn. The slows constantly from Rainover. The damage comes through, and they're able to focus down Phoenix.
so quickly. Phoenix dying for the first time this game, 35 minutes in, is just what the doctor ordered for Team Liquid. Now they're writing a prescription for outer turrets. The gold lead is shrinking back down to a manageable level. Still got 5 seconds before the rest of the members of Goldcoin United come back alive, which should be more than enough time for Doublelift and Matt to take down this Tier 2. Baron power play, 422 gold. Well, it's the Baron power play where they lost 4 people. They're going to get a Drake off this. They're going to actually get a lot of turrets. And GCU overextended there. And they got punished. There's a beautiful fight there from TL. Let's watch how Phoenix gets caught here. Tries to go in, gets polymorph, whimsied, then I believe there's a charm in there too that stops him from casting anything, and the Hemoplague did not go off in time. He had his empowered transfusion ready too. If he had even a split second, there, he was going to be set to bait that fight in and just end the game. But instead, a triple kill for Lorlo ends up sealing the fate of Goldcoin United, who were just now knocking at the doors of the Nexus for Team Liquid, but have now got to continue their push all over again, pushing down that top side now. The Tier 2 gonna fall. That's their 7th turret this game. Still in a position of power, still in a spot where they feel comfortable being the ones to determine the tempo and the pace of this game. Lorlo hanging around bottom side. He's got TP ready and available to join the fight. Solo, however, has to hang out with the rest of Goldcoin because his TP is not gonna be back for another minute. And this game just got really scary for Goldcoin United. You were talking about how the items were going to be a huge difference between them. Gap closed a little bit in that mid lane. Top lane, though, advantage for Lorlo. Solo, this is really bad. He has no Guardian Angel. He's going to be brought down. Phoenix could be next. Hemoplague still ticking. Charm not going to be finding the mark. Still going in, still going deeper, still looking to make more happen, still looking to grab Mad Life. He gets taken very low. Polymorph onto Phoenix. Liquid trying to chase this further. Not going to be finding it just yet. This is match point, Zyrene. If Team Liquid wins this game, it's over. They want it. They want to be back in the LCS. They caught Solo, and they almost caught Phoenix there. They got his flash, which could be a setup for the near future because there's 1 minute on that Baron. This whole game, the sense of things for Team Liquid has not been one of a game that's imperative. It has not been a sense of do or die right here, right now. If you lose this game, you've still got 2 more chances to find 1 win. Goldcoin United has had nothing but a strict demand on them to win this game. They must complete the reverse sweep. They cannot afford a throw at the 11th hour of this game. And we were looking at something that was like a 7,000 gold lead, and it was just getting worse and worse. And now it's 1,500. Just this small difference. Nash looks for Doublelift. Doublelift eating a little damage, shifts himself away in time. Luckily wasn't shopping or anything like that, so gets himself away safely. Pro tip for people who like to shop, you can actually make your shop smaller, make it take half of your screen. So when you hit back and you hit shop, see your character still. Phoenix popping a Sanguine Pool, trying to get himself away. Still has the Zhonya's Hourglass if it's needed. Lorlo and Reignover on the front line. Mash off to the side, going to be unleashing the calling. Team Liquid might have gone a little bit too far into this one. Reignover going to be losing the Guardian Angel. Piglet makes his way into the fight. Now the Hemoplague going to be dropped. Santorin and Phoenix goes back. Phoenix! He's down! Santorin, the Guardian Angel popped. Team Liquid trying to do even more. Santorin will not make it away from this one. It's a 2 for 0, a 5 versus 3 push. The story for Team Liquid. Doublelift at full HP.
The first pick, Lulu, came up huge there. Matt, he's whimsying every time on Phoenix. Right when he wants to rush in, he's got the Crimson Rush. He would heal so much, but he shuts it down. And that may be the game. They already took out 2 really fed members. TL want back in the LCS.
Nexus turret number 1 is done. Mad Life gonna be going down very soon if he's not careful. More damage fired off from those Void Spikes. Solo's gotta be on the front line and stop them here. Hold the line, Goldcoin, or this is it. Right over into the back line. Jumps around, finds the kill onto 1. Lorlo gonna be shot down. Mash able to get that one. 2 left alive on the side of Team Liquid. Mash has got to go hero mode right now. But he can't quite get it all done. But he gets double. He's got the triple, and he cannot lose today. Not to that. Not now.
Not like this.
Goldcoin United will hold the line.
They hold on just barely. That's inhibitor down. Their base is being destroyed on the other side. If Goldcoin United might be able to do something here, that base is in shambles.
Team Liquid.
He's rushing it. Santorin's like, let's go,
let's go. Crashing into their base at 2 different angles. Once from the top, once from the bottom.
The bottom seconds.
Colliding onto the
Santorin's
open
gonna try to end it right here. He's gonna have Solo
has to
TP in
stop
afterwards.
this. Hero mode Lulu, fasten that squid hat tight. You gotta buy 8 seconds. Santorin going deep. 4, 3, 2.
He's got it. He's got it.
Matt has managed to hold.
They go to the top side, though. This gigantic wave took the turret. It took the inhibitor. Matt bought enough time there. He was the hero of the fight, and he was the hero of the recovery. Piglet, looking for the charm.
The hero of the day for Team Liquid keeps that Nexus alive. 55 seconds before Santorin is back in the game. Team Liquid, they've got an inhibitor with 5% HP remaining. They've got an injured Nexus. They've got an inhibitor down. They've got an injured enemy Nexus.
There's a few seconds on Lorlo's teleport, and there's a ward all the way down mid lane for TL. They just have to stop backs, wait for it, but they're going to try to go for a fight win.
Oh, the fight is going off. Remember, it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Phoenix trying to do everything he can as this fed Vladimir. Massive minion wave heading towards the Nexus of Team Liquid right now. Redemption being used. Phoenix going to be kept alive. Look at the minion wave on the Nexus. Somebody's got to stop this.
Solo's going to TP too. He's going to try to end the game
Solo's
right
going to TP right back into this. See if he can stop it. Lorlo's going to get back to the base. Team Liquid going to be losing this potentially right off of this. Solo hammering onto it. Lorlo's going to stop the minions, lift them aggroed. Lorlo trying to maintain the aggro for as long as possible onto those super minions. Solo's going to be burned down. The Guardian Angel will keep him alive just a moment longer in just a second.
And what do you do with this time?
Barrage fired off. Solo's going to be brought down.
Baron started
Liquid
up.
will hold. What a match. Zyrene Baron now started by Goldcoin United. Down to half HP. Nobody from Liquid around in time to stop this one. It should go their way. Goldcoin picks that one up for themselves. Ping's coming out from Liquid onto the Elder Drake. That's going to be the next call.
This is ridiculous. Both teams have a naked Nexus inhibitor down so that minions are constantly going to push in different lanes, and you have to be able to grab objectives and make sure that you defend that Nexus that almost anyone could kill given enough time.
This is a game of a million moments. So many different times. Either team looked like they were on the cusp, the precipice. But we're still going. 43 minutes in, 14-16. The gold is dead. Even 79-2 to 79-2. Neither team willing to give an inch. But Team Liquid will take a mile if they can walk away with this one, go 3-0 against Goldcoin United, and get the hell out of the promotion tournament. Goldcoin United, though, they want to keep this going. They want to be that team instead.
Yeah.
Liquid has to answer this bottom lane wave of minions.
We're seeing the reset, too. There's an inhibitor down on the bottom side for TL. It is coming up very shortly. GCU's inhibitor already back up. GCU has the Baron. TL has the Elder Dragon, so they have less time to work with this buff when they want to fight.
Zyrene, I was talking to you when I came back from the break between games, and I said, you know what? I went to use the restroom, and they were playing One Winged Angel in there. As soon as I heard that, I knew it was going to be an omen, that we were going to see some intense stuff today. It's one of those kinds of days. You cannot tell me that Liquid versus Goldcoin United game number 3 will not have an epic finale.
Don't get me started on the brilliance of Nobuo Uematsu, dude. That stuff's my jam. I love me.
You and me both.
Fantasy music. But, like you said, this game is insane. It is so close between these two teams. And GCU, they play to stay alive in this match. TL, like you said, they just want this over with. They want to be back in the LCS. They want to be able to go back to their beds. A sigh of relief.
The Nexus is the jugular for Team Liquid. Everything's over at this.
We've seen both teams trying to go for the jugular already.
Yeah,
hasn't
worked out. But for Goldcoin United, the Liquid Nexus isn't even the jugular. It's like the foot. You've got to stab them in that so you can keep fighting them.
Hopefully they're Achilles and you get that tendon.
Yeah, there we go.
But
a mythological reference.
Yeah. Lorlo on the bottom side, pushing up. Why go through the hot gates of Thermopylae when you can just go around?
Hey, we got a horse. Let it into your face.
Oh. Now they're just trying to find more avenues in. They're going to push between mid and bottom. Control here for TL in terms of how much vision they have throughout the jungle.
Elder Drake is almost expired. It's
Yeah.
going to wear off any second, and that's what
gone.
Goldcoin has been waiting on.
They sat out their own Baron buff, just making sure that there was no way they were going to be fighting with that true damage burn on. 2 Ocean Drakes to 2 Mountain Drakes means both sides have a decent Elder. Charm comes out, does not find its way onto Mash, who pops the culling. Gold Coin United just marching straight down mid lane. Inhibitors alive on both sides.
Yeah, you mess up once, you done goof. That's it.
Rainover jumps over to join his team. This fast track on the mid lane for Gold Coin United. There's still a turret standing there, though. Yeah, 2 turrets standing there.
So we talked about Elder Dragon versus the Baron buff. Baron's going to last longer. Just wore off after that. They got the turret. Now they only have this Nexus, or this inhibitor turret.
Baron's gone. Solo flashing away to make sure he stays safe enough.
Phoenix QSS.
There's so many full builds in this game right now, Zyrene. Rainover and Lorlo are one to jump in and start this fight. Maybe just see if they can blow some kind of a cooldown. Lorlo going to be wild growth. He's in the front line, but he's still
Phoenix in.
Damage. Chemo Plague onto the back line. Phoenix looking to make this game happen. True Shot Barrage fired off. Lorlo's going to be losing his Guardian Angel. Solo trying to re-engage the fight. Lorlo hopping away. Gold Coin United is going to be very respectful of what Doublelift can do with these Mystic shots. Gold Coin trying to retreat. Phoenix going to be charmed. Sanguine Pool in time. Doublelift again going to be looking for damage. Another Guardian Angel going down. Rainover losing that one. 2-second lives being popped on the side of Team Liquid. They want to find more off the back of this.
Inhibitor.
The inhibitor dying in the top part of the map, though. Lorlo looking to make the moves here on to Mash. Mash immediately returns fire. Top lane inhibitor will likely fall here on the side of Team Liquid. The minions destroy it alone. And Gold Coin United takes down an enemy inhibitor and 2 Guardian Angels. They will take that fight.
And now those GAs still up on GCU. The gold really doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, gold doesn't mean anything. We're at the point where pretty much everybody's full build.
It's getting there.
Full build Fizz, full build Kha'Zix, almost full build Ahri, full build Ezreal. Lulu and Karma. Well, wait, Karma's actually there. Lulu's not quite.
Yeah. Just like that, Lulu bought Ardent Sensor.
All right, now Lulu's there.
Yeah, if we consider 3 control wards part of a support's full build, they're there. It's just every here and there, like Santorin, Solo, even Phoenix, the QSS, still could use a little bit more, but
these fights are teetering on a razor's edge.
It's execution that really matters.
It is. That's all that it's going to come down to. Which team does it right? And can the other team do it righter? Righter. Level of rightness and the way the team fight is done is going to determine which Nexus falls and which stands here. Lots of powerful shields coming out from Mad Life.
And right now, GCU are actually in a great position.
They know they're strong. They know they've got a 7 versus 5 with GAs.
Exactly. They also have Super Minions pushing top, and they're going to rush it. They don't think they can get back here in time to actually do it. They're going to try to.
They're just going to end the game. They're rushing straight for the Nexus, looking to end this match. It's that Piglet going to be blown up.
Mash on
Double Growth, giving him alive. Mash versus Doublelift is going to fall. Gold Coin United onto the Nexus, still looking to make this game end. Team Liquid having to try to stop them. They're not going to be doing it. Game 4.
Insane ending there. GCU go for broke. It was now or never, and they hold on. No LCS for TL just yet.
Gold Coin United, not a team to be clean swept through this match in the promotion tournament. Instead, saying we're going to see you guys in game number 4 with the decisive finale in what was truly a close game.
Get your picks and bans ready, bro.
Best be ready for this final match. This is going to be absolutely, not final match, could be second to final match.
Right? It's one of those things where we were coming in and it's like, okay, if they're going to stay with the same pick ban strategy, TL's going to take this. GCU, swap it up. They get large leads from Phoenix. They start snowballing, not fast enough, and then they have a few throws. TL has some great plays with the steal around Baron, the counter on the push on bottom lane, and then they turn it around, and that's where GCU have to go for broke. TL was on the Nexus. They almost had the Nexus. Mash got a few autos in there against Doublelift. They killed each other, and it was just in time. Mash saved that game in those moments.
The fact that the bullets are flying through the air at the same time, and then they both die, that was it. If he didn't kill Doublelift right there, the game was over. Yeah. The series was over. The day here on NALCS 1 was over.
It just went really sad.
Yeah,
it's over.
It's all over. But it's not over. And for an in-depth look on what just happened in that crazy GCU win, we're going to send things over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A huge victory there for GCU in a very tense back and forth game. They talk about there at the end, you know, the series being a single kill away from ending. I mean, there was like 12 different points in that game where the series or the game almost ended.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculously close down the stretch, but if you can't win this game where Phoenix is smashing Piglet about as hard as it is possible, then what game can you win?
Right.
So
that would be the worrying thing looking ahead to the next 2 games is like we had such a good start like that with a comp like that, and it was that tough for us to win it. But I do have to say I like the adjustments out of GCU moving into this game, as we mentioned, putting him on something like the Vladimir and getting Piglet off of the Karthus.
Yeah, I think banning out the Karthus, taking away that comfort pick makes a lot of sense. And I just like having Phoenix on a team fighter where he can actually very easily extend his lead into the team fight stage, into that advantage. You know, part of the tough part for GCU was actually forcing those team fights, though. I think Liquid did a good job of kind of stalling out the game and not letting it go too far. That said, I mean, Phoenix
back
had
at you, buddy.
Such a good game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is unfortunate, though. Team Liquid didn't realize that Gangplank is basically an AD Karthus. Probably could have substituted that one right in there in the team comp. But as you mentioned, you know, the lead is built for GCU, and then we saw a bit of a stall out. And this is something that, you know, a trend that we typically see with either lower tier LCS teams or challenger teams is that, okay, we've got a lead. How exactly do we push it forward? And part of that is identifying how the comp needs to push the lead, right? Because that can differ by strategy. And someone like Vladimir, they opted to put him in a side lane and really go for those split pushes. You got a team fight.
Yeah, and this was the way that they were going to force that team fight, is bring it to the Baron, turn and fight. You have an exceptionally strong Vladimir. That's a good way to do it. And, you know, the initial stages of this fight went very well for them. You know, Piglet with like a borderline intentionally feeding play there, like that was actually insane. I mean, he's 0-3 and 0 at this point, down like 70 CS. He flash ults in the middle of 5 people. What are you gonna do in that situation on Ahri?
Yeah.
It's almost never gonna work. So he suicides. The only thing that saves this game for a while is the fact that Reignover is able to get in, able to steal away the Baron, because I think the game would have ended with this Baron.
Absolutely. I agree 100%. If the Baron falls the other way, along with the kills that they picked up, that would give them the map advantage to actually push forward. This stalls it out another 5 minutes. They are left with 1 remaining Baron buff on Team Liquid. That gives them the opportunity to finally push forward, pick up some turrets. And then the game started to devolve into chaos off the back end of a big comeback fight from Team Liquid. Bot lane 4-for-0, chasing GCU out of the base. With this, they got plenty of time along with this Baron to kind of even up the gold advantage and make it a game.
And I mean, the biggest thing to track here is Vladimir. He's the Fed member, gets polymorphed up. The charm nicely overlapped with that. It means he can't get his Zhonya's off. He can't actually start getting through those cycles of spells.
Yep.
And that's where most of the gold lead was. So as soon as he goes down, they're able to kind of chase in, pick up a lot of kills, and I think that, you know, a lot of credit does go to Matt and Piglet for actually properly executing that. That was well done, and even forcing a QSS out later in the game because they had been crowd controlling him very well.
Right.
But you could see how strong the Vladimir was. You know, doing so much damage for his team. Obviously, Doublelift was very strong. I think it's tough late in the game for Vladimir. Not that the champion is weak late game per se, but when Locket comes in, when Redemption comes in,
we saw multiple fights where
healing debuffs. You know, your AOE gets negated so heavily by these powerful support items.
Absolutely, but we return to the original, question as to whether or not Gold Coin United can actually repeat this win 2 more times. Because when I look at that gold graph, that's never a gold graph that I want to see in a victory, where we are up a ridiculous amount of gold at 35 minutes, as you mentioned. If that Baron fight goes the other way, we end the game there, essentially, and then have it make its way all the way back to the other team's favor come the end of the game. They got to find a way to act with more composure through the mid game.
Yeah, I agree. They certainly do. But, you know, one of the things that gives me some faith in Gold Coin United as far as this having some repeatability is that Phoenix is smashing Piglet like this every game. True. Even in the losses, he absolutely blasted him on Ahri. He took the turrets. I think that if you put him on team fighters, if you put him in his position to succeed, you know, you can get those advantages and take over games. Because like we said, if they had hit that Baron smite, it would have been ended very early.
Yep.
And looked like a much more convincing game.
Absolutely. It's Team Liquid's turn to respond now, come up with a new strategy and answer for Gold Coin United. But they were able to pick up this game and take us to a Game 4. Stick around after the break. We can see if they can take the series against Team Liquid to a Game 5 or if Liquid walks away with it. We'll be right back.
Come. Keep walking through. I'm launching. Keep walking. Just go in. Go in. Go for the base.
Hey, Ari. Hey, look Pi. Hey, look Pi.
And
fucking end!
Yeah, good job, guys. Good job.
It means the world to me to make it back into the LCS. I've actually never won a relegation before or a promotion, so I've been on TSM and been in the LCS, but I never felt the feeling of actually making it in and feeling like I qualified and I actually achieved something. So I think like being able to get back into the LCS while like achieving it myself will like feel really great for me.
The best victories are the ones that you earn yourself through your own blood, sweat, and tears. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Goldcoin United versus Team Liquid. After what was an absolutely bonkers game number 3 that Goldcoin United fought tooth and nail for.
Yeah, and then we're going to have to pace ourselves for these casts. I saw you sitting down for most of Game 3, and I was like, why is Captain Flowers sitting down? It's his first best of 5. And this one's not being...
I was going to say, because then you saw the end of game number 3, and you saw why I was sitting down for the rest of it.
Turning red. It was great.
Demon mode.
Yeah, you did have a Captain Flowers mode in there. I like that. But still, focusing in on the game here for Game 4, we've seen these 2 people really emerge in this series with Doublelift for TL, and then GCU using Phoenix. These are the 2 guys that have been carrying the team, whether it's the laning phase or post-laning phase. And that's what I think is really interesting here, because we're going to start seeing something change. Because GCU selected blue. I thought they would select red.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with that.
That's already a change. So we've got 1 already in there.
Yeah.
Let's see what other ones we go ahead and pile on here. Well, there's your second one. Karthus banned away first ban phase. I think Goldcoin United are probably thinking, you know what? They recognize the stark difference between their with Karthus games and without Karthus games. So they'll probably pick it up early. So let's just shut it down right now and keep Lulu away from Matt, because he had some phenomenal Lulu plays.
Yeah, I wonder what TL thinks GCU is going to do and what GCU is actually going to do here, because Camille, Rumble, they'll get one of them. Maybe the Rengar. Graves should be another ban that comes out, or shouldn't if you're TL and want to trade. But these bans, because you're banning Karthus so early on, thinking that TL might take Karthus as their last pick on their first round. Ah, okay. So maybe a Rumble first pick here for Goldcoin United.
Choices and decisions. Team Liquid has 1 left to make in this banning phase.
Yeah, you have to figure out, are we banning Rumble or are we banning Graves?
What about Renekton? He's been banned.
That's true.
In all the previous matches. This could be the first one that they decide to let him pass. Maybe give that to Solo.
Yeah, but when Rumble's on the table and so is Renekton.
Okay.
Leave everything up there. They ban away the Caitlyn. Make sure that there's at least trades available. If they take Rumble, you might get Renekton. If they take Graves, you can get Rengar.
Goldcoin United coming off the back of a very closely contested win. One that went way closer than they probably would have liked it to, but still just absolutely thrilled at the idea of being able to play more games and continue this series.
Yep.
Gonna lock in that Rumble first and foremost.
And that'll be the Graves for Reignover. So you're expecting some tankiness in the top lane for gank assist.
And you know, Reignover on this Graves, it's a champion that he's very effective on. It's a champion he can do a lot of work on. I was actually talking to him this past weekend, and I was like, you know, I really wish teams would stop banning that against you, because you give me really great plays to cast when you're on Graves. And I always like to see the Graves, and this time, we're going to get to see it. They're also picking up the Lucian very early for Double.
Yeah, Doublelift has been a standout here, so I definitely think you give him an early pick that's a power pick for you. And he had to play against the Lucian previously, so now he's going to have that in his own hands. The Caitlyn banned away, so a lane counter that would bully him out. Not available for Goldcoin United on the response.
Goldcoin United will go ahead and grab that Rengar for themselves, though, exactly like you mentioned just a couple of moments ago, Zyrene. Everything's on the table, so they pick the Graves, you pick the Rengar. You've both got strong choices. GCU has 1 left to pick before we go into the second ban phase, though. We'll have to see what they want to pick to complement this top lane and jungle, and it looks like it's going to be support with the Karma.
I like that because the Karma is actually a soft counter to the Rumble. The shield being used with the mantra for the entire team makes an equalizer actually not do even close to as much damage as you would think. A lot of the time, the mantra shield from a Karma onto everybody doesn't get blown through because it's just so much shielding. And against the Rumble, it does exactly that. So it'll blow through the shield, but you need a lot more damage on top of it, and Rumble's not really built for that right out of the gate.
Well, to counter the karma, they're going to go ahead and pick up the Nami on the side of Team Liquid, not willing to allow that support pick to wait until after there's already more ban opportunities for their opponents. They want to make sure that they get what they need to help Doublelift carry from that bottom lane. So, lopsided picks for the 4th game in a row now. Jungler versus jungler picked, support versus support picked, but top lane versus AD carry. Means our bans are going to be looking a little bit differently focused here in the 2nd phase, as LeBlanc is banned away by Liquid. Always looking to keep Phoenix off of that one. And Nautilus is banned away from Goldcoin.
Yeah, keep him off of these tanks on the top lane for Lorlo. You make him go on to something that's maybe a little less tank and damage oriented. So this means that the Nautilus being taken away will put Lorlo on something like the Gragas, which may be another ban that comes out here. But the Maokai would be kind of an ideal matchup.
Ashe has been removed by Liquid now as well, making sure that Mash can't grab that one for himself, get some of that arrow engage potential, because after all, this time around, Matt is not going to be playing the Tahm Kench, so you have no arrow save potential, so if they wanted to play the Ashe, it could be that much more deadly. Just going to take that one off the table instead. One last ban from Goldcoin United. Who's it going to be?
I would think it's Gragas, unless they want to go with something like a Vladimir or an Ahri for the last pick. But, okay, so the Maokai. I was thinking you would want the Maokai matchup, but I guess they think that the Gragas is less tanky and easier to deal with than a Maokai would be for Lorlo. And I guess Maokai is probably a better champion for Lorlo. I mean, the guy even has a Twitch emote of Lormao.
Does he really?
The little sapling, yeah. Because he always had to play Maokai. The guy used to be like a Riven and Fiora player, but...
stark difference between those and a Maokai.
Forced to play Maokai when he kind of came over to the professional scene. Playing carries in the top requires a little bit of a different skill set, because if you mess up once, you're kind of out of the game.
You're done.
Way later. If you mess up as a tank, it's all right.
It's like, I'm still tanky. Yeah, I still have a Sunfire Cape and a Spirit Visage.
Exactly. I've had conversations with Lorlo about this, where his take was, if you are playing a carry top laner, you have to know all of the matchups. Every little intricacy of the tank matchups, every little intricacy of, like, when do you beat them? Is it level 9, level 8, etc.?
Well, Doublelift picking up that Gragas for Lorlo. You would expect them to pick up the top laner first, considering they already know the enemy top laner. They want to save that mid lane counter pick for last. And it looks like whoever it is, they're going to be up against Phoenix's Jace as they grab that on the side of Goldcoin United, along with the Ezreal for Mash.
Really interesting from Phoenix here, taking a lot of AD, so they are putting a lot on that top lane Rumble for their AP source, which is completely fine. He'll build penetration. People will want to build armor on the enemy team. And yeah, the Taliyah here, this was something that got banned away from Piglet all day yesterday. And he also played it in all of his games on the last set that they had in the LCS.
He played it against FlyQuest and did really well on it. And that was in game number 1. And then they banned it away in the other 2 games. And he also played it against Team Solo Mid. Did not have as impressive of a showing on it then, but since then has improved on the champion. It'll be fun to see him on that one this time around. And I'm not going to lie, Zyrene, I really like watching the Ezreal versus Lucian matchup, because as the game goes on, they both have so much potential for outplay and these really slick moves with their dashes and their skill shots. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, Lucian pretty much beats you in a one-on-one, and Ezreal, it's about spacing. He needs to stay out of Lucian's range, just out of it, and in his own range, about that 550, but also, I would say, it's fine to go to like 600 and get those Qs off the Mystic shots.
2 different goals, 2 different play styles, but when they come together, if you've got really skilled players on both of them, which fortunately we have, can look like some sort of crazy thing out of an anime fight. And it's just the greatest thing to watch if you can manage to get a 1v1 between those 2.
We had those at the Nexus last game, Ezreal versus Lucian.
That's what I'm talking about.
Decided those final moments in that first one.
We're loading in now to game number 4 between these 2 teams. Just to give everybody a quick recap, in case maybe you weren't here at the start, or maybe you just forgot exactly how this whole thing's structured. The winner today...
I forgot.
Oh, well, allow me to remind you, Zyrene.
Go ahead.
The winner of today's Best of 5, they're in the LCS in summer 2017. How cool of a reward is that? That's pretty dope. But the loser today, they go on to play tomorrow against the winner of the match on the other stream, and then that winner will also go on.
So 4 enter, only 2 will move on, and 2 will be in the Challenger Series next split. And GCU just went through the Challenger Series. They got number 1. They just took down Envy, one of the LCS teams. Now they have to take down the team that ended in 9th in TL. to try and get that spot for themselves.
This will complete their holy trifecta. They beat E United in the grand final of Challenger Series, so that's 1. They beat Envy yesterday, that's 2. Now you just got to complete the triangle, take down Team Liquid if you want to punch that ticket first and foremost into LCS Summer Split 2017. But to do that, you got to find 2 more wins here on Summoner's Rift.
The reverse sweep.
The reverse
would
sweep.
be very difficult to do. From a mental standpoint, it is hard to say, all right, you know, it was just it wasn't the composition, it was the execution, it was the call in game 1. So they go with pretty much the same composition. Doesn't work out again. Then they start respecting the Karthus. But you're already with your backs against the wall, spending a ban on a champion that you weren't planning to, and now they've gone over to blue side, got themselves a rumble so it looks a little bit better for them. But now, the question mark is, Doublelift has Lucian, and Piglet has Taliyah. Comfort for 2 of these guys. And Rainover on that Graves.
And Rainover on the Graves. This has been banned away in both, well, all 3 of the previous matches, I should say. Excited to see what he can do on the champion. We already talked about how he's got a reputation for being able to make big plays on this, being able to get a lot done. And we'll have to see if the Gold Coin United plan of actually allowing it through this time will pay off. Because they will be up against that, up against the Piglet Taliyah that you talked about, the Doublelift pocket pick on the Lucian. So a lot of comfortable choices here on the side of Team Liquid, looking to win this game and end this series. Get out of the promotion tournament very early. Matt on the Nami, again, going to be on one of those types of champions that not quite as save-heavy as like a Lulu is, but still, you're going to be hanging back, you're going to be protecting your own team, just ensuring that Doublelift can be that carry.
Definitely a bit for lane as well, where he can constantly sustain and help Doublelift out, whereas before, he's kind of picking stuff that doesn't really help you too much in the lane. Matt being a little bit aggressive. Oh, he wanted to get the bounces there, or at least a bounce.
Those bounces are such a powerful trading mechanism, too, because you think about it, you look at it in its damage plus healing onto you, so it's just both ways. Like, that's really, really good.
Yeah, it makes trading pretty simple. Rainover, level 3 gank, 2 minutes, 40 seconds on the solo, and he's got a red buff.
This is going to put some serious pain into Solo. No real kill potential, but he knocks off 1/3 of his health bar.
That was actually super good by Solo to ward at that time, because that is an unusual gank time. That is what Chaser did for Someday when he was playing Rengar. It was a 2 minute and 40-second gank where you do your Raptors, you do your red buff, you do your Krugs, not completely, but you'll hit level 3, and then you run up there. And most people have an internal gank timer of about 3 minutes when people will show up, and that was right on time where Solo places the ward and spots Rainover as he's coming out of the bush.
The fan vote for game number 4 shrunk back down a little bit. It changed because we were originally at 53, so it changed 1%.
Yep.
Man.
Went up 1% for TL.
The thing is, though, it's never been further apart than 10. Like the 40-60 thing. Well, technically 20, I guess. Yeah, whatever. 40 to 60. It's never been further apart than that this whole time, which is very, very close between these two squads. Shows how evenly matched they are. The fans realize it. We're realizing it. It's turned out to be a pretty solid series so far.
Yeah, and we kind of said that might happen after the first game with the laning phase and how everything was so equal, which was unexpected. But we see Piglet without having the Karthus here in easy mode, and we see Mash and Madlife not having the Zyra Caitlyn bottom lane, or the Zyra Ashe.
The auto shove, just destroy your opponent in lane. They're not really allowed to do anything. Sort of, it almost turns the bottom lane into a PvE experience, because all you do is just kill the minions, and then the enemy players aren't allowed to do anything back to you.
Yeah, it can quickly turn into, if the other players are not playing well, them being PvP'd down. Not much you could say about it, but...
Oh, nice. Good combo damage coming out there from Piglet, who fires that threaded volley right back into Phoenix as he jumps onto him.
Yeah, Phoenix actually winning that trade. Or sorry, Piglet actually winning that trade, because the threaded volley, as soon as the Q to the skies from Phoenix was coming out, just hits all of them in the face and actually returns more damage. Still has a potion as well, has a biscuit. So Piglet's actually in a much better spot than Phoenix is at the moment.
Piglet continuing to shove this wave up. Taliyah is so darn good at it, too. Always shove it up, always just clearing out the waves. Phoenix has to get himself back right now. Quick look at the summoner spells that we're seeing this game, because they are a little bit different. 2 heals over there as Rainover tries to steal away some of these Raptors. End of the line, not quite going to find the kill. Santorin just smacks it down instead.
Yeah, and Rainover actually a little bit behind in CS, dropped some of those small Krugs. And right there what happened was Santorin leaped in, got himself right onto it, and smited it. I believe he actually got that one away from Rainover.
I didn't realize that when that skin back for Lucian, it's such a cool saxophone sound playing
sexy
too.
sax man.
Yeah. That's really cool. All right. I now realize why everybody uses that Lucian skin. That's sweet. All right. Double lift, though. Him and Matt doing a good job so far in this lane, 49-42, getting a slight CS advantage for themselves, but their team down in gold overall. The gold difference between the junglers and the top laners telling the story of that for now, just with those slight farm leads. But Double Lift and Matt, finally, like you mentioned, a little bit of just breathing room in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
you know?
room to flex their muscles is the superior bottom lane. Having this pick and not having the same ones for Goldcoin United. The Caitlyn ban for MASH, making sure that he has to at least play slightly risky underneath these turrets.
Solo and Lorlo. Now, we've seen different things from these two throughout the course of this series. Like, Lorlo was so dominant in the first couple of games, and in the last game, he wasn't able to pull off nearly as much on the Fizz.
Yeah, the double bans towards him with the Camille and Rumble, making sure he doesn't get a first pick Camille, definitely threw a wrench into his plan. But we saw some adjustments. We saw Solo not die as much either and not get camped as hard. He was able to actually turn around a 2v1 under turret. Almost got a kill on both of the guys that dove him. Taliyah, though, has ulti. This is what you're waiting for.
All right. Wait, made his way up to the fight, but okay, it's short a little bit. Jumps himself back over the wall. Piglet going to be brought very, very low. First blood actually goes the way of Goldcoin United. Rainover and Lorlo looking to make their way into the fight. Back going to be here now as well, too. Rainover goes down. Santorin going to be taken down very low as well. A double kill for Matt, of all people, evening this up 2-2.
That big difference there was the support showed up. Matt was there, was able to contribute all of his spells and an Ignite on top of it, where Mad Life had just backed. Lorlo hits Solo this way, but then they're actually going to collapse. The Rengar ultimate gets popped. They see Piglet puts himself on the opposite side of the wall, and so Santorin has to jump all the way through. The Equalizer not really going to do anything in that fight, but Solo then has Matt on the backside, gets picked up, a great bubble from him onto Santorin, and then the auto attacks pick him up afterwards. And that's just exactly, like, as soon as that fight ended, we saw Mad Life kind of coming by the wolf camp. He's super far away. Matt was just way earlier to the roam, and that was one that was started by TL. They knew it was coming, right? They'd send Matt there, Lorlo's gonna cask him back, Piglet's gonna try to Taliyah wall him, and then they're gonna fight.
I mean, if Matt's not there, that would have been a slaughter. Yeah, that would have been just pure GCU plays left, right, and center. Saving the day by making sure he works his way up there. Double lift, bottom side. Not really struggling with the loss of his support there for a couple of moments. Still with the CS lead, still doing great.
Yeah, Mad Life tried to roam as well, right? And spent about the same amount of time roaming around. This is going to be Matt with a bit of an advantage with those 2 kills, of course. Getting himself.
Not really where you'd like to see him. I mean, we'd like to see them somewhere else.
Yeah, that's true. You definitely want them on things like your Graves or Taliyah. I would say even in that top lane. But Solo is somebody who picked up a kill, and so did Santorin. So Bones of the Necklace a little bit online, and Solo getting that penetration build going.
Double lift and Matt. Just want to hit that point with the Blade of the Ruined King. Because, you know, we talked in the previous game a little bit. We at least mentioned it in passing. That when Double Lift Ezreal had a Mana Moon and he had a Sheen, completed Blade of the Ruined King was up for MASH. So you're really scary as the Lucian once you have that completed item versus just kind of those mana-based items.
And it's so hard to get you out of lane, too. It heals for a lot. The increase on the lifesteal, the Piglet.
Seismic Shove did not go where he needed it to go.
Well, he actually was expecting Santorin to leap at him. And so he was putting it on himself preemptively to knock Santorin into turret if he leaves.
A solid prediction, but just didn't quite look as cool since it wasn't quite where it needed to be. Infernal Drake started up by Team Liquid, but then canceled. It's back, Zyrene, the one that they'll fight each other for.
I know you're ready for this.
You think they would have tried that if it wasn't a Cloud Drake? They wouldn't have.
Speaking of fighting each other for something, teleport onto MASH and Mad Life.
Trying to find this with the Tidal Wave. Flash going to be used. MASH getting himself away. Mad Life going to be flashing now as well. Lorlo looking to flash deep under enemy territory. Mad Life going to be knocked back. A little bit more damage. He's healed up until Rainover shoots him down, but it's going to be 1-for-1. Now, GCU looking to make even more out of it. A 2-for-1, grabbing the kill onto Double Lift. Oh, baby, I think we're going to make it a triple. Phoenix grabbing the third member of Team Liquid now as they only lost their support for it. Gold Coin United for the second time this game. Liquid looks to make a play, and Gold Coin says, nah, I think we'll do that instead. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome everyone from the other stream, from NALCS2. You're jumping into Gold Coin United versus Team Liquid. It's now 1-2. Gold Coin United just won game number 3 after one hell of a battle. And here in game number 4, they are looking very, very strong to start things off.
Santorin Smite, there you go. Picks up the first Infernal Drake of the game. Next one will be Mountain. And yes, you said they won that hell of a fight in game 3. This is a hell of a fight in game 4 to start this one off here. GCU, Madlife, makes them work for it. Then Reignover pops the ultimate. Great equalizer this time to get the flash out of Doublelift. And then Santorin flashes to the other side of the bush to get a leap onto Doublelift and continue. Whereas Phoenix had roamed down and Piglet was still clearing out mid lane. So we're seeing these fights go the way of the team that, of course, has the superior numbers in the roam. And who's there faster?
Team Liquid down 600 gold based off of the way these fights have been going. Still no turrets having been taken, but Gold Coin United with an Infernal Drake under their belts. Zyrene, when you've got a team like Rumble, like Rengar, like Jace, those Infernals are juicy.
Oh, they're real good.
They're going to make a difference.
Oh, they are really good. Especially when you're looking at something like the Rengar that can start snowballing and getting even more AD. Because it's like AD for his AD.
Yeah. Hey, I heard you like AD.
Because it's funny because his ratio is a bonus attack damage ratio, and then his Bone Tooth Necklace gives you bonus attack damage based off your bonus attack damage.
So now that you've got more bonus attack damage, you're going to have some more bonus attack damage, which will give you some bonus attack damage.
It's just like Varus gets more bonus attack speed off his bonus attack speed.
Compounding stats, multiplicative bonuses. That's that feel-good stuff. Piglet feeling good about dodging away from that shock blast as well. Gets himself back into mid lane with the rock surfing. It's a really cool passive, honestly. I always like the fact that she has she like surfs along the thing. I always thought that was a pretty cool idea.
Yeah, it was kind of mixed. A lot of people were like, oh, it's not that great. And some people were
but
like,
it looks movement speed? It looks cool, though.
Yeah, it definitely looks great. I love how you're nearby a wall. It just pops up. Sometimes when you're like traveling, though, you'll like jump on it and then jump off and then jump on it and jump off.
Yeah, that's a little bit troll. Did you ever play Jak and Daxter 2 on PlayStation?
I did not.
You had a hoverboard in that game that was a lot like Talia's, and the fastest way to get around in the game was to get on it and then get off of it, and get on it and then get off of it, and get on it and then get off of it. Yeah.
And I love it when
Brings
people
me back.
love when people find those mechanics or those things that save you frames. So you watch like speed runs of Ocarina of Time. They're backflipping the whole time. You're not even watching where you're going.
Yeah.
Link is just back.
Yeah, it's just yeah. Weird speedrun stuff. I've seen people jump on and off that jetboard so many times. Sometimes you shoot yourself up 100 feet in the air with it. I don't know how any of it works, but see, rock surfing's a little bit easier to understand. Doublelift, though, all he understands is war. Jumping into Mash's face, pulling the guns, getting ready.
I do like it, though, because Mash doesn't really have a way to sustain himself outside of the potions, whereas Doublelift has the lifesteal from Bilgewater Cutlass, and he also has a Nami. So trading is mostly in your favor unless it's an all-in, and Madlife just has to be really fast on getting those shields down. TL, though, looks like they're trying to get a roam down here. Phoenix is coming up from GCU, but so is Piglet.
Oh, Santorin going to be taken very, very low. Doublelift popping the heel, trying to stay alive. One more auto attack, gets it! Gold Coin United's got themselves what they came for, but now can they get out without too many casualties? Reignover looking to come in, maybe secure a kill. Ultimate not going to be finding the mark. Comes in with the flash, looking to get one more auto attack. End of the line, seals the deal instead, 1-for-1.
And teleports on the top laners pretty close to coming back right before that fight. Just seconds off of that, so they couldn't join in, but both teams have the same idea. Time to fight on the bottom side of the map. Get yourself in there. Saw Phoenix roaming ahead of time. Piglet at the same moment is also realizing the same thing. And this game, it's being super close. All throughout this series, we're seeing some early leads for one team or the other, but it never seems to be enough except for that game 3 to really just completely snowball out of control. These teams are quite evenly matched. This is bottom lane, this game, Doublelift not getting that edge over Mash. In that mid lane, it's even right now between Phoenix and Piglet. Both teams are playing around their strengths right now.
Last auto attack from Mash, making sure they got Doublelift. Very important.
Because he already had a lot of stacks of Fervor, so it's a little bit deceptive of how much damage that was going to do.
Especially considering it is Mana Moon, Sheen, Ezreal. You expect the Mystic shots to hurt, but the rest not really so much. But Fervor really adds up.
Yeah, I don't believe he had Sheen at the time of death. No, he didn't. He didn't have
not. All right.
But it was still
slight mistake, Areno.
Yeah, still Manamune, but the Fervor stacking up is just a lot of damage when you're able to get that.
We still got a very close game here, though. 1,000 gold separating the teams, so a decent little lead for Gold Coin United, but nothing they can write home about just yet. Nothing they can start making plays around and building their lives around. They got to make sure that they're still playing this one as smooth as they can, trying to find every opportunity. Mountain Drake going to be alive here in about 50 seconds.
Yeah.
Might be looking to fight over that one.
And this is also the first time that we've seen Solo with an advantage. You think back to Game 1, 0-3-1 up against Lorlo. Game 2, pretty much the same. Got destroyed. Game 3, got dove, fended off the dive, and then was sort of able to
he was
keep up.
breaking even.
Yeah. But this is where he has like a clear advantage. He has the kills. He's the Rumble. He's the sole source of AP damage on this GCU team. He has to do well, and he's doing well.
Got 2-1-2. He's got the Leandri's Torment completed. And we've seen mid-game fights before just end because of Rumble ultimates.
Oh, yeah.
This is a champion that has the fate of the game sometimes in his hands when it comes to these mid-game fights in jungle corridors or dragon pits or these tightly grouped areas. So eyes on Solo to see what he can do with those, with the TP available to come into these fights if they're going to be breaking out around this Drake.
Fighting over this Drake right here. Fighting over vision control. Jungler's doing all the dirty work. The mid laners try to fight over that wave, and nice hit on the Piglet.
Poke each other. Yeah, Piglet going to lose about a third of his HP just from that accelerated shock blast. Those things are no joke. If you can manage to line those up, really poke people down. That was just a normal one.
Oh, speaking of shock blast, we'll see if he gets an acceleration K here on the Piglet. Oh,
he did ride it!
So it dismounts you on damage, and I'm pretty sure he had a Deathfire touch kick.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, he had a Leandri's tick. So he started it, and the
Leandri burned him as soon as he jumped up and tried to ride the ice thing.
Yep.
All right, fair enough. Piglet with no way out gives it his best shot, but his best was not good enough this time. Gold Coin United going up 7-4, using that Rumble ultimate. They get Piglet's flash, too. You get the flash and you still get the kill. Always feels good. Mad Life and Double Lift. Now getting into a little bit of a scuffle as Double puts some bullets into Mash as well.
Send them the parts. And now
bullets with love.
A little extra behind him, but yeah. Double Lift has so much lifesteal with the Blade of the Ruined King now, and has Matt to sustain him, that you don't really win this lane unless it's an all-in from Gold Coin United, or they get some help. That top lane turret actually looked like it was fairly low, half HP. So Solo's been able to do some work here. These guys teleported out of the lane earlier. Haven't seen too much help actually come up here for either side, except for that skirmish really early on.
Honestly, I can't believe that we're 18 minutes, almost 19 minutes into the game, and there's still no turret first blood. Neither team has really been able to make that happen so far. Neither one has found the opportunity to get the rotation that results in.
Yeah, and that kind of is a testament to how even this game is right now. We're seeing roams to different areas of the map where even Phoenix and Piglet have both left lane to go bottom, and they both ended up with kills. Instead of both ended up with helping getting kills, but it didn't end up in a turret, so there was counter kills in both of those moves.
Piglet has been 2 of his team's deaths so far, although he's also been involved in 3 out of 4 kills. Unfortunately for him, hasn't got any of those under his belt specifically. We have to see if he can really get this Taliyah going as we move further into the mid-game. Rainover and Matt trying to take away this Mountain Drake without too much of an issue, but the ward dropped over the wall by Mad Life means the Gold Coin United is going to be aware of what's happening. Rainover decides to drag it out of the pit.
They're going to let it go.
First will do it. Yep. Gold Coin United decides to let that one pass. Not worth fighting it.
Yeah, it seems like Santorin was not in a position to actually contest for it, and they were waiting on that. He was back, had to spend some of that gold, being 3-1-3. Actually, hit
first world problems. I've got too much money.
Yeah, actually,
got to go back to the base.
Pretty much clearing camps. He's sitting on 1,200 gold, so he could actually buy Dead Man's Plate. And right here, we see Rainover coming in.
Double Lift wanting to make the move. Mad Life going to be taken very low. Flashes just south of where that ultimate was going to be finding its way, but Phoenix make sure he seals Piglet's fate there near the mid lane. 8-4 now. Gold Coin United with a nice solo kill.
All right, I was saying that the skill difference wasn't rearing its ugly head just yet. Right there. That was Phoenix having control of mid lane and seeing that Piglet wanted to roam and possibly be a part of that play. So he cut him off instead of roaming as well and went for the 1v1.
Phoenix now doing everything he can to bring this down, get that turret first blood. Barely missing out on it. He and Reignover both taking critically low.
He went in on Reignover, had to blow his heal, but Reignover had to blow flash.
Doublelift and Matt barely keeping their turret alive as well. So many of these turrets, and by so many I mean 2 of these turrets very, very close to death. Phoenix grabbing the turret first blood finally, 21 minutes into the game.
Yep, picking that one up for himself, whereas his bottom turret now, you can start flexing things around, start putting your bottom lane mid if you want. But I feel like you do want this turret first, so I think they'll come back here, and then you get a roam from Phoenix.
Speaking of Phoenix, Edge of Night just now completed for him, so going to have that much more playmaking and play-denying ability with the power of that spell shield.
Yeah, making sure Piglet might not be able to knock him into the team. Right now, see what happens next, because Phoenix, you would think, goes mid, clears it out, tries to shove it maybe to tier 2 and advance ward lines, and then go bottom to try and get that turret, because that one is just really fast. Even just a wave and 2 seconds, even a second, I would say, would get you that bottom lane turret.
Goldcoin have built this lead up to about 3,000 now. Still some standing gold waiting to be claimed on that bottom turret as well. Blade of the Ruined King done on Doublelift, working on that Black Cleaver. Pretty much the standard build you're seeing at Illusions these days. Orc into BC, accepted by many as incredibly effective. Phoenix popping the Edge of Night, but can't get in range to do anything here to Piglet.
And Doublelift is also going to go for a Ninja Tabi here because it's up against 3 AD, and the 1 AP is Solo. And I will say, though, Solo is quite fed. So that is still going to devour the Lucian if a Sax gets me every time.
Yep. Every single time. You just gotta slow down and respect it. Santorin trying to get some damage onto Doublelift and Matt here, but instead gets bubbled up and sort of stopped in his tracks. Culling used to get rid of the minion wave, try to hold onto this turret, but no dice. It's gonna be a 2-0 turret lead for the side of Goldcoin.
Nice. So Santorin comes bottom to help them push it in, whereas Phoenix continues to push up mid, make sure that there's no Talia roam. So the options there where you either get Phoenix blue buff really early, and then you do something like that, or you do it in reverse order and risk your blue buff being taken, but it seems like Reignover was on the bottom side of the map, and they wanted to just make sure that they get the turret. There wasn't really a risk that they'd lose anything on the top side either, which is strange. This is actually the least top side focused game in the series so far.
Solo just being left to his own devices. He's got the Zhonya's Hourglass up and working too, which, considering Rumble still shoots out the Flame Spitter, while Zhonya's can be very, very deadly, very effective in the middle of these team fights. Lets him go in a lot more bravely as well. If he just wants to get in there, turn the flames on, and start cooking everybody, he can do it without the worry of being immediately exploded and losing that damage potential for his team.
Yeah, and Solo, it's interesting to watch him as a player because I've talked about how he tilts and wants to play and not be carried. But when he's on carries like Renekton or Rumble, which are the two that I really know him for, he looks fantastic. Solo's a guy that can throw down those equalizers and have them really change the flow of a team fight. And if you think back to Solo's played some games in the LCS.
Uh-oh, Piglet. This little piggy went home. Santorin going to be the one sending him there. 40 seconds later, his screen's going to go back to full vivid color, but for now, it's a 5 versus 4. Goldcoin United cannot stop finding the picks.
It was a great equalizer to start off there, up against the wall, where Piglet has to flash to even go anywhere, or he has to walk towards the Rumble that was running at him. So, gives him kind of a catch-22, which is exactly what you want with that ultimate, where you have pretty much no option except for the option that your enemy wants you to take and is prepared for. But yeah, like I said, Solo has actually played some games in the LCS. He was part of the Ember team, and then he subbed in for Echo Fox. And also, he was one game away from beating Echo Fox in the promotion tournament. Last split, look at this, Phoenix on Doublelift.
Phoenix trying to make the move. The hero of the day. Matt shows up to keep his AD carry alive. Both summoner spells had to be expended by Phoenix there. He would have got the kill if not for Matt showing up, firing off the tidal wave, and getting that heal in there.
Yeah, Matt has actually been having a pretty good series, I would say. Contrary to what happened yesterday, where he died a few times on Lulu, first blooded in the lane phase, Matt's been playing well. His Tahm Kench looked pretty clean. His laning phase has been good, even in bad matchups. And in this one, the roam was right on point. Out-roamed Mad Life, got 2 kills for himself. This time, right there in time to save Doublelift.
And that's one of the players we've been looking to step up on this squad from Team Liquid. One of the guys that, like we mentioned earlier, has endured a lot of the blame from fans and foes alike of Team Liquid, saying, Matt's dying too much. He's making too many mistakes. He needs to fix this. And If he can get up there and keep double lift going, keep him alive, 2-0-2 so far on the Nami, 100% kill participation. These are the kind of games that the fans want him to have.
Uh-oh, looking on.
But speaking of games that the fans want you to have, pretty sure they wouldn't like to see Piglet repeat this one too often.
That was a super good equalizer, too. The fact that it took a little bit of that pathway and then it was diagonal up means he knows Piglet doesn't have flash, can't flash that wall. So
you're just stuck.
But the only way to walk around that is you have to walk closer to the rumble and then walk all the way down and around. It's actually incredibly well placed, and that's kind of showing why GCU picked blue side for this first pick rumble.
Goldcoin United just took an inhibitor for free at 26 minutes into the game.
Nothing's for free, but it was that rumble equalizer for sure.
Okay, we spent the rumble equalizer for an inhibitor. That's a good deal. You ever go to like a garage sale and you ask them, hey, how much is this thing? And they're like, oh, I don't know, just give me a nickel. Because they don't really know what it costs, and they're like, I don't really care, just get rid of it. That's what that was. That was a just give me a nickel inhibitor.
That was like, make sure you, can you carry it to your own car?
Yeah, if you can carry it out, you can have it.
I will tell you though, it was, they lost top turret for that. So they did lose their top turret on that.
All right, that makes it seem like a little bit more of a trade, but that's still way in the favor of Gold.
Definitely in their favor.
Right,
yeah,
right.
That's the nickel trade right there.
Okay, top lane turret's worth at least a little bit more than a nickel. It's like, give me $1, right? If we're calling an equalizer a nickel, we'll call a top lane turret $1. But it's still real cheap, considering that inhibitor has a lot of inherent value in it. Going to be putting some more map pressure down now for free for GCU. I know you said not for free, but if an inhibitor's down and minions just spawning, we're not paying nothing for them.
That's true. You might be right there.
All right, we've got some freebies as Matt getting himself caught out. Fish out of water. Mash grabbing the kill there. Mash, not Matt. Too many M's.
You got Mad, you got Mash.
Mad,
you got
Matt, Mash.
You almost had Ash.
Yeah, a lot of those.
Yeah, Rainover, though, actually looking at his build, went for a Bloodthirster as his second item. No Black Cleaver here because there's really not a whole lot of armor. Maybe it would help, though, but you are going to have a Black Cleaver on double lift. So Rainover's just looking for some extra oomph behind his burst combo and some sustain.
All right, more damage coming in. Goldcoin United, they've got such a huge lead. They want to push this into a victory. Take this to game number 5. This is the most convincing they have looked.
Exactly, and this is a clean execution here so far. They got that middle inhibitor off of catching Piglet, and now they're going to rotate towards top. Rumble's flanking, has the equalizer. Where's it going to be from Solo to start off this fight if they go for a dive?
Piglet doing a good job clearing these minion waves away for now. Solo still just off in the flank waiting. He wants to pull this trigger, but GCU decides to back away from it. They've got a large wave of minions pushing up in the bottom side. You can see the ping from Team Liquid onto that one right now, saying somebody's got to get down here and deal with this.
Yeah, they have all 3 waves controlled, so they can debate Baron.
Rainover getting himself caught out. A rampage for MASH.
And this is so good by GCU. When you have all 3 waves pushing in, you can go and bait the Baron, even if it's for a quick second, because you will most likely catch a straggler. Because if they don't send their full team, then they're losing parts of their base. You're having super minions push in, your bottom turret's taking damage, your top turret's taking damage if they send 5 people in. If they send like 2 people in, which is what they were trying to do with Rainover, they're going to get caught like that. So it was a great bait from GCU to use the advantage of their lanes.
Phoenix recognizing that something was probably up in that brush, sends an accelerated shock blast in there just to check. Madlife now targeted by Team Liquid, but the Baron's being brought down very rapidly. Equalizer going to be used to scare him away. Lorlo tries to make his way in there, but Smite secured by Santorin. Double at very low HP. Lorlo's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Piglet cannot get the wall in there in time to save anyone. And that's Baron Nashor going the way of Goldcoin United 29 minutes in. There was also a ping from Goldcoin just a little bit before the Baron onto the enemy Nexus, showing that one of those turrets was very low.
Yeah. That bottom turret's also really low right now. That top turret is about half HP, and that one right there that we saw, pretty damaged. So there's a lot here for GCU to take. GCU, if they continue to execute like this, they would be bringing us to a game 5.
There's opportunity everywhere for Goldcoin United right now. This is their game. This is the game. Last game was the one where they got to hang on, where they had to just grab for dear life and hope they didn't slip away. This is their momentum game. This is them taking that win from game number 3, pushing it forward. Rainover's going to be taken very, very low. And Phoenix with the fadeaway rampage. Gold Coin United, dead set on bringing us to Game 5.
Now they're going to push up mid with Santorin. They're going to make sure that they don't really care about this bottom turret. Even though it's super low, it doesn't have a minion wave even close because it got pushed out by Lucian. Mid and top are the two you want to focus on. Middle inhibitor looks like it'll be back in a few seconds here. So they're hanging around this. They're getting that top turret. They're going to push these 2 waves in and keep pressure so that they can't push the bottom side and even try to make anything out of that with this Baron buff.
Everyone ready to go. Gold Coin United with 4 in the top side, 1 there in the middle. Rengar ultimate going to be used for a flank. Equalizer comes down. Redemption cast to keep Piglet a little bit safer, but the inhibitor turret falls. Inhibitor now the target. Liquid trying to find an opportunity to defend here, but they just can't do it. They're down 11,000 gold at 31 minutes.
And the middle inhibitor's about to respawn here, so they're actually going to back off, reset, and then come back for this one. And then they'll go mid and bottom. And the Infernal Drake will be up in 40 seconds. So, predicting how this game will go, bottom tier 2, push up mid, look at tier 2, look at the inhibitor turret, and look at the middle inhibitor, and then eventually go for the Infernal Drake. If a fight doesn't happen, you do that. If a fight does happen and you win it, you just you win the game. The game's over, you're going to Game 5. Gold Coin looks like they're going to be doing just that, marching solo down the solo lane. Everybody else going to be hanging around, moving their way up towards enemy territory as well. You can see Santorin and Mash a little bit further behind. Yeah, Mash picking up the red buff for himself, and now they have to invade. They don't have their sweeper up anymore. Let's try to look for the blue buff here.
Ooh,
look for Reignover.
Really aggressive. Through shot? Okay. Good foresight from Reignover, recognizing that was going to be coming through, getting himself back. But now that he's that low, tier 2 falls, no contest. Tier 3 is the name of the game.
Yep, looking for that inhibitor turret. Mad Life taking some damage, but putting down control wards and wards on the other side. Here comes this turret.
And the damage just comes in so fast, Irene. There's not really a lot they can do about this.
And Santorin pops the ulti just to zone.
Tidal Wave doesn't hit anyone. Liquid's running out of resources.
Yeah, they don't really have much left. Top side is going to have these super minions pushing in, and now they're spread thin. Middle minion wave can be pushed up. Bottom minion wave can as well.
I mean, you've still got ults, you've still got summoners.
Now
they're looking to make the plays! Trying to knock their opponents around. The health bar's rapidly deteriorating. Reignover and Lorlo both going to be killed now. Double is going to be going down next. Make it mad instead. Double barely staying alive, but not for long. A double kill for Solo. It's a 4-for-1. Mash falls, but takes the enemy team with him. And Gold Coin United will take us to game number 5.
After an epic game 3 and a more controlled game 4 from GCU, we're going to game 5. We're looking at match point, LCS point for both of these teams.
We could not have asked for a better series for this promotion tournament today, Irene. Both of these teams want this so bad, and it is so evident.
The reverse sweep within grasp for Gold Coin United, the #1 challenger team. Almost has it.
And these scores, these are as convincing as what Team Liquid was doing earlier. This game ended 18-5 with a 15,000 gold deficit. 4-1-7 on your Rumble, 5-1-7 on the Rengar, 4-0-7, the only person in the game who did not die at all for Phoenix, his second game in a row of just having phenomenal numbers.
Yeah, highest damage in the game as well for Phoenix. Solo, a little bit behind him, but also Mash did about twice double lifts damage this game. So we're looking at Poke Ezreal doing a bit more than the Lucian, but I want to say this game was very clever from GCU because I thought GCU was just going to go back to red side and do exactly what they did again. But they changed it up. Instead, they pick blue side. They make sure that their top laner, who hasn't really had a great game, gets a good champion for himself in the meta, is able to get some attention, destroys Lorlo in the one-on-one, gets himself a large advantage here in terms of the kills that happen. So they put action top. Then they said, leave top alone. Let's go bottom. And then they just kept going bottom. It was the most bottom-focused game of the series so far, where they just kept ganking it over and over again, making sure Double Lift couldn't really do much.
And for a team that looked like they were going to close game 3 a little bit quicker, and then they had the throws, and things went way too close, it's got to be comforting, reassuring for Gold Coin United to lock the game away as quickly as they did and as cleanly as they did.
Yeah, I will say that it was a game that you definitely want to get to that next one, right? Make sure that this one is over and you aren't just completely taxing yourself through the best of 5. But this next game is the hardest game for both teams. If somebody makes a mistake, maybe you're not in the LCS. when you have to play that other team that won on the other stream. So that's the big thing here. A lot of people just don't want to be that guy, but I feel like both these teams have people who step up and will make those plays.
We're going to go ahead and send things over to Dash and Azael for a closer look at exactly how GCU tied up the series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I can't believe I'm about to say we're going to a Game 5 in this series. It looked over, as we mentioned, in Game 3 when Team Liquid was able to kind of claw their way back into it. But now the momentum just feels like it's completely swung in the other direction. And I'm worried for any Liquid fans out there moving into Game 5 now.
Yeah, I think a lot of Liquid management, the players, everyone I think gets a little bit nervous when you start going to a Game 5.
Yeah.
Because we have seen the dominance of Phoenix throughout the series, but we had not seen is Solo taking over and the other lanes really getting advantages, like MASH, getting so much more damage out than Doublelift. And when you get those edges elsewhere on the map, it's similar to the Envy thing with Lyra, where the whole team can be unlocked.
And that's to Zyrene's point about, here in Game 4, swapping up the sides, GCU coming in and say, we're going to take blue. Let's completely throw Pick Ban on its head, show priority to our top lane pick, get him something that can completely take over a game, put out a large amount of DPS. And so then you're not relying on Phoenix to be your solo team fight winner. He can go back to one of those more single target, poke champions, lane dominant Jace play.
Yeah, and I mean, he did look great on the Jace. I still feel like team fight champions are going to be very good for him because he's always getting an advantage, and that does kind of guarantee you a way to have a chance in a game.
Mm-hmm.
When you go on the Jace, if you don't dominate, if something goes bad, then you're not necessarily going to take over a team fight, which is kind of a concern to me. But that said, what he's been doing is working, right? And Piglet is the really big concern for TL now because he's been getting smashed every game, and he's not really found a way to be super useful in anything except the Karthus.
And that's the thing, and that's the problem. I don't know how you adjust with that in mind. You have to assume that the Karthus ban is going to come through again. Great. So what do we do on the side of Team Liquid? The Talia pick's not working. The Ahri, there was some influence or some effectiveness in the play. Well, I mean, in terms of
he influenced the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
within replays themselves, right? We're seeing some good charms land in one fights, but overall, still not impressive in lane and still getting out to such a deficit that it's not worth it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What's the next pick you go to? I mean, do you put him on something entirely different, or put him onto a tank in the mid lane and put Lorlo onto a carry champion in the top?
mean,
What's the solution?
To me, it's hard to answer because I don't know enough of his champion pool.
That's right, yeah.
Like, he's played so many different things that if I'm saying, okay, you can play every mid lane champion reasonably well,
right,
then I put this guy on literally something like solo lane Lulu, solo lane Karma, put him on Morgana, put him on like any supportive type champion where you can literally just sit back and wave clear and then be useful for your team.
What about Corki
in the rest of the fight?
He's an AD carry. Why don't we throw an AD carry mid? Can Varus make his trip back mid? We saw Lucian locked in mid lane in the LPL last night. That could maybe be an answer. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with possible strategies here, just as you are. But maybe you do look for something like throwing another AD carry into the mid lane and playing that style, something that he's at least used to.
I mean, it's possible, but to me, that they match up so poorly 1v1. And he's already getting blasted so hard by Phoenix that I don't think you can do it. To me, you look for what is the champion I can be the most useful on after I lose lane.
Right.
Because you're going to lose lane. He loses lane every game. And then get him on something that's supportive, right? Like you can be down 50 CS on a Karma and build a Locket, build an Ardent Sensor, build totally defensive, and shield up Doublelift and still have some use.
We talk a lot about Team Liquid because they're the team that's now on the back foot. Let's just close this out with GCU. I mean, for them, I think it's about keeping the momentum going forward and definitely, but not overreaching, right?
Yeah.
The way you lose this game is by overreaching, maybe getting too aggressive in an early tower dive and handing over those kills in Gold League to Team Liquid that we know they can run away with if gifted over to them.
Yeah, definitely. I think you have to play a little bit conservatively, allow Phoenix to get his edges. Don't feel like the other lanes have to force, but go for them when they are there, right? You need to not be too hesitant, and you need to take advantages where you can find.
All righty, cue up the Silver Scrapes, ladies and gentlemen, because this series is headed for the first Game 5 of the 2017 season. Can't believe that's happening. After our break, we'll see if Liquid can rather take on Gold Coin United, or if they're going to claim their first spot in the summer split.
If he goes on me, we win. If he goes on me, we win. Help Jaehoon. Help Jaehoon. That's low. Keep going. I ain't Lucian. Go to Leah. Back. Keep going. Base. I got him. Nice. Go base. We can.
Welcome back, everyone, to the game number 5 deciding match between Team Liquid and Gold Coin United. It all comes down to this, Irene.
Yeah, it's classic that your first best of 5 would be 5 games.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
This is honestly a huge game for both these teams. Team Liquid, they win here. They accomplished the goal of why they were swapping everybody around towards the end, why they brought in Kane, just avoid relegation, get back in for another shot, and then you have more time. But for Gold Coin United, they've been fighting for this the whole time. These guys, you look at a lot of them across the board, some of them are like LCS rejects, you would say.
They've seen the LCS before. They're experienced with the territory. It's not like this is their first rodeo.
Yeah, Phoenix, he was a guy who was criticized very heavily for only being able to play things like Azir, and now he's showing us he can destroy Piglet in the mid lane. Sure, it may not be the greatest of accomplishments, but he's doing it on many different champions. Santorin kind of came in, and everybody's like, oh, he's one of Bjergsen's wards. Then he played on Energy for a bit. It's like, wait, still not that great. And then he's coming back. He's trying to get back in over and over again. And Mash is kind of like the line, you would call him. He's the guy that everybody's like, he's definitely really good for Challenger, but in LCS, he seems to be one of the bottom 80 carries every time. This seems like a more motivated Mash to me, and somebody who's definitely playing a little bit more aggressive than I knew him to play.
And you even saw what we heard from Santorin before game number 4, where he said, you know, I've played in LCS before, I've done stuff like that, I've never actually had to fight through Challenger before. So to get to this point, like, they all really want to earn their way into NALCS and be there playing in Summer Split 2017, and all they've got to do is win this one single game to do it. But Team Liquid will stand in their way. The bans are done, mostly, here for this final match, as it's Rumble, Vlad, and Shen banned away by Liquid, who will be on the blue side. Goldcoin United from the red side, banning away the Graves, the Karthus, and the Lulu.
First pick, Camille. I assume for Lorlo. And this is Team Liquid. They got side selection in Game 5 because they were the higher-seeded team coming in an LCS team, so they get 1, 3, and 5 for their selections. And I assume it's the Camille first pick here because the 2 games that you didn't have as dominant of a top lane matchup for yourself on TL's side, that's where Goldcoin United were able to play to multiple side lanes.
That's where bad stuff happened. But with Lorlo on that Camille again, he had 2 very convincing games the first time around. Well, the first half of this match, I should say. So having that again, definitely going to be a bonus for them as Goldcoin United decides to grab the Rengar and the Karma yet again.
Rengar and Karma really early on, and the fact that they had banned Karthus first round on their red side is interesting too, because they previously had banned it in their second rotation back in Game 3, and it was fine.
I feel like the difference between these situations, though, where they're going into game number 3, they just waited and banned it just to see if it would work. You know, it was a shot in the dark. It was your fading moment, whereas if you lost, the game was just over anyway. Now, subsequently in games 4 and 5, they were like, look, game number 3, that made a huge difference. We've got to keep doing this. And you have to recognize at that point that Liquid's like, hey, this made a huge difference. We can't let them keep doing this. Like, just get the Karthus ASAP.
Yeah, unless you have an answer for it, then it's very different. But this is very big here. The Renekton comes through, so Solo will have another comfort champion for him. Also a champion that kind of clobbers Camille in the one-on-one early on. She doesn't do well against big lane bullies like that. Eventually, they both fall into a similar split push and dive pattern. Now, because the Vladimir was banned, it seems like that's what they get in exchange.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do with this Malzahar as well on the side of Team Liquid. We haven't seen that one in a while.
It had been banned by Team Liquid all 4 games.
Right.
So they finally get the Malzahar, the pick champion for themselves, in the second round. So it wasn't taken by Goldcoin United. They valued the Karma higher than that, and the Karma alongside 2 heavy physical damage divers.
Some real scary potential there as we get into the bans for the second time. Varus and Lucian banned away by Goldcoin United, taking those away from Doublelift, only focusing him in this second phase. As LeBlanc is banned away by Liquid, they just absolutely refuse to let Phoenix play this champion. They've got one more ban to take. Both sides having drafted top laners, having drafted junglers, having drafted supports. Means AD carry and mid is the name of the game here. Usually going to see the red side pick that AD carry, leave the mid laner for last, like we've mentioned previously.
Gotta ban something?
But Team Liquid will take Victor off the table.
So not banning Ahri, not banning Orianna, Cassiopeia, and it'll be the counter pick, I assume.
Right.
Go to Phoenix. I think it'll be the Ezreal. All right. Okay. Caitlyn's still on the table, though.
Doublelift has got to pull out all the stops here. Be the carry his team needs. You know, when they first picked up Doublelift, Liquid was like, all right, we're shooting for 6. We're going for playoff aspirations. Then after that, it was like, all right, we're shooting for 8. We're going to avoid the promotion relegation tournament. And now it's like, all right, we're going to win the promotion relegation tournament and get ourselves out of here. They had to temper those expectations as they went on, but Doublelift, somebody that they brought in to achieve their goals, no matter what those might be. And achieving that goal rides on him having a good Ashe performance this game.
Yeah. We're talking about riding on him. He's been pretty much the most consistent performer on this team during this series, and it's the lane mismatch. And you see Piglet nodding his head. Looks like it might be the game where he gets to play Ahri. Game 5, gets to go for comfort, picks the Ahri for himself. That's what they're putting their hands on.
Now remember that Piglet's Ahri was also aboard the struggle bus against the Vladimir from Phoenix in game number 3. That's what was allowing Goldcoin United to kind of run all over the place, was the weakness in that lane. So he's hoping he'll have a little bit better of a time this time around. Vladimir banned away means he won't have to play the same matchup, but he will have to go up against Phoenix's Cassiopeia.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia, actually very annoying to play against if you can land early poisons, which aren't always the easiest thing to do because of the movement speed that Ahri gets from the Orb of Deception. You can get a whole bunch of Twin Fangs down, and the possibility of a solo kill. You also have to watch out for that miasma when you're running through Spirit Rush.
Now, one thing I also want to point out, speaking of things that you have to watch out for this game, we even made a little point of it earlier, talking about the amount of ignites that were being taken there in that third game, the one that went so crazy. But this time around, both supports going to be going back to Old Faithful, Exhaust versus Exhaust in the mid lane. Phoenix running the Cleanse to deal with Ash Arrows, to deal with Ahri Charms. Of course, if he wants to get out of Malzahar ultis, he'll still have to buy a QSS, because Cleanse does not remove suppression.
Yeah, get rid of that charm, though, if that's what Phoenix continues to use. Don't believe he swapped his summoner spell yet, as we're getting in there. This is the last time these coaches will shake hands on this stage unless they both make it in.
This is it. This is the moment. There's no more what ifs. There's no more maybes. There's no more, but we'll get them next time.
After this game, one of these two teams will be in the 2017 North American LCS.
And one of them will be playing tomorrow for another shot at the same title, but they'll have another best of 5 to get through first. We're not actually going to tell you guys who they're playing against, because in case you wanted to watch the games and didn't catch them, you were hanging out here with us the whole time instead.
We didn't see them.
We're going to leave it up to you to watch the VODs and see for yourselves who ended up walking away with that victory on NALCS 2. But they will be up against one of these two in a best of 5 tomorrow. But neither one of these two wants to be the one in that match. They want to be the ones watching from home, saying, boy, I'm glad that's not us.
Oh, yeah, and you don't know which team's going to exactly show up tomorrow. They might know the team, but I know the team, and I want to say that team, pretty erratic.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little spontaneous.
Yeah. Don't know what type of day it is. Maybe they sleep on the right side of the bed.
Maybe they sleep on the floor. Maybe maybe a little bit of craziness happens.
Well, I guess that's what Challenger would be if you lose this match, but still, one of these teams, these two, is in. Is it welcome to the LCS for Goldcoin United?
Or welcome back to the LCS for Team Liquid. Nobody wanting to tempt fate early on in this game. Lines being drawn, river entrances being watched, players waiting patiently to see if anybody's going to try to start game number 5 off with some cheese. But it doesn't look like it. Santorin not going to take that ward down in time.
Minions have spawned.
Minions spawn, as you can see Reignover moving himself down towards the bottom part of his jungle as Team Liquid potentially preps an invade here. Mad Life and Mash moving up into their own jungle as well. Of course, they don't have Santorin down here. He's going to be starting towards his Raptor camp. Same thing can be said for Reignover. This start, pretty much the start these days.
Yeah, because the jungle item gives you more experience based on the camps that you kill, the creeps that you kill. And, of course, there's so many there, you just get level 2 off of the small ones, kill the bigger one, and you get even more experience than a normal camp.
One more hit.
Yep.
Smack it around and
walk
good
away.
to go.
Yeah, always kite your camps towards your next one. Help your route out a little bit in terms of just cutting off a second or two. Maybe do that for every camp. You're saving like 7 seconds and you're there.
That's a whole lot of time.
Yep.
7 seconds can actually be the difference between a lot of things in League of Legends. This is a game of very small time windows, very close opportunities between being a hit or being a miss. 7 seconds is way longer than most of those windows will ever stay open.
Yeah, a lot of players don't even live for 7 seconds.
Yeah. You get into a team fight, you're probably going to have somebody dead before that mark ever hits.
Yeah, and so looking at these lanes and taking one final check-in on these, because Game 5, this is what these teams selected as their do-or-die champions, as their do-or-die compositions here.
And we talked about Lorlo. We talked about his performance on this Camille earlier and what this champion is capable of doing in his hands. how dominant he was. He was always the one saying, look, you've got to come answer me. Look, somebody's got to answer the split push. Nobody can do it. And how appropriate for game number 5, a perfect 50-50 split yet again.
Insane. That's actually insane that both these teams have so much backing behind them. They're both playing with their heart on their sleeve, too. We're seeing advantages for Phoenix in the mid lane against Piglet, who's been struggling a bit this series. We see Doublelift doing well against Mash, but not as well anymore as he was earlier in the series.
I'm trying to remember, I believe it was you that I was talking to about Camille, and you said that some of the things that she struggles with can be the more solo QE type of opponents, as opposed to the hard tanks. So stuff like the Renekton could give her more of an issue.
Yeah, some of the champions that she struggles with the most are Renekton, Tryndamere, champions that are solo Q-esque and that trade really well, because she's not actually an early game bully like kill you in lane. She's got great gank assist in closing the gap, but she also has good trading power against tanks and people who aren't really going to blow her up. But she can outright die to something like a Renekton early.
Solo, you mentioned also in the previous match that Rumble and Renekton are the two champions that you know him the most for. A guy who's very ferocious on both of those. You saw what he was able to do with the Rumble in game number 4. If his Renekton is as good as that, then Lorlo and the rest of Liquid are going to have to be very aware, very respectful of what he can accomplish with this champion in the top lane. Yeah. Nobody really running away with any early gold leads just yet. A couple of times we've seen a couple hundred gold showing up here and there, but this game, everything's being kept real close.
I have to say that this bottom lane is kind of impressing me because Mash is doing much better than most people know him or think his reputation would say of him, because he's actually holding up against Doublelift and Matt. Madlife is doing a decent amount of work in this lane too, and they're going even in most of these games. And we're seeing Mash go for those crazy plays too.
And Piglet's not falling behind in farm in the mid lane. He's actually doing a good job just staying caught up with Phoenix. You expect to see that be the weakness here of Team Liquid. You expect Piglet to fall behind Phoenix a little bit if he's not on the Karthus. But so far, that's not been the case. We'll have to see if that stays that way as the lane goes further and further on, because you know that as Cassiopeia gets more levels, more abilities, things get a lot more fearsome.
Ooh, nice block there. That was a Mantra Q from Madlife, blocked by a Voidling from Matt at the same time. Matt's running low on resources here. So is Doublelift, but Madlife actually still in an okay spot.
And you know, we did make it harder to be able to block things with the crab spawn because they actually match the animation now, but it is still doable.
You have to be a little bit more predictive than reactive. So as soon as the Karma walked up, he's like, okay, he just looks like he wants to hit me here, so we'll go for it.
Good read coming out of Matt against the person who, like we mentioned in game number 1, inspired his name. It's always a tall order. Playing against a guy that you legit named yourself after.
I mean, he is Matt Life. I was like, his parents weren't inspired by Madlife to name him Matt.
No, I know that. I'm not saying it. Parents.
No. My brain went there. So I was like, oh, yeah, it's parents, big fans.
No, back in the hospital 20 years ago, or however old Matt is.
Dad saw a Thresh Hook, and
he just saw a Thresh Hook, and he knew what he had to do. He knew what his son's purpose in life would be. And it was to land those hooks. Kind of sad we didn't get to see Thresh out of either one of these two today.
But get those picks, and he's on another pick-type champion here on the Malzahar. So as soon as he hits that level 6, see if he goes for those plays. Matt, a guy that's talked about how he struggles a little bit with nerves this split on stage. And now, this is the moment where those nerves can definitely get to you.
It's also the moment where it could be the time that you prove that you can beat that. Where you prove that you are going to come in the clutch and be one of the reasons that your team can walk away with the 3-2 series win here. We know that Malzahar is one of those champions that's capable of absolutely snowballing the game in his team's favor. You've seen flash ults that just end up resulting in team fights and Baron plays and inhibitors and all kinds of stuff. So if there's one champion that you can start snowballing and taking control with, it is this Malzahar.
Yeah, and I'm looking for who has the trigger finger that is not completely stone in this game 5, because a lot of people freeze up. They'll say, all right, I'm not doing it. I'm not flashing forward because
playing safe.
He could be here.
Playing safe. Play back.
Yep. And everybody will do that. And we'll even see this is a little bit slower than the other games in terms of kills. We've seen people at each other's throats this early on, calling for ganks, calling for dives top lane. And Solo, you can see he's actually improved a bit on how he's approaching these matchups against Reignover too, because he's factoring him a little bit more into the equation.
Solo and Lorlo just going blow for blow up here in the trades, in the farm, in everything. These two are equally matched. Santorin just still moving through his own jungle. Level 7 available for him, level 6 on Reignover, so both of these two have ultimates ready to go if they find themselves in a fight. Reignover currently very low on HP though, so likely not getting involved in anything anytime soon. Not until he backs at least. Also, both have gone with the Tracker's Knife, so plenty of extra warding, extra vision control here in game number 5.
Yeah, just seems to be stylistically what these guys go for. Reignover and Santorin, more vision and teamfight focused junglers than a lot of North American junglers who just...
It's not the carry style, it's not the duel style, it's not the 1v1 style. It's the kind of style where you win by setting up advantages for your team as a whole. Solo's zoning Lorlo away now, building up a little bit more of that CS discrepancy as arrow is fired off.
Is that a hit on Passio?
Oh my goodness, that flash.
Yeah, he
barely got him away.
Took exhaust instead of the cleanse, so had to blow the flash. So that's the summoner spell change that he made at the last second there. So make sure he doesn't get all in by the Ahri. And that was a great arrow, would have landed true.
That was an awesome shot. It was just an equally awesome reaction time from Phoenix to get himself away from that one. Would have surely been first blood going over to Team Liquid, likely over to Piglet. As Reignover wants to pass this blue buff off. No issue passing it away that time. Not going to have an issue like we did with the Karthus.
And I think that dodge of the arrow was actually really blind. Yeah, it was actually completely blind. That's, oh my god.
Had like a quarter of a second to react to it. And there you go.
Yeah, he does it.
There's a reason he's in the he's fighting to be in the LCS.
They had complete control wards throughout the river, and Doublelift fired the arrow, and the only time that Phoenix got to see the arrow at all was when it was right there inside that little torch.
Both these mid laners now have their blue buff. They can both spam spells to their heart's desire. Piglet at the point now where he's able to shove this up pretty effectively. Phoenix is keeping as much distance as he can, doesn't want to be hit by the charms or the orbs or anything. Only takes the front end of that one. The Twin Fang heal will be enough to bring him right back up along with the level up.
Reignover
top side though. Might be able to put the pain onto Solo, who can't get himself away from the Hextech ultimatum, trying to turn things back around instead. Can't Phoenix now going to be ulted. Matt making the plays, Piglet making the damage. And that's going to be a 2-0 game for Team Liquid, coming up big.
Yeah, and Madlife gets pushed away. This is Piglet, with the help of Matt, taking over mid lane in the 5th game.
This is what we said we wanted to see. We wanted to see these Team Liquid players step up if they wanted to find the win here. And both of these two have done it so far to start this game off.
Yeah, the backs came through, and we saw both supports roam towards the mid, but Matt on the Malzahar that's been banned away by TL the whole series, they're going to get themselves that kill, and they're going to get this first turret with Soul Gold going over to Piglet for 650. Nice slow there from Lorlo, but then Reignover came through, was able to avoid the vision, and then Solo was just too far forward. And right there, the flash, I believe after the charm, and great turn away from Piglet in that moment. He turns away, the exhaust comes down onto him, but then he still has a Spirit Rush left, and that went to Doublelift.
That was really close, though.
Yep.
Mash was almost able to grab that with the Mystic Shot, but timing just one auto attack off. Team Liquid now with over a 1,000 gold lead, 2-0, 1 turret to 0. That's the nicest part about grabbing that kill in the mid lane. Not only do you get the kill, you get the turret off the back of it, which is so much more money.
Yeah, and when we were looking at these previous games, it was Reignover would gank top, get Lorlo ahead. Great. Then they would have Piglet struggle in mid, and then they would eventually free up bottom. It's the opposite now. Piglet was losing his turret constantly to Phoenix, even when he was in losing matchups and winning matchups. It didn't matter. Now, he's the one who gets the first turret. Now Piglet's open to roam. They get control of the Drake, they get control of bottom side, and this bottom turret can be where TL starts putting their efforts.
One thing I want to go ahead and point out, the QSS purchased for Phoenix right now, saying that's the only time I'm letting that happen. I am going to shut that down 100% next time. Matt is no longer allowed to do this, not on me.
Yeah, the fact that the Ash Arrow was what he had to flash in the first place, and then that came through. The QSS will get some good value here because Phoenix seems to be the target of the bottom lane. We talked about how everybody was going to the bottom lane in that 4th game. This game, bottom lane's going elsewhere. Bottom lane is showing up and making sure that they can get those picks. And look at that, because they got complete vision control off of that mid turret onto the right side of the jungle, bottom turret goes down with ease.
Bam, 2 turrets to 0, 2,500 gold lead. Team Liquid now looking to turn that into a Drake for themselves. Mountain Drake up and fighting here with Rainover, who's level 8 compared to the 9 of Santorin. But I don't see Santorin or anybody from Gold Point United looking to contest this one. The Crabs will do the tanking, Rainover will do the spanking, and the Dragon goes into the bank. Yeah. They got it. Got the end in there. Had to, somehow. I realized, I was like, wait a second, that's not weird. I was as soon as he said bank, I was like, in, go. Yep, get it in there. We got it. It's in there. All right. But yes, so Solo still ahead in CS on the top side. Down, though, because he got ganked in terms of kills and deaths. And now they're rotating this up. Doublelift and Matt will now go to the top side. There's no Drake to play for. The standard play to actually rotate your bottom lane, your turret killers, your turret pushers, to the lane that still has that available turret to take down, whereas GCU still behind in tempo. But the guys that kill the turrets in the part of the map that's got the turrets, that's the name of the game right now for Team Liquid. Lorlo starting to fall significantly behind in farm, though, but you can say the same thing for MASH. Mad Life hanging around top side. He and MASH do have to answer this lane swap that's coming out from Team Liquid. They'll go ahead and send Solo back down there to bottom lane to continue being a nuisance for Lorlo, continue trying to keep him away from that farm, build up that CS lead for himself. Lorlo not going for the early Tiamat this time around. Instead, just going straight for the Trinity Force for the 1v1 power as Solo goes for that Black Cleaver. Yeah, him getting pushed in is actually a good thing. So not going for the Tiamat against the Renekton is ideal. You want the HP of the Phage to keep you alive. You want the Spell Blade so that you can trade effectively. And you want the extra armor from having the Ninja Tabi very early on to reduce that damage. So the Tiamat is actually kind of, I would say, counterintuitive in the matchup because you don't want to push against the Renekton because then he farms and he freezes you. You want to stay under your turret because then I think that Camille's like pretty deadly underneath her own turret. Oh yeah, you can ultimatum the guy. You can ultimatum the guy. You can always use E hookshot to close the gap and chase them down if you get a gank. So the fact that Solo's like this far up, it's a long lane for him, a short one for Lorlo, but he has long gap closers. He also has Santorin hanging out down here, who now shows himself. But with those two saying, hey, we've got 2 guys bottom lane, Team Liquid says, all right, we'll just go ahead and trade these off. Go 3 for 1 overall in the turret count. Doublelift has to back off, wait for 1 more minion wave, though. It means Gold Coin United is going to be grabbing their objective first. Oh, Santorin pulled aggro. This is actually going to delay this. Ooh. Now going to go in, keep him underneath turret. This could be very interesting. And here comes Lorlo's trying to fight. Arrow and Piglet. Crystal Arrow down here onto the targets. Piglet's going to be moving in. 1 is dead. Number 2, I don't know if you're going to be getting away anytime soon. Phoenix looking to come in, find that petrifying gaze. Instead, it's going to be turned around on. Lorlo making sure he averts his eyes and walks himself away. A 1 kill traded for that 1 turret bottom side, but of course the trade also happened top side as the turret was taken by Liquid, and they now push onto the T2. And there's going to be some turret damage here as well, below half HP after that. Big win for Team Liquid off of that. Team Liquid now up 3,000 gold 16 minutes in. Here's what happened bottom. Yeah, this is an Ash Arrow all the way from across the map. It's already been fired at this point, I believe. And this, a bola, you shouldn't be throwing that bola. There we go. There's the arrow. It's coming across now. Hextech ultimatum. Keep him in the baby cage. Lock him up. And the baby rage comes through as it hits. And then Piglet was already rotating a little bit faster than the Cassiopeia. It's one of the big advantages of having that mid lane turret down. Phoenix has to play on the back foot, and then you get to roam a little bit faster. But that was just insane. Santorin should not be throwing that bola there, but it's punished because of the changes to the turret back in the beginning of Season 7, where it will acquire you and have the call for help, even if the person is out of normal turret range that you attacked. And Solo got blown up so fast in that fight, he never even got to trigger dominance. He would have liked to, might have been able to buy himself an extra second, but instead he just goes down before it can even be done. Rainover now clearing out this bottom side Scuttle Crab. Only 1 Drake still taken, the next one not going to be available for a few minutes still. But he's moving into enemy territory, he's close to that level 11, close to that second evolution. Doublelift pushing up bottom side, knowing his jungler and his support are both nearby. He can push up, feel safe, feel comfortable doing it, and continue to put damage into these tier 2s. Yeah, it's going to be about half HP again. Doublelift is actually gone for the different Ashe build now. The original one that we were seeing in this patch was the Blade of the Ruined King, Runaan's Hurricane, Black Cleaver. Guy's going old school. He's going for Runaan's Hurricane into Infinity Edge at this point is what I would believe he would go for. It looks that way.
So he's just going for those high damage, not so much caring about like how many people he hits or anything like that. He's got Warlord's Bloodlust for lifesteal. So he's just looking at those big damage numbers, trying to carry.
Goldcoin United trying to catch this gold lead up a little bit here. They're doing it very, very slowly, but the thing is, they're still 0-3. There's still 1 turret to 3.
Yeah.
0 dragons to 1.
The big thing, though, is when you're trying to catch up in the gold lead, got to make sure not to catch those hands, too, because TL, they're really deadly to engage on right now. Gotta look out. Even though Lorlo is, like, down 50 CS right now, you look across at the work that Double has been doing, 40 CS advantage for himself, and Lorlo's actually only about 400 gold down, even though that's a huge amount of CS to be behind. And he's about to complete Trinity Force, which is a huge spike for the Camille.
Team Liquid is brute forcing tier 2 turrets at 18 minutes into the game. That's a very telling sign that you are completely in control.
Yeah, that's called accelerate the game, baby. Another arrow, almost there.
All right, that one's gonna go wide, and since that's now down, Santorin and Solo feel plenty fine about taking down this tier 1 turret. Catches them up a little bit. 2-4 now in that overall count.
QSS from Phoenix got blown there, and the Drake is about to come up. It is a Cloud Drake, so we might not see as many people fight over that.
Shooting out the back, how did you do it? There we go. Good stuff, Double Lift. Grabbing that one for himself. Gonna be that much more deadly in this next fight should one happen, but like you said, might not even be a fight for it.
QSS also for Solo in the top lane here. Everybody's just having to pay the Malzahar tax. It's on the enemy team. You gotta buy some QSSs. Those inventories are also attacked. And so it takes up that slot, so you're maybe not as powerful as you would be, because he's dumping pretty much his gold lead into buying that QSS here, so it's not helping him out against Lorlo at all.
The farm difference, or the gold difference overall between these two in the top lane is only 300 anyway.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So if you've got to drop 1,300, well, it's 500 now, but if you got to drop 1,300 on that QSS, that still puts you 800 in the hole.
Yeah.
That item doesn't do anything. Well, I guess you can cleanse a hook shot stun against Lorlo, but otherwise it's not going to do anything against Lorlo.
Yeah, no magic damage on that kit.
Well, wait, the on-hit damage from the ulti. That's magic
that's
damage.
true. That is true.
So it'll reduce that very slightly.
Maybe it'll help him out here. Ulti, QSS,
Right,
get out of there!
QSS away from it, but problem is the Hextech ultimatum is right there.
Yep.
And there is no way out of that.
Can't QSS that. And Solo is going back to the way he was performing and getting camped by Reignover and the rest of the team in games 1 and 2. It was a winning formula for Team Liquid. They had side selection, they chose blue, and they got that Camille first pick, and now Reignover set it up once again. Despite the Renekton as the matchup, it got enough attention that you're seeing this Camille thrive.
Team Liquid getting back into the form we saw them in game numbers 1 and 2. Looks like this Camille was very critical to their success. It wasn't just the Karthus, it was both solo lane picks. And Goldcoin United, in letting one of those through, has allowed the Team Liquid machine to get closer to working the way that it did earlier. Goldcoin, though, not to say that they don't have options of their own. You've got the Cassiopeia, you've got the Ezreal, you got plenty of damage capability. The problem is that Renekton 0, 3, and 0.
Yeah, you scale all right as well if you're Goldcoin United, but you do have to worry about Team Liquid scaling. They have somebody who's going to actually deal damage as a support. They have an Ashe who will buy crit items as opposed to the Ezreal. And they have a Camille who's going to outscale your Renekton in the top lane. Cassiopeia, fantastic, but we'll see if it's enough. And if Goldcoin United can actually hold on long enough to the point where Phoenix becomes relevant. He got kind of shut down early.
And I mean, it's not like Solo's weak right now, right? He's doing a fantastic job farming. He's 50 up over his lane opponent. He's very relevant. The thing is, though, you just need to be more than relevant early game on a Renekton. You need to be impactful. You need to be this force of nature, but he's just not it right now.
And you saw Santorin try to give him a gank, too. He came up to the bush, but it was warded already by Lorlo, who played really well on the back foot, and then was able to turn it around. So he was kind of baiting Solo into pushing him. It's kind of one of those pretend like you're wounded, bait him in. But yeah, Trinity Force completed. Camille just has an enormous power spike when she gets Trinity Force, and then you have a Tiamat completed item on top of it. The damage, it just feels like night and day difference as well.
Well, Solo's not going to be feeling that quite yet, with still only the Trinity Force done on Lorlo's Camille. So we still got some time left, but the problem is he's not exactly super huge in his own right. He's got the Black Cleaver, he's got the QSS, but still would like to get another one up and running by the time that that completed Tiamat evolution comes online. With the Ruby Crystal in Lorlo's inventory, looks like we are going to be seeing that Titanic that you said comes out 75, 80% of the time.
Yeah, Ravenous Hydra is kind of the exception to the rule. You don't see it that much unless somebody's really trying to just have a one-on-one and almost never team fight. But this here, I think you can get some picks. I feel like you can push a little bit better against this Renekton. speaking of pushing, Piglet with the Lich Bane, I talked about he loves to go for that.
Oh, yeah.
Going for it second as well. So he gets to do a decent amount of damage to turrets. And also, you know,
the extra auto attacks weave in there.
He likes to weave those in. As an AD carry player, former AD carry player.
It's nature.
He's always going to get those autos in.
They're definitely going to have some sting to him now that he's got that item.
This is like, both teams are saying, do Baron. You won't.
We dare you to.
Check this bush. You won't.
I wish you would.
You won't.
Nope, they won't.
They checked
That's
it.
the problem. Everybody's right.
But yeah, they're trying to bait the Baron from TL side, or at least set up the mental war of the Baron bait, where you bait it 3 times, and you're not actually doing it, and then eventually you just do it.
Goldcoin United popping the mantra Inspire, moving out into their own territory, trying to clear out some of these wards, chase their opponents away a little bit.
Yeah, Solo over here as well, so he'll have to run down to the bottom side of the map. This gives Lorlo an advantage to not have to use his teleport to get to this fight, and now he'll have a few seconds to kind of flank.
This is the Lorlo game. This is what we saw in games 1 and 2. Solo's on response duty.
Yep.
Right where they want him to be as Reignover, Doublelift, and Matt decide that it's time to go. Pull the trigger onto the Baron. See what you can find.
They have a Mountain Drake as well. That's going to check it. Matt, half HP. Piglet actually...
Bad Life! Oh, Piglet! There you go. All right, coming right back into the fight. Phoenix QSS is too early. A double kill for Piglet.
Yeah, and that means they might turn back onto that Baron here. Santorin's still up. I don't know if they'll actually go for this. Matt,
he has no ulti.
Really low.
Santorin has
Piglet
no ulti.
zone.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and start it up. Matt being low isn't exactly a huge thing. They're going to have him waiting off to the side, I guess.
Yeah.
Ready to use the ult if he needs to.
They can't find the way in just yet. And that's going to be...
shield up. That's Baron. Team Liquid 24 minutes in.
TL has had just a chokehold on this game since they got those first 2 kills, the one top and the one mid. That checked it, almost chunked out Matt. Matt goes to the back of the pit, and he runs around it, almost gets killed there, has to blow his flash to actually not die. And then that right there, Phoenix has to QSS, or he tries to QSS, the initial hit there from the Camille for the stun, for the hook shot, but the arrow hits immediately afterwards, and he's just done at that point.
Team Liquid so strong right now. 6,500 gold lead, 25 minutes in. Baron up on all 5 members. Still 0 kills on the board for Goldcoin United as the Liquid push continues down mid lane. These tier 2s that I was talking about earlier that they were pressuring at 18 minutes, they're going to continue that now 25 in.
Yeah, this might be a nice split push here, and Lorlo actually deviating from what we thought he was going to do. He's like, I just need some more HP. Turns that into a Giant's Belt, which doesn't go into Titanic, and starts picking himself up a Vampiric Scepter here. So he's going to be going for the Ravenous Hydra. Just looking for more split push ability.
I mean, hey, if they pick a Renekton, if they pick somebody that normally likes to fight in 1v1s, why not excel at 1v1s? Why not push him out of his own game?
Yeah, pretty sure you beat him at this point.
Oh, Phoenix might die. Phoenix, Piglet might die as well. Redemption comes in to make sure it's going to be a one-sided one.
I mean, Piglet's 3 levels up. He is crushing
Piglet
Phoenix.
is 5-0-1 and decided to just take this game into his own hands. Make sure that his team was going back into NALCS in summer 2017. Santorin popping the ulti.
You never know what to expect. Piglet was getting crushed over and over again, and he brought out the Karthus, had a leg to stand on, and now he goes back to the Ahri to comfort. They picked the Cassiopeia into it. They seemed confident. It was doing well, and then these kills, the Ash Arrow that came mid for the flash, sets up Piglet to do well. And now they have an inhib at 26 minutes.
Team Liquid have taken Inhibitor 26 minutes in. They're pressuring number 2. The turret has no chance whatsoever. Inhibitor itself going to fall just as easily. Solo trying to ult, maybe get something going on, but it's just not going to happen. Liquid is already out.
Their engage is quite poor on the side of GCU. It's like a teleport flank. Maybe you get Rengar in there, but you want to counter engage, and that's what you want to do is have that Cassiopeia throw the ultimate out. But look at this. In the bush. Nope. Oh, he threw the charm, knowing he was in there, turned away, and hit Phoenix and destroyed him. Piglet,
like a book.
Playing like a man possessed.
That was just phenomenal. Holy moly. Man, I wish I could do that. Maybe then I'd play champions other than Skarner. Arrow comes out. Dream. Doesn't hit anything. Goes for Phoenix, though. He'll slither himself away. He does have his QSS up and ready to use. Yeah, but that's still not enough to save him right now.
Absolutely not.
You're talking about item disadvantages. It's 2 items with a QSS and components here up against 3 completed items, boots on top of it, and needlessly large rod. Piglet is destroying this game. This is kind of what it looked like the other game with the Ahri versus Vlad game. This is how Phoenix felt. Now Piglet is the one who's in control. Phoenix is the one who just has to play on his back foot and say, look, you get to play your game. I'm just here to try to recover. And TL has changed it up so much. You think about games 1 and 2, it was, hey, play to top, make sure that you get Camille going. Games 3 and 4, it was kind of like avoid mid during games 1 and 2. Games 3 and 4, it was like, okay, maybe we kind of skirmish around top and bot. This game, it was send arrows mid, send Matt mid, flash ulti, try to get Piglet fed, and it's worked so far. Both top laners just expended their ultimates there. Solo nearly killed. Lourlo disengaging with Hextech Ultimatum as soon as he saw help coming to keep Solo there. But without those ultis up, that means Solo's not going to be nearly as threatening in this next team fight. Also means that Lourlo will not be able to keep somebody locked down in place. Wavestair continuing to come through for Goldcoin United, but Piglet's going to work his way right there into the fight. QSS coming out, Redemption coming down. Another charm fired off, the minions cleared away, Santorin popping the ultimate. Liquid will not be able to get themselves into the enemy base through this time just yet. But there's minions coming in through the other lanes. Remember that. These super minions will not stop, and they create a constant problem for Goldcoin United to answer. Yeah. Lourlo didn't stop turret aggro just yet. There you go. Walks back out. And now he gets to threaten these turrets. He gets to threaten the backline. He gets to threaten the dive here. Hit there's your ulti. QSS not ready to go. And that is going to be all she wrote. The health bars are gone before they can even do anything about it. 3 dead on Goldcoin United. And Team Liquid will end this game. TL, welcome back to the LCS. They barely left it. And now they're in. They barely had to even step away. They stepped right back in. They're glad to be out, they're happy, they are excited, and they have no reason not to be. They just secured their spot for Summer 2017. And they did it in style. The scoreline at the end, 10-0. They didn't give up a single kill to Goldcoin United. They deserve the LCS spot. Absolutely do. In a series that was so close, in a starting, very convincing 2 games, to 2 not so convincing games, to the final one being an actual shutout. Well played to Team Liquid. Congratulations. Welcome back. What a series, though, Zyrene. You can't look at this series and say it started off the way it looked after game number 1 and then especially game number 2. It was looking like we might see the Team Liquid 3-0. It was looking like it might just be like, oh, okay, Liquid's just going to run away with this one. But Goldcoin United, they put up one hell of a fight. And you saw the experience and the teamwork from TL take them to that next level. We talked about LCS teams. Sure, great individuals, but is the teamwork a little bit better with a team that has a roster kind of shaken up every now and then and kind of swapping people around? Well, right there, we saw arrows to mid to help Piglet. We saw Matt flash ulting to help Piglet. We saw Reignover ganking for top in different games. We saw them actually focusing bot. So they played 3 really distinct different strategies on what lane they were going to play to throughout this best of 5. So it wasn't a one-dimensional play style from this team that has those individual players who could carry the game, but they saw opportunities to change it up, which is really telling that TL is a team that could be much stronger than what they were showing us. And honestly, adaptation is such an important trait, especially now that we're getting into these games. Like, you know, we've got this now, we've got playoffs coming up. Of course, neither one of these teams will be playing in playoffs this split, but in general, you've got to be able to play a best of 5. You've got to be able to adapt to what the enemy team is doing, to what you've got to take on the next game. You saw the adaptations from Goldcoin United as well, saying, okay, the Karthus, no, this isn't going to work. We've got to get rid of this. And then just back and forth. It's always fun to see those mind games between the teams as they're thinking, what is your next move and how do I stay just one ahead of it? Yeah, it might have been a little late on the adaptation to the Karthus because they let it through for 2 games. And then for the rest of the series, games 3, 4, and 5, GCU playing on the back foot, playing with their backs against the wall because they could only lose 1 match and that was it. There was no more room for early mistakes like in this game. Well, let's not pretend like GCU is down and out, though. Because remember, they still get 1 more shot. Tomorrow, it's going to be them versus the winner of the series that was on stream number 2 between E United and Envy. And the winner of that best of 5 will then move on to join Team Liquid in the NALCS in summer of 2017. Yeah, and right now we were talking about how the NALCS, the bottom 2 teams, look like the 2 best bottom 2 teams we had in the NALCS, where it was a lot of parity.
TL, they came in, a little rocky during the middle parts, but it could have been a 3-0. Ends up going 5, but they show in that last game that they deserve the spot.
All right, well, to hear more about the series, we're going to go ahead and head stage side where Kobe has an interview with Team Liquid's jungler.
That's right. We've got Reignover here after successfully defending their LCS spot. Congratulations, Reignover. Now, first of all, I want to go back a little bit in the season to when you guys were making all these roster changes and right before the trade deadline. What was it like as a player with all these changes going on within the team?
Yeah, we have been struggling really hard on the early season. So we definitely needed some changes. There was a lot of issues on the team. Yeah, I mean, as a jungler, dealing with a lot of roster change, new players are pretty hard to adjust. But yeah, I feel like the effort we make, I feel like it didn't really come out on the stage. We put so much effort on improving team and then trying to fix our issues, but I feel like it just didn't show up single time. I honestly don't know how is it like that. So yeah, it was as players it was really hard to deal with, but I guess bringing Doublelift at the last point really helped us. I feel like we would have not make out of the relegation match without Doublelift. So really thankful for him to saving my job. I think Matt stepped up really well, and then Piglet played super well too, and Sam always super rock solid. So I just had to do my job, and yeah, I think it just
You made it. What do you think are the next sets for Team Liquid moving towards summer? Because Doublelift has said that he definitely wants to try out for TSM at least. Are you guys planning to have more open tryouts maybe? Or have you had any part in scouting out players, or did you have any part in the open tryouts before?
Well, I was just way busy focusing on myself and the team's issues, so I honestly didn't really care. I mean, I haven't been thinking about the next season's roster yet. So I guess right now we finally win. Now I can have a break, so I can go back to home and then try to talk with the team and then try to talk about the future of Team Liquid.
Well, you definitely deserve a break after those performances. Well done once again. Final question is going to be about the team you just beat, Goldcoin United. When they go up against Team Envy tomorrow, how do you think that series is going to go?
What was the Envy versus United score? What was the score?
First time around, I don't remember.
I think by facing GCU today, I feel like we got a lot of advantage from kind of cheesy picks like Karthus. I definitely think they're a really good team, but I feel like last game, I think they play way worse than they can because it's best of 5 and it's last game, so they were playing really safe, passive. But I feel like they have really aggressive players and they play really well with it. So I think if they just play what they do on scrims on practice and what they did yesterday, I think they will definitely, not definitely, but I think they have a better chance.
All right. Well, you get to take your much-deserved break now. Congratulations once again, and we are going to send it back to the guys at the desk.
Thank you, Kobe. A sigh of relief for Team Liquid and Team Liquid fans around the world as they do defend their spot in a 5th game here in the promotion tournament. I mean, who would have thought that it would actually come down to this, but it did, and I guess Doublelift can say mission complete.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the investment pays off.
That's right.
Doublelift, Reignover, Piglet, you get them all in there, they get the job done.
It's just, I am constantly amazed. It doesn't cease to amaze me that those 3 names can be on a roster that play in the North American LCS promotion tournament, but they did it, and they barely scraped through. But, I do have to say that in this 5th game, they at least bucked some of the trends that had developed throughout the rest of the tournament, right? Piglet finally having a bit of a, I even struggle to say standout, but he had a solid game here where he's not necessarily putting his team in a tough spot where they have to work around him. Now they're working with him from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he actually had a really good game for himself. I have no problem saying that. I think that Matt definitely got him going with the roam up. Playing Malzahar early, you hit 6, you come mid. No QSS yet on Phoenix at that point, and that gives Piglet pretty much a free kill. That gave him the first turret as well for solo gold, and that really did give him a big advantage. And I think they put him in a position to succeed, and he finally had a good game.
And just as we talked about, Liquid is a team that with a lead does understand how to use it to some degree, right? Again, these players are no stranger to playing in high-pressure matches on the big stage with, you know, anything from a large goal lead to a large deficit. They've played through all the scenarios. So this time with a lead in their hands, it's all about the vision play, the vision game here from Team Liquid. Smart play around the Baron and the global objectives to find the fights before they push forward into enemy territory.
Yeah, and I think this was actually really well done by them. It's all about the vision setup, as you pointed out. We've seen so many teams struggle around this point of the game to actually get the proper setup.
3 pink wards all around the Baron. We got 1, 2, 3 pixel brush there, bottom left corner. You can barely see it, but 3 pink wards securing vision around the Baron. And then we've got 3 green wards protecting all of the routes into that Baron 4 contest from GCU.
Yeah, and they even had more vision further back. They had swept it out. They controlled this area for quite a long time. And as we roll the clip, you can see, you know, how tough it is actually for GCU to have their vision. You know, you're walking as this team. You think, okay, probably the Baron is being started. How do you actually approach it? Now it's spotted out.
You got to use an Ezreal
Ari
to
who can come up and pick you off, and Piglet gets a nice pick there. So it's a very tough situation, and just being able to pull them into this fight created by a very nice vision setup is what gets them a couple kills. They don't risk the 50-50, go back, get a free Baron, and that's what blew the game wide open.
And that's the thing. There's no criticism to throw towards Gold Coin United there, because that is a smart play crafted by the team ahead that puts you in a position where you have to make the better of 2 bad decisions, right? Do we go contest the Baron and maybe get picked and give up some kills, or do we just give up the Baron entirely and then try and turtle into our base? Because the vision was so strongly controlled, there's no good outcome for GCU.
Exactly. Once you're already in that situation, I agree there's no good outcome. You know, where you can throw some criticism is saying, hey, maybe they should have contested that vision more early, more often, right? And try to not let it get to that point. Because TL did do a very good job, and it's hard to contest, admittedly, because there's a Fed Ari, someone who can get picks very easily. And I think that TL does deserve some respect for this setup, especially not just throwing it into a random 50-50 Baron, which we see so many teams do. So having some clean execution here in game number 5, and it's something a lot of teams can learn from.
Now, of course, we heard there in the interview that Reignover hasn't necessarily given much thought to the summer split, and of course, we wouldn't expect him to. But I'm going to ask you, looking towards the summer split, as you know, a Team Liquid that came in with very lofty expectations week 1, and having those expectations just kind of get crushed all the way down to the point of let's just stay in the NALCS. What are the next steps? How do, is this we need to find a rebuild? Is this we need to find a new strategy? What's the approach here?
I mean, based off of how big some of the moves they've made in this last year are, I think it is a rebuild. I think that there's going to be some big changes. I would not be surprised if this is the last time we see Piglet, you know, playing for TL.
Fair.
You know, he had a great game here. Nothing wrong with that. But he has been at the bottom of the LCS. He was 12th in all major CSing stats. His laning was not up to par. And Team Liquid has very lofty goals. They came into the season wanting to win a championship, and they, you know, come away barely getting out of promo relegations, and people are calling that success. You know, that is a pretty big failure for the organization. And I think with Doublelift leaving, you have to look for them to make major changes if they actually want to continue chasing that championship.
That's the thing. I think it's pretty telling when player of the series is going to be going to the person that's not actually on the team, right? Who has been very vocal
Contract's
about
over.
Right. He came in to save this team, has every inclination to try out and return to TSM after this. If he's your player of the series, then I think what you're saying about having a rebuilding period is a no-brainer here for Team Liquid looking towards the summer split.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he was a rock for this team ever since he came in. His laning stats have been fantastic. He's been solid throughout all the games, very consistent in late-game team fighting, throughout the mid-game. I think he's just been an outstanding performer. Reignover does deserve an honorable mention to me because I think he has been stepping up and playing a lot more like the Reignover of old, and that is something that Team Liquid have been expecting from him. So if he can step up, it's still going to be tough, but I mean, there's a world in which, you know, if Doublelift doesn't get the spot on TSM, he could stay with Liquid. And if he does take the spot from Turtle, we could see, you know, Turtle looking for an AD carry role elsewhere, and the team maybe rebuilding around him.
Absolutely. A bit of a non sequitur, but I do have to say I absolutely really enjoyed watching Doublelift play on Team Liquid these last few weeks. Just, if anything, to see him play on a team that is struggling. Because Doublelift has had a storied career, and although not to, you know, the greatest success at all times, he has always been regarded as one of the top players and largely been on top half teams. So this time around, to see him get kind of shoehorned into a situation where he has to be the catalyst for improvement for this team, it's great to see him step into that role and individually win bot lanes.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
I think it's super impressive because it can be tough sometimes when you're looking at a really good team to tell how good is this guy and how good is he looking because his team is really good. Especially for AD carries, a lot of times people talk about when your team is winning, it's super easy to look good as an AD carry because your front line's stronger. Everything is working easier for you. You're protected and you can do a lot. But even when his team was struggling, Doublelift has still shined on Team Liquid. So I think there's not a lot to criticize.
Very much so. All right, with today's results in the books, let's go ahead and take a look at Team Liquid having clinched their place in the 2017 NALCS Summer Split, while E-United will spend their next split in the Challenger Series. However, there is still one more spot up to grabs, and that goes to the winner of tomorrow's match, Goldcoin United versus Team Envy, with the loser joining E-United in the Challenger Series next split. So this is a big one tomorrow. Do or die time for both of these teams. Based on this series today, you have to assume Envy coming in with a bit more confidence off of a more dominant and more reminiscent victories of their LCS split, whereas Goldcoin United, kind of a tumultuous ride for them so far. They've had moments of brilliance, moments of failures. I don't really know where that team is sitting right now in terms of power level.
I mean, I think predictions have this a lot closer than everyone would have coming into the promotion tournament.
Right.
Because everyone was predicting Envy to have too strong of an early game for the challenger teams. Goldcoin United have proven they can stand up. They've shown Phoenix as this dominant force throughout the couple days that we've seen him here, and I think that it's going to be pretty close. Envy has to have strong early games, I think, if they want to take down Goldcoin.
Yeah, of course, Goldcoin did beat them in the first go-around, so we'll see if they can do it again, but that's going to do us for today's broadcast. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Of the 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament. Some teams have already 1 foot into the next split, while others look to keep their hopes alive with today's games.
Actually, not the highest KDA in the mid lane for the NALCS. Actually going to try to turn around, and the Fox here flashes forward, using the heal, able to pick up a kill. Ninja turns that around. He's going to wind up landing on Hakuo. Playful Tricks is over the wall, but Hakuo flashes on the other side. Looks like now they're trying to collapse on Apollo, but Seraph's teleported into the fray, so Apollo gets the first kill. Seraph, meanwhile, utilizes the Pro about to go forward. Fox just jumped into the backline, takes out Apollo, takes out Ninja. Fox is shown back up, there's no command shockwave. Gilius goes in deep for Apollo. Deathly shifts in as well. They're able to pick up a kill on the Gilius. They stun up Deathly. Actually going to get jumped on. We already were praising him before, but he cleanses that one off. Flashes back over the wall. Lyra's in there to help save his buddy in the mid lane. Desperation fight. Their hopes of the promotion tournament are fading away from them right now. A double kill picked up for Lyra. Another one goes over to Ninja and Team Envy. 3 games to 1. We'll move on to Sunday.
We have 2 All-Stars, they have 1 All-Star. We cannot lose.
They have 2 All-Stars. Wait, you have 3 All-Stars, dude. I was All-Star too, dude.
Oh, okay, nice.
Hey, you tilt me, dude. No!
Piglet's still trying to find the damage. Chain of Corruption there onto Mash. He's trying to get himself away. Solo gonna be in some trouble. Here comes the Karthus ulti. Oh my goodness! A double kill for Piglet, who left alive on the side of Team Liquid. Mash has got to go hero mode right now. But he can't quite get it all done. But he gets double. He's got the triple, and he cannot lose today. Not to that. Not now! Trying to knock their opponents around. The health bar's rapidly deteriorating. Rainover and Lorlo both going to be killed now. Doublelift's going to be going down next. Make it mad instead. There's your ulti. QSS not ready to go, and that is going to be all she wrote. The health bars are gone. TL, welcome back to the LCS.